The protagonist of our story was none other than an arrogant young man. One day, a mysterious portal appeared before him, sucking it quickly inwards, and he transferred it to the world of martial arts. There, he embarked on the path of the warrior. Having obtained incredible power and ascended to the heights of this world, in the cruel world of Murim, he had the chance to live the life of the legendary god of war. And suddenly he woke up. Upon returning to the old world, he discovered that the world had changed. Now he not only lives, he becomes the strongest. With the help of the system, you go up level after level, sweeping away crowds of enemies, and even meet cute girls along the way, and also furry cats. The first pages of the manhwa show a ruthless massacre. Blood splashes, thousands of enemies advancing relentlessly from all sides, and a formidable swordsman with eyes full of merciless fire, the warrior emperor Ilcheon, a product of war. The man is so named because only he was able to subjugate the vast expanses of Hwan Island. He was named emperor not because of his blood or his origin, but because of his fighting prowess, so perfect that even the heavens themselves bowed before his sword. Luxury, gold, power. There was nothing a warrior couldn't take with a flick of his hand. But suddenly he got bored of everything, and one day everything was abandoned. The man disappeared. He disappeared without explanation. This question tore the consciousness of the monk from the Black Mountain, who temporarily housed the pilgrim in his monastery. In the moonlight, his bald head shone like a diamond, and that brightness momentarily blinded Ilcheon, whose real name was Suhyeok. The boy frowned and his face expressed irritation, which hurt the monk, especially when he didn't hear even a hint of apology. Even before leaving, the man couldn't have been more tender. Not a drop of warmth, only coldness in his farewell gaze. But why does Suhyeok want to leave this world? You have nothing to regret. Everything you could wish for you have already received. And further on, it seems, there is only peace, pleasure, and eternal veneration. However, the boy's goal was higher, beyond desires and lust. The monk covered his body with snakeskin, lubricated with a thick composition that gave off a nauseating smell. Only Ilcheon could stand up to that snake, because that man possessed all the wonders of the world. They obeyed him without a fight. Deep in his soul, the wanderer still felt an echo of regret. But even this did not clarify the meaning of his departure. The loneliness of a traveler in a strange world, an inner realization that you will never see your family again. The monk did not listen to him. He silently took out the last artifact and asked a silent but clear question. Is there really nothing this man regrets? Everything he created no longer belongs to him. But the warrior's heart didn't waver. There was no regret. He wanted to return home, no matter the cost. If your desire is so strong, the dark monk will do so, but he will take everything he acquired without a trace. The eyes began to close, as if the world itself was letting go of the hero, and the monk wanted to say something else, but the moment was lost. Waking up in a hospital room, for a long time the man could not understand where he was. When consciousness became clear, he realized that he was actually on Earth. I tried to get up, but a sharp, burning pain shot through the body. Had a few days in the hospital really left him so helpless? The monk of the Black Mountain promised to return it the moment it disappeared from reality. But it seems something went wrong with the point of no return. To regain his strength, the boy decided to use the technique of the sacred spring of the earth, a meditative practice created by himself in Hwan's world. Energy passes through the body in a hot wave, fill each muscle with strength, and return it to its previous shape. He no longer felt like an old man. Even his skin glowed as if life itself had returned to him. His eyes also filled with energy. He looked in the mirror and realized that everything was fine now. I wanted to call a nurse, but right before my eyes a system window appeared. A new task, to save humanity. It was not at all what I expected after returning from Murim. Then a new message appeared. The A-rank technique of the Earth's sacred origin had been mastered. The guy couldn't believe what he saw, and in a panic, he even hit himself in the face to make sure the flashing window was real. Anger flared up and he began to curse the monk, and everything bright around looked like that shiny bald spot, which now seemed like a symbol of betrayal. Having accepted all this, the boy decided to open the status window. All of his stats were at minimum. His class was fighter, his karma was through the roof, and the notes section indicated that due to long periods of inactivity, the user had been disabled. The accumulated value of karma was several times greater than that of ordinary people of the same age and race. As the man had been in Murim for too long, he had completely forgotten about modern technology, and now he had a hard time understanding what was in front of him. Some kind of magic or an illusion from Hwan's world. Could the monk have missed the target so much that he was sent to a world that only superficially resembled Earth? But if all this is an illusion, why does the birth date match and the details of the past aren't distorted? The hero was definitely home. The system window flashing before my eyes began to irritate me, and the man ordered him to disappear, and he obeyed instantly. It was as if I felt the order itself. The boy decided to check it again, and he became convinced that he could summon and eliminate him with his voice. With each repetition, everything became clearer. The world had changed and had become something bigger than it had been before. The nurses entered the room. The boy decided to greet them politely and ask what was going on there. But when the nurses saw the conscious patient, they immediately became nervous. One of them immediately ran to the doctor. An emergency inspection has been initiated, but the doctors were surprised to find that his body had not suffered any injuries. When the man said it had been 5 years since the portals opened, it sounded like a bolt from the blue. It turned out he had been in a coma the whole time. We are already in the year 2028. This news made his soul boil with anger, mixed with wonder and anxiety. The guy would have strangled this bald monk without a second thought if he were standing next to him now. The doctor left him alone, and the nurses reported that a relative had visited him. She came almost every day. All this time, for 5 years straight, that's how much she loved him. The door suddenly opened, and Suhyeok's sister, Sua, appeared in the room, all grown up and so close. Seeing that she was conscious, the girl burst into tears of relief and joy. And at first, the man didn't even believe she was his sister. He remembered her when she was very little. Sua threw herself on his neck and hugged him tightly, as if trying to make up for the years of separation, and she started to tell how worried she was. She lived with the thought that she would never see him alive again. Now it was all over. They were together again and nothing else mattered to her. When he calmed down a bit, I asked him how he felt after entering the portal, as many people complain of intense pain. The boy joked that he almost suffocated in her hug, and he asked, what portal did he mean? 5 years ago, in 2023, the world was shaken by a catastrophe, something like a powerful earthquake. Then the opening of portals began. Huge faults connected Earth to other worlds. Some of them led to safe areas. Others go to deadly dungeons inhabited by monsters. These worlds were inhabited by monsters. And at the same time they appeared, people with unique abilities began to awaken. This is how the world came to know the awakened. Those who are capable of changing reality through the force of will. As the years passed, everything changed. Life would never be the same again. That day is now called the Portal Incident, the starting point of a new era. The hero couldn't believe the system window mentioned the awakened. What if it really was him? He decided to deal with this later, but for now it was best not to tell anyone about the system. There were too many things that were unclear and could become dangerous. The man asked about his sister's studies, but I was surprised to learn that he never entered any university. This seemed strange because Sua had always been an excellent student and was a diligent student. Is this all your fault? According to her, she was simply tired of studying and wanted to start earning money. But the boy immediately felt that behind those words there was something more than simple tiredness. As if guessing his thoughts, the sister hastened to assure him that she was speaking the truth and immediately changed the subject, as if she feared he would ask another unnecessary question. The parents were supposed to arrive soon. The hero had already begun to forget, but as far as he could remember, he had always had a warm relationship with his mother. But with my father, everything was more complicated. The man I called father was by profession what is commonly called a writer. A poet, critic, short story writer, but most of the time simply a person immersed in his thoughts and almost always busy with his work. I rarely spent time with children, not because I didn't want to, but because I was constantly in some kind of creative process. The life of a writer, especially without fame, is like an endless struggle against poverty. Years passed. He continued writing, but nothing changed. The child could not accept the poverty in which they lived, and he was often angry at how little his father did to change the situation. One night she saw the man sitting in front of the computer again, and she couldn't stand it anymore. Her irritation erupted. She lost her temper and yelled at him. It seemed to him that all this was a waste of time. Wasn't it a shame to continue with this existence, clinging to a dream that for so long had brought him nothing but pain? For my father, however, writing wasn't just a business. It was a refuge, the only thing he had left of his former life. And he continued working, even at night, even though he understood how much this irritated his son. In the end, the man gave in and abandoned his dream, as if surrendering under the weight of insults and reproaches. One day, when he came home with fried chicken, he wanted to do at least something good. The son was about to meet his friends, and then the father put his hand in his breast pocket, and taking out a couple of bills, he gave them to his son. But this only made the boy angry. He found the gesture almost offensive. After all, they had practically nothing, and the father keeps trying to give them something like that for no reason. In the heat of his irritation, he said the most terrible thing, that it would be better if his father were not part of the family. It's good that later the hero realized what he really was, a stupid, impatient, cruel, and blind son. If I had known this was their last meeting, maybe everything would have turned out differently, but most likely not, because he was too young to understand the consequences of what he was saying. That same night, he accidentally stumbled into a doorway and everything changed. The father came running when he was already beginning to be dragged into another world, but he didn't have time to do anything. He just stood there and watched his son disappear. After the hero woke up in the country of Hwan, he remembered that day every day and regretted every word he said then, dreaming of returning. Above all, he wanted to simply apologize for everything that had happened between them. But 5 years had already passed. When the parents arrived, they could not hide their emotions. Joy and tears flowed simultaneously, especially from my mother, who simply couldn't stop. The father, on the other hand, remained reserved, as if he had carried all this inside for too long and simply didn't know how to show his feelings. He remembered that argument and was the first to apologize, saying he should earn more to be treated with respect. But he couldn't. The boy didn't hold a grudge. On the contrary, he was the one who should apologize. The father always took care of the family, did everything he could, and in return he only heard reproaches and contempt. Now the hero swore that he would never again allow himself even a hint of such words, and they hugged each other tightly, as if trying to erase from their memories everything that had separated them during these 5 years. Even Sua couldn't hold back her tears. Everything was so moving that she herself didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then the brother could not resist and made fun of her. In response, she began to hit him gently, but her face only showed joy and relief. At that moment, the hero realized that he had not returned in vain. Everything he had been searching for, everything he had desired, had been there all this time, close by. 3 days later, he was discharged from the hospital. The doctor was shocked. He couldn't believe that a man who had just woken up after 5 years in a coma could recover so quickly. He kept asking the same question over and over again. How is this possible? At one point, she even asked him if he had had an awakening, but the boy decided not to talk about it, for now. He himself understood little of what was happening and was not going to share the details with the first person he met. But there was something useful in that situation. The doctor, interested in her recovery, offered to cover half the cost of the treatment on the condition that she come in for a checkup every month. So the hero, as soon as he woke up, began to pay off his parents' debts little by little. He was glad to be back, not so much to the hospital as to their home, but he understood that he would always be indebted to his family. Although it was thanks to his Holy Land origin technique, it still eased some of the financial burden on his loved ones. When his sister walked him home, she was surprised to see where they lived. It was a miserable, dirty apartment, in which even the air seemed heavy. According to Sua, they had to move here, but the story was too long and the parents hardly appeared here. The hero felt depressed. Yes, he had always lived poorly, but this was too much, as if someone was deliberately humiliating him. He began to suspect that it was his treatment that ultimately drove the family into poverty. Then he firmly decided that he would make money, as much as possible, as quickly as possible, and all so that loved ones don't suffer anymore. In this new world, the most obvious way to get rich quickly was only one: become a hunter. And then this boy started training, deciding to go the hard way, full of pain and difficulties. The guardian class, of course, demands more respect and glory. After all, they protect humanity. But hunters earn much more. However, it's not that simple. Not everyone can bear such a burden. This man's body is in such a state that it is too early for him to even dream of this profession. Even a light jog left him exhausted, and his chest burned from lack of air. His blood was 90% infected, leaving his body with little strength even to fight fatigue. They say some monsters are easy prey, but what if someone gets hurt? It could cost them their life. So for now, it's best for him to focus on training to gain confidence in his own abilities. Fortunately, blood poisoning can be overcome with regular and consistent exercise. Moreover, this guy was a martial arts master and his path didn't start from scratch. The The protagonist trained hard every day, overcoming weakness and pain step by step. The stair run and the Mabu pose are simple but incredibly effective exercises he learned at Morima. I was on the right track, but the speed of recovery left much to be desired. Everything was moving slowly. The blood poisoning was painfully slow to subside, and one training session wasn't enough to make any progress. I needed something radical, something that could change everything and speed up recovery. While he was in the hospital, his family worked tirelessly to feed themselves and pay for his treatment. And even if it is difficult, this man is forced to overcome himself because he has no other choice. After all, in the coming days, he will have to become a hunter, so as not to disappoint his family and miss his chance. Now he decided to use the technique of the sacred origin of the earth, stored in his memory as an ancient pact. This is the greatest of all the meditation techniques of the Hwan country, coming from the depths of ancient teachings. It is known for its effectiveness, but it also has a hidden advantage that can change a person's destiny. The potential of the awakened goes beyond the possible, because it draws strength from nature and the world itself. Each application gives a feeling of rebirth, as if the body and spirit were united in a new state. However, only 3 people in the entire Hwan country know this technique and are able to transmit it. Gathering his will into a fist, the boy continued training, not allowing himself to be lazy for even a minute. And he even surprised an old man who was passing by, with his lively and quick run up the stairs. Day after day, he continued to climb the steps, showing no mercy to either body or mind. He couldn't afford to stop, no matter the pain, no matter the tiredness, no matter the despair. He had to overcome internal barriers, even if it cost him everything: time, energy, and pain. That's why he was nicknamed Ilcheon, the emperor of martial arts in Murim, where only the strength of the spirit is valued. The training continued from early morning until the afternoon, until the legs gave out from the effort. And the bright sun constantly reminded him of the bald head of the monk under whose gaze he had once studied. And this, curiously, gave him strength, as if the monk were invisibly watching and giving him support. The old man watched him with interest and even admired him every day, amazed by the boy's tenacity. He even murmured once that he would like to have a son like him, just as stubborn and strong. When the moon rose in the sky, the main character was already quite tired, exhausted, and barely breathing. But there was almost the top of the stairs, and I knew I had to get there, no matter how difficult it was. Filling his lungs with air, he felt himself approaching the edge where his strength was running out. Just a little further, and the internal barrier will finally be overcome. You just need to keep going. He continued running, and the system reported that it was impressed by the awakened one's unbreakable spirit, his tenacity, and determination. To achieve this, he improved their characteristics, rewarding their efforts and recognizing their aspirations. The hidden bonus of the sacred origin of the earth technique was also activated. The awakening was deeper. The hero has surpassed the 3-star barrier, crossing the line beyond which new powers and opportunities open up. Blood poisoning was reduced by 30%. Reached level 2, all stamina reserves were restored and wounds were completely healed, leaving the skin clear. The main character was sincerely happy about such success. It was a sign that not everything was in vain and the chosen path was correct. Even the system showed him respect and rewarded him with a new ability: Iron Claws and the Willpower feature. Now you can finally become a true hunter, not with words, but through strength and perseverance. And the next day, he went to the association to register and begin his journey. For him, the concept of skills still seems almost unreal, like dreams come true. They appear on their own, without any training in martial arts or magic, which violates the usual logic he was accustomed to since childhood. Perhaps that's why the system window remained empty until morning, without showing. His only super ability, determined by the system at the beginning, is the sacred origin of earth technique. But he learned that a hunter must have at least 3 skills, otherwise he won't be recognized even in trials. So he quickly improved his martial arts without wasting a minute, because he had almost no time left. As a result, he received 5 new A-rank skills at once, and this was just the first page that opened before him. In the next scene, a man from the superpower agency appears. The man looked a little confused to see so many unusual abilities gathered in one person. However, for those who dream of getting rich quickly, this is more of a joy than a cause for concern. The boy went straight to the reception, because he had to pass an aptitude test. The employee behind the counter, exhausted and bored, didn't even look at the visitor. just ordered him to place his palm on the shiny ball. If the ball started to glow, it meant there was an awake person standing in front of it. Otherwise, just go home. From the employee's tired face, it was clear that there were too many self-confident newcomers there. Many of them trust that magic runs through their veins, but in most cases, everything ends in silence, and the dance remains dark, not living up to their expectations. This time, everything was different. Suddenly, the ball lit up with a bright light, confirming that it was a truly awakened being. The boy immediately began to fill out the form without wasting any time. When the man from the agency saw the list of his 30 skills, he was slightly taken aback by the surprise. The first thought was that the young man had simply embellished the facts, unable to cope with emotion or delight. However, there really was a person standing in front of him who possessed all the stated abilities, which was instantly confirmed. The system window displayed them in full. The surprise on the man's face turned to astonishment. His jaw almost touched the table. He immediately began to apologize for his first impression. And then, quickly collecting his thoughts, he went to the management to report this incredible incident to Oh Shin-woo. This chief immediately showed great interest in the young man, as such phenomena had not been seen there for a long time. But something still caught her attention about this unknown boy. She would watch him. Once the registration was complete, the boy returned home, full of new thoughts and expectations. On the way, he remembered how not long ago he almost lost consciousness from a simple jog. But it was from that day on that his body began to gain resistance, step by step, despite the pain and sweat. During the registration process, it became clear that each hunter must undergo special training before embarking on missions. The state has launched a special training program to reduce the number of accidental deaths in prisons. The course is scheduled to start on the last day of the month, and the young hunter had exactly 5 days of free time. Even if I had wanted to avoid this obligation, I could not refuse the course. So the man decided to dedicate all his remaining time to training. After all, the stakes are high. These 5 days passed unnoticed, like a flash of lightning, and here he arrived at the place of the general meeting, where a huge crowd had already gathered. The feeling of a true festival was created, full of anticipation. At some point, a slight pulse of strange energy passed by him. He had come a long way through the crowd, but where did he start? And right in front of a lot of people, a figure of an elf named Shahar Kalaluriat appeared on the stage, whose appearance instantly attracted the attention of all those present. By the time the boy realized what was happening, she was already standing center stage. He didn't notice her approach. The man was surprised by his energetic, mysterious, and strong presence, and he felt an interest awaken within him in his abilities and origins. It turned out that the elf had already noticed the newcomer a long time ago, who was standing in the center of the crowd, staring at her, and the association's management asked him to keep a closer eye on this promising fighter. Despite the low level, the boy managed to capture her aura, if only for a moment. And for Shahar, this was a surprise, because among his people this happens extremely rarely. After this, the elf went to the hall and officially greeted everyone gathered. She said the South Korean government invited her to be an instructor for a training course. She herself is a warrior of Elvenheim, but students may simply call her Shahar for convenience. This was the first time that a representative of the Elven people participated in the training of humans, and Shahar understood that the recruits probably had a lot of questions, but time was running out, so he allowed them to ask only 3, no more. The first to dare to speak was a young woman named Baek Eon, who had recently turned 19. She raised her hand, wanting answers to her questions about how to start her training, and everyone in the room was surprised to hear his age. After all, no one expected that such an appearance could last for so many years. Instead of asking a question, the girl, without hiding her admiration, she began to shower the elf with praise, noting his elegant appearance, and from the guest's expression it was clear that she liked such words. But, as a representative of an ancient line of swordmasters, she preferred to be respected not for her external beauty, and for the feats on the battlefield and the merits contributed in the battles, where it is not appearance that decides, but the steel and strength of spirit with which this appearance is willing to fight until the last moment. The time came for the next question, and the atmosphere in the room once again filled with anticipation. Many of the students raised their hands, but the elf's gaze stopped on the boy. Named Jin Chan-hyuk, he stood out from the rest for his remarkable tattoos. Everyone looked at him in disbelief, and the main character immediately felt that this guy might have a dark past. And the premonition was correct. The boy was clearly nervous, worried that his criminal past would become an obstacle to participating. He remembered what he had read in the rules. Admission is possible if the instructor approves. He actually only committed minor theft, not the most serious crime, but still, the elf could not approve of such behavior, although he had no intention of condemning it. She stated that he would continue to take classes alongside others, like any other student. In Elvenheim, people like him are given a choice: atone for their guilt by protecting the people or remain a criminal. And since he is here, it means that he chose the path consciously and in favor of justice. She told him to remember that a broken law is not forgotten, and the guilt remains. But this does not exclude the possibility of forgiveness if the soul truly wants to atone for sin. The boy simply nodded silently, expressing gratitude. And at that moment, the main character felt it was his turn to ask the last question. When he said his name, the elf, not surprised, made it clear that he had been watching him for a long time. The boy was a little embarrassed. However, I was really interested to know if she would teach the classes alone. Shahar confirmed that she is the lead instructor for this program, but she won't be working alone, as her assistants will be people born on Earth, and the elf herself will personally take charge of the battles and preparations for them. Shahar was about to finish his presentation, but suddenly a harsh male voice was heard from the hallway, and it sounded like a challenge. The man said he wouldn't trust her, because the person in front of them wasn't a human being at all, and moreover, didn't have an official rank in the association. From his words, he doubted she would be able to fight, citing her fragile appearance. Shahar's face changed radically. Emotions were no longer hidden, and in that same second he gathered a wave of energy so powerful, he released her forward. It so happened that not only the insolent boy was affected, but everyone else gathered there was startled, as if a powerful wind had swept through the room. She didn't even bother to say anything. Strength spoke volumes for her. After this, the elf remembered the subordination and the clear limits of what is permitted, and he warned that if something like this happens again, there is no need to expect mercy. The attacker paled, and a wet stain appeared at the bottom of his trousers. Fear had completely taken over his body. Shahar, noticing this, smiled, but suddenly his gaze darkened with surprise. Suhyeok stood motionless in the middle of the crowd, like a stone, not yielding to the pressure of its force, while the rest remained defeated, rooted to the ground. Now it became clear why the association ordered special surveillance of him. The guy could have been sent to the dungeons right now. He was ready. But in his eyes, strength isn't the only criterion. The ability to use it properly is also important. So he decided not to jump to conclusions, and looked at everyone with a new severity. Then he turned to everyone and warned them not to test his patience. And after his performance, he left the stage, leaving behind a heavy silence and many questions. Classes started quite early, although until now, the cadets have only mastered the theoretical foundations. As the teachers talked about the different types of monsters and their behavior patterns, the main character almost fell asleep. But Shahar brought him back to reality with lightning speed, leaving him no time to sleep. And judging by his watchful gaze, he never relaxed his control for even a second, not allowing himself to miss even a small detail. Then he turned around and realized that Chanhyuk was sitting next to him, who had been watching him intently this whole time, as if he was trying to understand something. But when she met his gaze, she quickly looked away and pretended none of it had happened. The protagonist smiled slightly, as if he knew what was being talked about. But then he got another click from Shahar. She didn't let him get distracted or relax, remembering that a strict mentor always seeks discipline and does not tolerate frivolity. The man, having finished the lesson, I felt such an emotional uplift that I was almost in tears of relief and happiness. He'd never seen such an appreciative and focused audience in his entire life, and it was all thanks to Shahar. Baek Yoon approached the main character. She was filled with admiration for how the instructor had managed to bring everyone to their senses, and the boy himself remained the only one able to withstand his energetic pressure. Chanhyuk noticed it too. The girl was curious to know how he was able to resist. And the man, without giving importance to his resistance, simply replied that he was lucky. And this simple modesty aroused genuine respect in Chanhyuk. That's why her gaze didn't leave him throughout the lesson. The girl suggested having lunch with them, but the boy politely refused. And without wasting time, he used his skills to hide from everyone. Theoretical classes will last exactly 30 days without the possibility of adaptations, because the Ministry of Education does not allow deviations from pre-established standards. The hero dreams of completing his training as quickly as possible, successfully passing the exam, and moving on to practical combat missions. It's a paradox, but a significant percentage of cadets fail the theoretical part and drop out early, without even getting to combat missions. Shahar doesn't give anyone a break, and the teachers are confident that the current class will show outstanding results. But even this does not guarantee success. The exam, although not too difficult, requires perseverance, concentration, and constant preparation. Furthermore, there are strange rumors among students that failing an exam is a curse for them, and that it will be impossible to take it again. Ion was seriously troubled by these words, although the main character himself treated them as fiction, assuming that the reason for failures is much more banal: irresponsibility and disorganization. For example, someone skips classes, someone wastes time at parties. There are many such cases. The main character dropped out of class that day and missed an extra lesson. After all, his family was always first in his priorities, and now he wanted to be close to those for whom he fought. A month passed and the day of the exam arrived. The tension in the air could be cut with a knife. Suhyeok could barely hide his excitement, and Ion's heart pounded with anxiety and anticipation. Finally, a list of cadets who successfully passed the test appeared, and among the lucky ones were the protagonist and his new companions, with whom he passed this test. Ion radiated joy, unable to contain his emotions, and Suhyeok, without hiding his tears, burst into tears. After all, behind a rough appearance hid a kind and friendly person, capable of sincere feelings. The main character watched over this boy, who showed amazing diligence in his studies. So, little by little, the details of his life began to emerge. It turned out that the young man was raising his younger siblings alone. His father died of alcohol addiction, and his mother, unable to bear the constant beatings and scandals, abandoned the family, disappearing without a trace. Since his second year of high school, the young man has taken on the role of tutor. He grew up in a disadvantaged environment, which even left its mark on his appearance. However, beneath his stern exterior lay a reliable and responsible man. One day, he went out to steal to feed the children. This earned him a prison sentence, but upon his release, he immediately found a job and paid off all the family's debts. This action alone said much more about him than any words. Suhyeok felt deep gratitude towards Suhyeok. The boy was for him a living example of perseverance and willpower. He also felt gratitude towards Ion. The girl patiently explained the course material to him until late at night. Previously, the hero considered her superficial, but was amazed by her intelligence and determination. The young man often shared his academic successes with his younger siblings, knowing that there would be many difficulties ahead. By the way, out of 49 cadets, 42 obtained a passing score, which was quite unusual. After all, the selection is usually more rigorous and half are eliminated. The instructor, whose name was Shar, turned out to be a true professional in his field. The second stage of training, physical training, has now begun and is scheduled to begin next week. The week passed in the blink of an eye, and mentor Shahar appeared again before the 8th group, which included the 3 comrades. It was she who divided the flow into teams, uniting the 3 of them. After all, their goals and points of view surprisingly coincided. It was as if fate had designated her as the leader of this small group. Ion was genuinely happy to see his mentor, but the elf quickly brought everyone back within the framework of discipline. His cold gaze was enough to make the 3 of them straighten up and freeze at attention. She announced that they would head to the portal and offered to explain their purpose to Suhyeok and Suhyeok. A portal is a passage to other worlds, and not all are equally safe. There are 2 broad categories. Some lead to friendly worlds, others to dangerous and hostile worlds. Dangerous portals are classified by threat level, from 1 to 13, with the latter being considered the most deadly. The elf was pleased with how well they had understood the theory and announced that their task today was to cross a first-degree danger portal. Ion cheered up. After all, these portals are considered suitable for beginners. Weak monsters live in them, and there are not many of them. Shahar clarified how easy it would be to clear that passage, and when the girl confidently replied that it would be super easy, she sharply asked a counter-question. In your opinion, does that mean that such creatures are not capable of killing a person? The students were anxious, and the teacher did not comfort them. The monsters, he emphasized, could be deadly. In those moments, his true nature is fully revealed. Bloodthirsty and ruthless, Shahar released a terrifying aura. But even under their pressure, the main character remained unfazed, which caused genuine surprise in the mentor. She repeated, "Monsters are mortally dangerous. And if someone can't withstand even the pressure of an instructor, then in a real fight they won't have any chance of surviving." As the young man withstood her pressure, she asked him if he had ever faced real combat. The answer was evasive, So he stopped asking questions and decided that he would have to demonstrate his firmness with actions. It was time to head to the portal, and they decided to run to the subway station. More precisely, this is what Shahar decided, as she was unfamiliar with public or private transportation. She appointed the young man as the leader of her group, and at that very moment he disappeared, as if dissolving into a current of air. There was no other option. The boys ran to the station, and it took them almost an hour to do so. And when they finally arrived, they were almost exhausted from fatigue. But this guy looked like he hadn't run at all. Shahar took 10 minutes to rest, and almost the entire trio collapsed to the ground in relief. The threat of the monsters had given them a good beating, and now there's a marathon around the city. At least we can catch our breath. Maybe this was all part of the plan from the beginning? If so, then this woman is not only a good mentor, she is a natural teacher. When exactly 10 minutes had passed, the instructor announced it, and the group headed to the underground part of the station. The name of the first-grade gate at Mappo Station is Mugyo. Translated, it means a world without borders, which sounds almost philosophical. While preparing for the exam, the young man learned something interesting. There are several portals with this name. They are lifeless worlds with identical names, no signs of intelligent life, and no apparent value. But those who have been there claim to have found traces of ancient, long-vanished civilizations. It made me wonder if all of Mugyo was actually the remnants of great worlds that had long since sunk into oblivion. Shahar showed his special authorization, and the 3 students entered the portal, which immediately began to suck them in, finding myself instantly among the cold sands and stones of a lifeless desert. The instructor gave them freedom of action, but warned them not to get too confident, after which the group began to explore the harsh world. In this place, there are monsters that move on 4 powerful legs, resembling giant dogs. They measure about 3 meters at the withers. The main danger is the bite. Monsters attack abruptly and suddenly, using the force of their jaws. They can jump great distances and attack in groups, usually of 3 or 5 individuals. Although they are considered top-tier opponents, they are lethal to beginner fighters. Although this young man is no ordinary newcomer, where does he get such determination? The guy opens many system windows to check and test his skills. He didn't miss a single class, studied daily, and in just 1 month, he grew much stronger. And most importantly, he mastered the technique of the sacred spring of the earth. This technique doubles the rate of energy recovery during combat, providing a significant advantage. At first, it was difficult to get into the combat system, but thanks to bonuses and constant practice, he has made significant progress compared to his group mates. Combat experience, technique, endurance. All of this made him practically a leader. With so much progress in a month, being afraid of a first-degree portal was simply ridiculous. Suddenly, the man's gaze fell on a silhouette. A group of 5 monsters was advancing. The instructor began to guide them, but the young fighter's hands were already itching. He thought he could handle it on his own. He noticed that there were no visible weapons in his companion's hands, which caused him slight concern. And at that very moment, on command, the entire trinity surged forward. Suhyeok was armed with a pair of swords growing from his hands, like a glutton, and the girl, Aeon, judging by her actions, played the role of support and healer. Now is the time to act decisively. The man ran away, having caught up with his companions, leaving them astonished, and having approached one of the monsters, he skillfully dodged the powerful throw. Using a martial art technique called palm striking, he dealt a penetrating blow, easily piercing the enemy's defense. Before he could catch his breath, he sensed danger. Another creature lunged at him from behind. In a split second, he propelled himself from the ground and, rising, he launched a powerful kick, crushing the last of his opponents. The comrades didn't even have time to react and were completely astonished. Even Mentor Shahar found it hard to believe that he was just a cadet. The guy stood over the body of the defeated wolf. At that moment, his senses perceived the approach of another creature, and he ran off, heading straight for the threat. The next attack was devastating. The swift blow pushed the monster to the ground with such force that dust rose. Instructor Shahar tried to remain calm as best she could, as befits a mentor. But inside she was seething. She wanted to take this fighter to Elvenheim. The man shook his hands and paused for a moment to think. Perhaps his past life experience helped him fight so instinctively. The body reacted on its own, without thinking, and the system, of course, played a significant role in this. If he were in Hwan now, he would be among the best of the best, the elite of warriors. When the wolves pounced on him again, it became clear that there were 2 left and he could easily manage without help. But this time it was worth giving in. After all, they are a team, and for some, this is an important experience, not just another cleanup. For the fighter, it was just another point on his personal list. And for his colleagues, it's a step toward true resilience and a future filled with confidence. Jong-hyuk couldn't believe it. Did his partner really want to give them a chance? He released his claws again. He summoned the monsters and prepared to attack. Swinging, he launched a burst of fire. It passed through this wolf, cutting it in two pieces. Yeon noticed movement behind her and warned him of the imminent danger, but it was too late. The blow would have been direct to the head. Jong-hyuk didn't have time to understand how the wolf managed to circle around him from behind. But Yeon reacted instantly and invoked magic, and the treatment began. All the wounds healed with astonishing speed. The girl's healing gift manifested itself in all its power. The boy realized how important that skill is in combat. And at that very moment, a new flock appeared before them. The man didn't like it. They didn't even let him breathe. But he was already used to the constant tension. It was necessary to get to the bottom of the matter. After a while, the group returned to the building. Tired but happy, they began to complain of body aches and dreamed of a warm bed. The man understood them perfectly. For the team, this was the first real test within the framework of the 6 approaches training. Instructor Shar praised the group. She knew that the Earthlings who had awakened the force would not let them down. According to her, the children not only became more resilient, but also noticeably stronger. And progressing during battle is a nearly impossible achievement. The man agreed with her. Each clash made them stronger. Until now, he had attributed his advantage to talent. But now he was beginning to suspect that the system had played a decisive role. The instructor had no doubt that this team was almost ready for real tasks. And as a mentor, I felt genuine pride in their efforts and progress. When he released the fighters, they were in 7th heaven, but she asked the man to stay, literally, for a minute. Shar had a strong feeling that the martial arts technique this man possessed could not simply be part of a system. It was too precise and perfect. What if his assumption is correct? The instructor didn't press the issue, but he still decided to open up. Yes, he really did study martial arts. Shar had assumed so, but her file showed she had recently been in a coma, and training in just a month seemed like something out of science fiction, although there may be something you don't know yet. The universe is vast and full of mysteries. The man didn't quite understand why she asked that question, but there was something else in her gaze. She saw in him something that he himself didn't always notice, and the inhabitants of the country of Hwan said the same about him. It is also worth noting that it was he who gave his companions the opportunity to prove their worth in the first battle, and this was a contribution far more valuable than any personal achievement. She rightly said it. After all, it was her decision that made him the leader of the group. According to Shar, holding a position of responsibility doesn't mean being a true team leader. Only a few are capable of leading others, and he was among them. The man felt a little embarrassed by his words. It seemed like he was giving it too much importance. But the mentor spoke sincerely, without exaggeration. After a while, he returned home. Thoughts revolved around the mentor. The elf truly possessed a striking beauty. Even by the standards of her people, this was a rarity, and you wouldn't find anyone like that in Hwana. He tried to change the subject. Romance was clearly out of the question. There were so many important things ahead. Today's hunting was at a high level, but for him it was just another stage. After all, he had recently held the title of Emperor of Martial Arts in Hwang. The man was confident. He moved forward to regain his strength, although he knew the road to the top would be long. But there was no need to rush. Everything was going as usual, step by step, without unnecessary fuss. After some time, a man was sitting in the woods, humming a song as he cut up the body of a goblin. If this continues, the young man will soon start earning more than 10 million won a month. On the 3rd day of training at the portal, the team cleared several 1st and 2nd tier portals, and he received a generous reward for this. Skin, teeth, and other components obtained from monsters have their own price in the market. The boy decided not to tell his family for now. He could tell them later. He was in no hurry. Suddenly, Yeon asked if the man was okay, because the boy seemed too happy in that environment. The man faced the mangled corpses of the monsters, and the young man did not understand. Were the man's feelings that obvious? Yeon believed it. The young man was beaming with joy. This loot turned out to be really valuable to the guy. Instructor Shar pointed out that if someone were to see them now, they would definitely be considered dangerous psychopaths. Yeon was a little jealous of both of them. Both fighters adapted so quickly, especially Chanhyuk. At first it was difficult for the young man, but now this boy felt like a fish in water. The man assumed that the others were probably also working just as hard to get the reward. Suddenly, the boy noticed an arrow flying rapidly towards Chanhyuk, and he rushed to catch her. At that point, Chanhyuk explained that even at second-level portals, things usually aren't too difficult. The man clenched the arrow in his fist, not hiding his disgust. Chanhyuk was completely surprised by this move. The man realized that it was not a goblin arrow, but clearly a human weapon. They looked towards the bushes from where that same arrow had come out. The boys went out to greet them and saw the bloody goblins. Kim Cholik only needed one goblin to level up. Lee Jungkook regretted not coming here sooner. The boy couldn't understand why the third team was in that place. A recruit from Team 3, Jin Chae-yeon, clarified whether this group was part of Team 8, led by Char. Instructor Char responded with a question, reminding them of the third team led by Jeon Soo-jung. If Char wasn't mistaken, he didn't ask for the support of this portal and couldn't explain the reasons for his presence. Kim Cholik, a third-team recruit, believes they don't need to ask for help, because hunting together is always better. Team 3's Lee Jungkook stated that he no longer sees Char as his mentor. Yeon became enraged, accusing them of being completely inappropriate and reminding them how dangerous it was to get close to Chanhyuk. Jin Chae-yeon tried to apologize, explaining that it was an accident and there were no serious consequences. Instructor Char insisted on a formal apology, and Jeon Soo-jung didn't understand what the problem was. She expressed her bewilderment at the situation. Char is now the instructor of the 8th team, but she is required to give instructions to all recruits. Jeon Soo-jung, leader of Team 3 and member of the Amuga Guild, described Char as a person as cold as ice. In her opinion, the nickname, the Flower of Death, is no coincidence. The minor mischief of new recruits doesn't merit serious punishment. Jin Cha-yeon sarcastically recalled the unfortunate nature of the events. Instructor Char emphasized that even accidental actions put another person's life at risk, and therefore apologies are mandatory. Furthermore, interfering with another person's portal cleanup process is a serious violation. Jeon Soo-jung thought talking to Char was too boring. She found talking to elves exhausting, and meeting them even more so. Instructor Char asked Jeong Soo-jung not to forget who she is. Char remembered that she wasn't just the mentor of the 8th team, but also the lead instructor for the entire program. She'd crossed a line. Jeon Soo-jung found it impossible to speak. He commanded like an old general. Let them take the loot, and they'll start looking for someone else. And if they break the rules, they'll contact the Amuga Guild. Instructor Char called out to Jeon Soo-jung, and Cholik wished them a good day. After a while, the boys returned to the headquarters, and Chanhyuk thanked the man. Gratitude came from his heart. If it weren't for this person, Chanhyuk would have been seriously injured. Chanhyuk decided to thank the man with dinner at a restaurant. The man thought a coffee would suffice. Yeon was upset that she had been overlooked again, just like last time. The man was surprised at how she managed to hear them, because the team was sure she had already left. Yeon just went to the bathroom for a while and then came back to wait for them. The man apologized to the girl and suggested they go to a restaurant together. Yeon immediately agreed and gently made it clear to the man that he would have to assume the payment. The man took the hint. The next day, the man again entered into battle with the monsters and increased his level. The system window reflected the parameters. Age, 27 years. Profession, martial arts master. Chaotic neutral worldview with excessive karma. Strength, 23. Dexterity, 25. Stamina, 29. Wisdom, 22. Willpower, 42. The accumulated karma significantly exceeded the average for people of his age and race. His body was purified by 40%. The effectiveness of chi-based techniques increased significantly. The Ren and Du meridians are opened, and the speed and efficiency of energy recovery are increased by 200% of the base level. The man was pleased with his growth and increased strength. He had finally found his fighting rhythm. At this rate of recovery and growth, he can expect to return to his position as the world's #1 warrior. The man was thinking about sharing this news with his family when he suddenly froze. Instructor Char appeared in front of the man and broke the arrows with a single motion. Recently, Instructor Jeong Soo-jung has been appearing in the team's hunting area too frequently, and Char regarded these visits not as an accident, but as direct interference. Jin Chae-yeon simply followed her master's order, shooting in the indicated direction. The recruit was unaware of the presence of other hunters. Instructor Char was convinced that these visits were deliberate provocations. Although Jeon Soo-jung insisted otherwise, claiming that it was Char who was causing the conflicts, Her team had already filed a complaint with the union the day before. According to Shar, even if the rules had been violated, the complaint should have been filed officially, through established channels. Jeon Soo-jung thought it was too much and didn't understand why they were talking. It would have been easier to kill them. Shar knew that Jung Soo-jung held a personal grudge against her, but she had already gone too far. The instructor guessed that Jung Soo-jung had feelings for Song Moon-hyuk, and Jeon Soo-jung gave him a harsh demand to shut up. The man was astonished to realize that the cause of the conflict lay in the jealousy he felt toward him. Shar believed that the guild would not turn a blind eye to Jung Soo-jung's antics indefinitely, and advised her to apologize and stop him before it was too late. Jeon Soo-jung refused to acknowledge the seriousness of the situation and asked what would happen now. Would the ball kill her? Instructor Shar had no intention of killing her, but she would do everything possible to ensure that she was held accountable before the law. But who is she to blame? Jeon Soo-jung still doesn't understand this. Jeon Soo-jung suddenly used the forbidden dark art, and she directed the power of this technique towards the boys. According to Shar's mentor's observation, it was too late to retreat. The ball managed to counterattack, and he surprised his opponent with the ease with which he stopped the blow. Jeon Soo-jung no longer had the right to withdraw. The game was all or nothing. Besides, Shar's mentor won't kill her. His nobility won't allow it. Chung Soo-jung gave the order to the third group: destroy them instantly, tear them to pieces. Such a strict demand surprised the fighters. The instructor didn't understand. Wasn't the group's goal to enter the Emoji Guild? The fighters had to at least mutilate their opponents, tear off their limbs. After all, a tangible result was needed. The soldiers of the third group rushed forward, and Shar's mentor just smiled, which further infuriated Soo-jung with her unwavering confidence. Jeon Soo-jung set out to prove that her new recruits would destroy Team 8. The man assessed the composition of his opponents and realized that before him stood a warrior and an archer. Suddenly, Jungkook grew to the size of a giant, tearing his clothes. The guy decided to take the blows from the boar and the archer, leaving the lancers to the rest of the fighters for the moment. Jungkook was convinced he would squash the man like a small insect, and he dealt tremendous blows, but without hitting the target. The giant swayed, but the man used the tin fist technique, and then the destruction fist technique. Blood gushed from the giant's mouth, and the man was surprised that the giant had survived this power. The man realized he needed to change tactics. The enemy was too agile. The giant called out to Jin Chae-yeon, and the archer understood all the instructions without words. The archer drew the string of her bow, and she shot the arrow with great force, and directly towards the area below the waist of our protagonist, raising a column of dust from the ground, but she missed. The arrow simply hit the ground, and the man was already behind the giant and called him. Man crashes into giant, and he pressed the giant to the ground. Jin Chae-yeon confused. Now, according to his calculations, it was the archer's turn, but the archer asked not to approach. The man still attacked, seeking revenge for Jang Hyuk. The archer was thrown forward, leaving a deep furrow in the ground, and the man realized that he had overstepped his bounds with power. From the battlefield, a voice was heard pleading for mercy. Recruit Cholik begged Chan Hyuk to stop. The fighters didn't want to continue. They were forced to. The man grabbed Cholik by the hand, and he told him to calm down and let the guy go. After all, this isn't a monster, it's a man. The boy thanked the main character for helping him stop in time. Jang Hyuk looked closely at Cholik's body, and also the rest of the combatants who were wounded. Jeon Soo-jung couldn't believe what she saw, and the man asked in a low voice if everything was finished. I think so. Everyone has already proven everything. Sometime later, at the Baek Tusan Guild building, Vice President Im Sol couldn't understand how the 3rd and 8th teams managed to get into a fight. After some time, a council was called on this matter, and Im Sol asked everyone present a direct question. Do you understand what you're up against? According to the staff, the fight between the recruits and the referee looked like a real fight. These meetings were usually led by instructor Shahar, but due to the current circumstances, Im Sol took on this role. The man regretfully had announced his decision: expulsion from the 3rd team, although he himself understood that his guilt didn't merit such a severe punishment. The instructor of the 11th group, Lee Sang-wook, knew that one of the fighters from the 8th team had single-handedly eliminated everyone. Im Sol considered it to be forced self-defense, although he could not help but notice the extreme cruelty. Jeon Soo-jung honestly didn't understand what self-defense was about. Her students were in intensive care, and the 8th team emerged from the fight without a scratch. Im Sol blamed Jung Soo-jung, the Black Cloud Witch of the Emoji Guild. In his opinion, She organized the provocation out of envy and petty grievances. Now he acted as a judge and made it clear that he should be more careful with his expressions. Lee Sang-wook didn't immediately understand whether the president was really going to let this go without serious consequences. After all, it was a matter of subordination. But that's precisely why the meeting was called. The decision must be made by vote. The situation clearly pointed to one recruit, a boy named Suhyeok from Team 8. Im-sol realized that this young man wasn't just a student. His talent was exceptional and fascinating. The mentor asked those who were in favor of punishing Suhyeok to raise their hands, but not a single one got up. Silence filled the room, and you could even hear someone breathing. Lee Sang-wook felt like an outsider among these people, as if everyone had been silenced. Im-sol announced the result. Only Lee Sang-wook and director Young-ho wanted to punish the rookie. Now it's time to move on to the proposal for instructor Shahar. The woman proposed resigning as head instructor and handing the position over to Im-sol. The majority voted in favor. So Shahar remained as an instructor under the current program, and in order to make a serious decision, she was forced to transfer 100 million won to the association's fund. Sol asked them if she was willing to accept that condition. The instructor confirmed her consent because, in her opinion, the fight was fair. Jeon Soo-young found it insulting. To her, it all seemed like a joke, a demotion and a fine. Was that a punishment? Im-sol, on the other hand, considered the decision to be fair, but the witch disagreed and called what was happening a circus. The Emoji Guild, in his opinion, was publicly humiliated, and everyone around him simply remained silent. In fact, there was silence in the room. Sol repeated what he had told them. In his eyes, Jeon Soo-jung had finally overstepped his bounds and now thought his antics would have no consequences. The woman started to be rude, which only fueled the anger in the mentor's heart. Im-sol wondered if he understood where he was, and if he really believed his loud name could scare anyone here. The situation became tense. The man recalled that the recruit training program is the foundation of the country's defense. No profession can be more important than protecting peace. And Chung Soo-jung is destroying Korea's talent pool with her scheming. From this moment on, she and the entire Emoji Guild are suspended from participating in the national program for a period of 3 years. Jeon Soo-jung didn't think she had such a right. But Im-sol was the chief instructor of Group 56. Lee Sang-wook was surprised. Is it not necessary to vote? The mentor nodded. It is democracy, after all. It's time to make a decision. Baek Do-san or Emoji? Lee Sang-wook knew very well that Baek Do-san was #1 in the guild rankings, and Emoji is only 3rd. Maybe he bet on the wrong side? It seems it's all over for Emoji. After a while, the meeting ended. The atmosphere was electric. Im-sol couldn't remember the last time he'd been so angry. Many wondered what would happen to Emoji now. They remembered the new recruit to the 8th team, a boy named Suhyeok. He single-handedly led the entire group, and he also had incredible qualities. Some have already thought about inviting him to their guild before others. Jung-hyuk realized that everyone was only talking about this boy, and Iona thought there was too much noise for one student. Meanwhile, Suhyeok himself was wondering, what was discussed at that meeting? However, the boy understood that his training couldn't stop. It was gratifying to see that his efforts were paying off. Late at night, the recruit reflected on how much his constant training and portal raids had changed him. He was ready to begin mastering the art of the unity of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth are connected by a thread, and despite the differences, at the core there is a single whole. 3 elements. 1 essence. Energy originates in Dongchong and circulates through the Ren and Du channels. The Great Circle technique is one of the most complex, but the boy has already started studying it in Hwan's country. He can handle it. As he opened his eyes, he felt that he was now at the peak of his abilities. The Ren and Du meridians were completely opened, and the spiritual body was cleansed of all impurities. The system window reported, legendary level reached. Success. The boy had mastered the knowledge of the ancient martial art. He now possessed the 5th rank technique, the art of the unity of heaven and earth. This technique can be improved, and the body has already begun to change. The system indicated that the transformation had begun. The body entered a state of unity. The energy reserve was divided into 3 parts, upper, middle, and lower Dantian. The energy was now distributed between levels. All this was recorded in the statistics window, and the boy realized that this was his first big step. After a while, the boys entered the portal again, where a giant, toothy worm emerged from the depths. He was ready to pounce on them at that very moment. The boy developed one of the most powerful techniques of the Hwan country, the art of connecting heaven and earth. At that moment, a huge worm attacks them, tearing up the ground and creating real chaos among the fighters. And now the man urgently needs to recover the lost movement techniques, otherwise the outcome of the fight will be disastrous. The protagonist suddenly rushed forward, running towards the giant monster, and used the Iron Fist technique. And then he activated the Unbreakable Will skill, expending a total of 58 units of chi energy. And although the boy was pleased with the power of the blow, deep down he knew that the price to pay for it was too high. It had been 3 months since he had begun studying this technique, but perhaps its secrets were not yet fully revealed. The protagonist wrapped his body in a thick mantle of mana, and then he moved on, in search of an opportunity that would change the course of the battle forever and leave a mark on history. The system window suddenly reported a new technique had been unlocked. A level 55 martial art known as the 8 Signs Step, a step that has been the stuff of legends. The man hit the monster, which was full of teeth, and he threw the worm aside, causing the creature to rise in fury. And at that moment, Ion realized that today he was in perfect shape, and every step he took was full of strength. Suhyeok felt like he might never be able to catch up to this guy. And deep down, Instructor Shar couldn't help but admire his polished movements and ability to conserve resources. Is it possible that in such a short time he became a truly exceptional teacher? Monsters began to force their way in from different directions, filling the desert, and the man, as if gliding on the wind, walked around them. He struck blows imbued with the power of a demon, and the next moment a bloody explosion was heard. Blood gushed out, leaving scarlet marks on the sand, like a painting of death. The guy didn't even notice how exactly they managed to destroy such a large number of opponents. Everything happened as if in a dream. He caught the surprised, almost admiring glances of his companions. 2 weeks of continuous training inside the portals flew by like an intense day. All teams completed the course successfully, not counting the third group, which always lagged behind in every direction. Although this has happened before. But this time his broadcast managed to exceed expectations and show outstanding results. After a while, Instructor Shar expressed her approval to the entire squad. From now on, no one will dare to call these fighters simple, inexperienced recruits. Now their successes have become known, and the best guilds have already taken notice of them. Each person has their own path, but for Instructor Shar, they will always be her students. He recalled that they don't yet have any glory or titles, but the opportunity to protect people is an honor in itself. Instructor Shar believed they would make the right decision, one that wouldn't lead to regret. This was the end of training. They gave it their all, working to the limits of their abilities. Ion ran to the woman and burst into tears, hugging her with all sincerity, realizing that without the support of his mentor, he would never have been able to give his all. Instructor Shar was genuinely happy, because it was an honor for her to walk alongside these kids to the end of the road. Still, Ion was worried. Would she ever see her mentor again? What if he didn't even have a phone to text? Instructor Shar said, "If fate is kind, you will surely hear about it, perhaps even in the whisper of the desert wind." These words only moved Ion even more, and tears flowed with renewed vigor. Suhyeok was not left out either. Instructor Shar knew of his criminal record, but never held anything against him. She saw his awakening as an attempt to restore his lost honor. But the man himself felt neither honor nor noble intentions in himself. After all he wanted was a lot of money, without thinking about the meaning of his instructions. Suhyeok burst into tears as he realized he could have earned money honestly. But he chose the path of profit, filled with lies. But suddenly her tears stopped. The instructor never, during the entire time, expressed any kind of contempt or shame towards him. A man's past doesn't define him. Let him remember the trials Lander endured. Now he has no reason to regret or grieve for the past. The woman advised to direct their efforts to protect others, and if he did, he might find redemption, and she promised to take care of him. The protagonist felt a great honor to fight under the leadership of such a mentor. They exchanged a firm handshake, and Shar, looking into his eyes, promised to meet him on the battlefield. The weather that day was really clear, as if the sun was blessing its farewell to Shahar. Now the boys were going to register as hunters in the association. After all, each awakened person received their own rank, from 1 to 13. There was only one rank 13 holder in the country, and 5 who had reached strength level 12. These 6 men were South Korea's shield, preventing the enemy from invading. The protagonist wondered which path of defense he would choose, considering that not even any newcomer is capable of reaching the first rank. The employee wearily announced the result of the classification, and the boy was shocked to the depths of his soul. It was an unexpected result. A message appeared on the screen. I had received rank 6. The following chart shows the world 8. They were considered the pinnacle of the human race, the ideal of fighting power. These were the awakened ones who had reached the legendary rank 13, the true elite before whom even kings bowed. Among them, one particularly talented young man stood out. After completing his training and celebrating his 20th birthday, this non-guild loner had reached rank 4 and was tirelessly clearing portals as if he were an army in his own right. The name of this exceptional warrior is Baek Muhak. Such a rapid rise has never been seen in Korea or the world. The boy realized that his own result managed to surpass Baek Muhaka's record, which was a surprise. The office clerk asked me to wait a bit, promising to complete the registration soon and issue a hunting license. The young man did not expect that there would be hunters on the planet with such monstrous strength and skill. He recalled how the Alliance of Worlds assessed the potential of Earthlings at an average level, lower even than that of the elves, and the leaders of the Alliance were celestial beings, considered the absolute pinnacle in the hierarchy of races throughout the universe. The human race was in a middle-class position, and the prospect of a confrontation with demons was only a theory. The hierarchy of power in the galaxy was built on a scale established by the celestial race, and the Earthlings were still in the shadows. But the pace of human development was becoming alarming. The inhabitants of Earth were developing faster than everyone else. The officer handed the man a wristband, informing him that the license was ready and that he could now review the information. The young man put on the bracelet. I saw the radiation of mana, and before his eyes appeared a system window with characteristics that he took for a magical phenomenon. The assistant explained that the bracelets were created by gnomes, and the spells for them were cast by elven sorcerers. The boy was impressed by the quality of the device, and the employee curiously asked him if he had any questions. Suddenly, an unknown voice called the young man, and when he turned around, he saw Shinwoo standing next to him. Shinwoo apologized for the suddenness, and activating his bracelet, he showed a license that flashed the 11th place, which amazed the boy. This fact surprised the young hunter, and Shinwoo, like an old friend, was glad to meet such a promising newcomer. He expressed his desire to chat a little, and cheerful music began to play in the office, as if setting the tone for the conversation. Shinwoo invited the boy to sit down, promising to treat him to something especially tasty, as if he was happy to have a guest. The loud melody caught the hunter's attention, while Shinwoo, oblivious to everything, continued with his daily affairs. The boy didn't like this noisy environment. An unexpected heater in the office surprised the hunter, but Shinwoo just said that to avoid paying attention. He's sensitive to the cold, and it was cold outside. And he came to the conclusion that in front of him was clearly a very peculiar person, with far from trivial habits. A couple of minutes later, Shinwoo poured coffee into a glass and offered him a gift, claiming that this drink delights foreigners and he himself adores it. He asked the boy if he minded, and he, although he acknowledged that it was regular instant coffee, did not refuse. Shinwoo didn't like having someone else make him a drink. His assistants were busy with more important things and he wasn't clumsy. The boy was interested in knowing what Shinwoo meant, what his plan was, and what was behind this kindness. Shinwoo noticed that the boy wasn't the type to waste time on meaningless conversations, and he liked that. He invited the young hunter to join the Awakened Association, but he briefly and decisively refused. Shinwoo realized that the person in front of him was straightforward in nature. That much had been clear from the start. He wasn't surprised. Hunters rarely seek out partnerships, so he asked a new, more appropriate question. The boy interrupted him and informed him beforehand that he was not interested in guilds and did not plan to join any. Shinwoo was amazed. Could that guy really read minds? But the young man simply stated that he had a feeling the question was imminent, and added that he had no intention of leaving the country. These words pleased Shinwoo, because he himself was devoted to his native Korea and understood this young warrior. The boy surprised him, especially considering he had recently emerged from a deep coma and was just beginning his journey. Shinwoo wanted to know what the hunter's goal was. If possible, he wanted to help in any way he could. Later, the young man walked down the street, remembering the vice president of the Awakening Association, who had made a great impression on him. She hoped to get answers from him, but her thoughts kept going back to Chanhyuk and Yoon. How were they? A notification about new messages appeared on the screen, and when I opened it, the boy saw a nice photo of his friends. and along with it, the news that they had reached the 3rd rank. The young hunter was happy. Now they wouldn't be bored and the path to the peaks was closer to them. He sent them his congratulations and wished them to continue moving forward with the same confidence and drive. But suddenly a penetrating current of energy was felt from behind, and the boy immediately understood that it wasn't just a feeling. Clearly something dangerous was happening there. A bright light caught his attention, and the hunter realized that he urgently had to find the origin of this phenomenon. He soon ran towards the building, where a mysterious portal opened, the origin of which seemed inexplicable even to him. Municipal services announced the opening of the portal, and residents were asked to take shelter at the Sinshan subway station and remain calm. A 5th-rank portal appeared near the station, causing alarm. The security officer began organizing the evacuation and directed people to a safe shelter. 10 people were reported to have already been dragged into the portal and maybe on the other side. It was decided to let 5 who had woken up pass, and immediately a group of 5 fighters ran towards the portal, ready to enter into battle against the unknown threat. The townspeople gathered near the gate, confused and anxious. They didn't know what to do except hope the hunters would arrive soon. The boy looked around in surprise. Was no one trying to help those inside? Several men looked at each other, as if unable to understand how this man could not know the obvious. The civilians were immediately ordered to take cover. One of the hunters asked, "Is the one before them truly an awakened being?" The silver bracelet clearly reveals his status. Their look of surprise revealed that the man's rank was higher than they expected, and he coldly confirmed that he was a hunter. A young hunter named Kim Yuman introduced himself as a 3rd-rank guard and explained that the others hadn't arrived yet. Was this guy really going there alone? The man reminded that in case of real danger, the guards have the right to enter the gate first, without waiting for others. Kim Yuman nodded but still clarified, only in truly critical circumstances. The man frowned. In his opinion, wasn't this an obvious emergency? The portal was open, and people's lives were in danger. Yuman simply shrugged. He saw no reason to unnecessarily risk the lives of those who might be useful in the future. A few lost civilians are no reason to rush to certain death, especially if you wear the mantle of the awakened. These people are special, and the fate of ordinary citizens, unfortunately, is not always favorable. The man could barely contain his contempt. How could anyone say something like that out loud? But to Yuman, it sounded almost like common sense. The guy thought differently. If you have power, hiding is the same as being a nobody, regardless of rank. Yuman smiled skeptically, as if standing before him was a man who had decided he was no longer interested in life. Although the boy did not speak of justice out loud, he felt it deep inside. In times like these, cowardice is unacceptable. The hunter asked in confusion what all this was about, and in response he only received a heavy look full of contempt. In his opinion, it is shameful to receive billions from the state and have them idle, as if they were empty ornaments. The guy took off running, passing her at such speed that it seemed like he had disappeared into thin air, which made Yuman furious and confused. The hunter cried out, remembering that entering the portal on his own was a direct violation of the law. The man had to stop. Otherwise, this would be reported to the association, and the consequences would be serious. But the boy saw no point in collaborating with cowards. It would be better for them to return to their parents' home and at least try to become good children. Without turning around, he entered the portal, leaving behind words full of irritation. Did he really consider himself invincible? Yuman was sure that self-confident fool would quickly recover his senses. Let the monsters explain to him where his place lay. But suddenly the hunter's attention was drawn to another person walking towards the portal. It was Hwan Taemin. He firmly believed that there was only death inside, and that there was virtually no way out. But unlike Yuman, Taemin had no intention of hiding. He felt a responsibility towards those in trouble. Inspired by his actions, other hunters followed suit, though Yuman did not hide his disdain. In his eyes, they all looked like crazy people who suddenly decided they were heroes. Meanwhile, inside the portal, the man felt that the situation had escalated. He was trapped. A scream coming from somewhere nearby pierced my consciousness with fear. It sounded like a real plea for help. He began to flee from danger. Panicked, he didn't know what to do. After all, he had a daughter, Myeon, a wife, obligations, and life insurance. A false step, and the man fell to the ground, directly at the foot of a huge, sinister flower. The monster instantly entangled him in vines, squeezed his leg, and lifted him into the air, as if trying to assert its power. But the man knew that he could not die. He had not yet fulfilled his role in this world. A cry of desperation, full of hope, was heard. "Someone, please save me!" From afar, he noticed a figure approaching through the boiling mana. It was an awakened being that was rapidly approaching him. The man begged him to save him, knowing that only he could pull him from the clutches of death. In front of them stood Eitel, a monster shaped like a giant flower with petals painted a sinister purple. It swung its long, seemingly living, tentacle-like vines, raining down blows. The man regretted not having a sword with him. Then he would have finished off the creature quickly. But even without a weapon, his strength was impressive. With a sharp movement of his leg, he punched the air and created a shockwave. He knew exactly how to attack such a monster. The main thing was to choose the moment. The vanishing hail technique allowed the subject to shatter powerful stems, depriving the enemy of support. The man, saved from death, looked at his savior with admiration. This power seemed almost supernatural, but the hunter just nodded, showing that everything was fine now. There was no longer any threat. The rescuer introduced himself as Suhyeok, a 6th rank holder. The man sincerely thanked the boy for his help. And then, in the distance, the voices of other hunters who had just approached were heard. They were rushing to offer support. Han Taemin quickly got his bearings and first asked if anyone was hurt. Seeing Eitel dead, I couldn't believe that one man could have dealt with such a threat alone. The man briefly confirmed that the victims had been saved and was now going to look for the rest. He asked the others to stay there and take care of the rescued man. Taemin yelled at him, noticing that the hunter didn't even have a gun. He took off his sword and extended it. It was especially effective against Eitel. The boy thanked him for his help, assuring him that the weapon was strong and reliable. After that, he quickly climbed the trees, determining the direction of the next target. There was life in the air, many creatures ahead. About 24 people were swept into the portal, but so far only one has been rescued. The protagonist was determined to save everyone trapped and close the portal at any cost today. On the territory of the portal, the main task of any hunter is to destroy the central core of cosmic energy, the mechanism that initiates the vital activity of this area of reality and does not allow it to disappear. The heart of the portal can take any form: a sentient being, a mystical artifact, or even an entire building. If the ruler of this world is destroyed prematurely, the structure will collapse and everyone in it will be doomed. Therefore, the young hunter must first save the survivors, and only then enter into battle with the main monster. Fortunately, he hadn't wasted any time yet. Hope still glimmered, and the boy had no intention of giving up. Although he hadn't held a sword in his hands for a long time, the man still remembered every movement perfected over the years. The young man furiously attacked the flower monster, mercilessly cutting through the dense vines with his powerful weapon. Race after race, like a raging hurricane, it tore its way through the vegetation. A system window appeared before my eyes. The hero reached a new level and activated the ability to fuse body and sword. In combat mode, the flow of chi energy was amplified by 50%, and the power of each blow increased by up to 30%. It seemed like the technique of the Hwan sword masters, something only a few could achieve. After a while, the young fighter went out in search of the survivors. He ordered his companions to hold the line and wait for his return with the survivors. One of the hunters looked at him doubtfully, not understanding whether help was necessary after so many victories over Eitel. Fortunately, the portal area was relatively small, giving everyone a chance to escape. The man promised to rescue everyone who remained alive, but he warned that if people dispersed, they would have to find additional meeting points. Separation became necessary, and safe zones required precise coordination. The boy unfolded the map, and at that moment, Han Taemin offered to send the coordinates through the system messenger. The main character was really surprised by the bracelet's capabilities. After all, no one had really talked about its functions until then, which raised many questions. The broadcast was successful. Although Han Taemin regretted not being able to participate in the battle, he understood that not all hunters were fit for battle, and that was okay. For the young swordsman, it was already important that his companions were not afraid and decided to help. The boy suggested that they focus on finding and protecting the victims, and he himself launched himself back into battle. The hunters' coordinated actions bore fruit. The survivors were rescued quickly and without loss. After introducing himself, the young man thoughtfully asked about his injuries and received words of gratitude and hope in response. After a while, Han Taemin reported good news. All 22 people were found and saved. This news really inspired the hunter, because now he could concentrate solely on the battle. All that was left for him to do was destroy the power source that powered this portal and erase it forever. After a while, he went out to the boss. The creature stood before him, its petals reaching upward, each 10 feet tall. But there was no time to lose. Everything was moving towards the end. The blade whistled through the air and slammed into the monster's flesh. But the result was disastrous. The enemy resisted the blow. The fighter realized that the technique of an ordinary swordsman was powerless in that case. The bosses were much more powerful than the other creatures. The guy wasn't a fan of forbidden power, but he had no choice. Before him was the opportunity to use a high-level technique, driven not by the body, but by will itself. A demonic sword technique that can not only kill but also tear the soul from the body. If the young man manages to fully unleash this power, he will become almost invincible. But the danger lay in its dark nature and had to be handled with care. Now his only enemy was a flower demon named Itel. It was he at whom the fatal blow of the demonic technique was directed. A blow that pierces the mind and breaks the threads of life. Killed the main boss of this portal with one hit. The system notified us again about the level increase. The hero's strength increased. Inside, he struggled against the onslaught of a sinister will, but his spiritual strength prevented the darkness from taking over him completely. A new passive ability granted him immunity to powerful mental attacks. This gift amazed the fighter because with such skill, paths were open to incredible opportunities. Now he had mastered the 5th rank martial art to perfection, and having cleared the mind of darkness, he alone managed to destroy this distorted world and received the title of Destroyer. Meanwhile, outside, the comrades who were at the exit were beside themselves with anxiety. Every minute without him became an eternity. The protagonist conveyed the message that he was fine and soon left. But one of the hunters was already beginning to prepare for the worst. Hwan Continent agreed. The delay was too long and that didn't bode well. The main character briefly thanked for the sword. He proved to be a reliable and invaluable ally in battle. Hwan Continent admitted that he had invested all his savings in the weapon. It was a dwarven forged sword, and was glad that it had helped. But then the head of the KR Guild, a 7th rank hunter named Kim Min, approached the hunter. He reported that the group was about to enter the portal to perform a cleansing and invited the hero to join. But his assistant stopped them, pointing at the disappearing funnel. The world froze, everyone understood. This guy cleared the portal completely and without any help. It was unthinkable. It exceeded expectations and became a true workhorse. Kim Min was not happy that the main character not only managed to close the portal on his own, but he returned safe and sound, becoming a hero in the eyes of the assembled people, which irritated him. According to the official, all this was, of course, impressive, but the fact remains a fact. The guy broke the rules, since he was strictly prohibited from entering the portal alone, which is clearly stated in the laws. Hwan Continent had a hard time understanding this logic and simply ordered them to stop harassing the protagonist. Since he was not alone, he was accompanied. However, the man was not going to retreat. He could barely contain his anger, for he was sure that he had really broken the rules. And despite everything, he still entered the portal alone. Hwan Continent quickly realized that there was no point in arguing with him, but Kim kept insisting that he had warned everyone that the guy would come alone. But no one listened. He was openly indignant and insisted that if everyone acted at their own discretion, the laws would simply lose all meaning. The townspeople began to gather in the streets, watching the unfolding scene in surprise and unable to understand why, instead of gratitude, they heard accusations. People did not hide their indignation. How could the representatives of the association behave like this in front of everyone? These words deeply affected the already irritated Kim Min. His face darkened and he became even angrier. In a fit of rage, the official decided to show the awakened man what happens to those who dare to ignore the rules, grabbed him by the clothes, and growled a threat. The young man held his gaze calmly, without moving or showing any aggression in response. Kim Min said that if he dared to hit him, it would be another rape, and he would personally make sure the boy went to prison and wrote letters of complaint to his mother from there. The protagonist listened silently to this torrent of verbal abuse until suddenly someone's fist hit the official in the stomach. Kim Min doubled over and fell to the ground, losing control of the situation. It was Kim In-yu, who was furious at the official's absurd behavior, and thought it would have been better to thank the hero for saving lives and closing the portal. The man loudly declared that accusing a person who had saved dozens of people of a crime was the height of ingratitude, and in general, did he know why the woke existed? Kim Min didn't even realize that the person standing in front of him was the KR Guild leader himself, the one who had beaten him up. Meanwhile, another person came out onto the street. Shin-woo, asking everyone to calm down, heard the entire conversation. This man, the vice president of the Awakened Association, he began by apologizing to the townspeople for not reacting in time and promising that it would never happen again. If someone is injured, they are entitled to free treatment at any hospital that collaborates with the association. All expenses will be covered. An old man, barely containing his emotions, said that without the young hero they would not exist, and asked not to punish him. Another man burst into tears, admitting that he never expected to see his family again and was convinced the boy deserved no blame. Shin-woo tried to calm him down, promising that no sanctions would be applied against the hero. He suggested everyone update their wristbands so they work properly, adding that if the association reverts to old methods again, no one will allow that to happen again. The young hero was surprised by such a fair decision, not expecting everything to turn out exactly like this. Shin-woo reported that the solo status officially allows entry into the portal without a team, and the hero did not violate anything. Furthermore, Suhyeok, who performed a feat, saved many lives and therefore deserves to be rewarded. He invited the crowd to applaud the hero, and the crowd responded with joy, bursting into applause. Thanks to the vice president's intervention, the conflict was quelled before it got out of hand. For his behavior, Kim Yoo-min was temporarily deprived of his awakened license for 3 months and sent for retraining, after which he faced 6 months of service at the front. But the young hero was promoted to rank 8 and received a cash reward of 20 million won. Although the association has a modest budget, they have donated as much as they could, which is quite generous. However, the boy honestly admitted that this amount also seemed excessive to him and asked not to worry. All he asked was that his name not appear in the news and that he not be made a star. Shin-woo was surprised by such modesty, but immediately agreed to comply with this request. The boy sincerely thanked him for his support, after which he went home, and soon he found himself on the ground, looking at rare mana stones. Each one cost around 80 million won, and he got 2 at a time, an incredible bonus. He remembered that it was Han Tae-min who gave him the stones, because he himself didn't have time to collect the loot while saving people. In this way, another 160 million was added to the money from the association, after deducting taxes, bringing the final amount to 200 million, and the main character received all this wealth in one tense but fruitful day. Now all that was left was to save another 300 million to finally take out a mortgage and fulfill the family's dream of buying their own home. The young man opened the system menu and began to study the flow of information that fell upon him after completing the mission. Suddenly he realized that a simplified information display mode was available and activated it. Now all the details were available at the command, making navigation much easier. The boy became interested in knowing what exactly the title of Destroyer of the Minor World grants and received the answer. Upon entering the portal alone, his stats increase by 5%. This made him happy, because if such bonuses come with a low-level title, what awaits him in the future? It also opened access to many new skills: 8 steps of Taiji, demonic sword, earth energy strikes, and others. The boy was surprised by such a quantity of techniques, especially the passive ability to resist mental attacks. In Hwan, the most difficult magic was illusion magic and spatial manipulation. Now he could easily resist them. For an ordinary person on Earth to achieve something like this, it was necessary to achieve absolute harmony of the spirit. And the main character achieved this state without any effort, simply as a complement to one of his new abilities. If a man can strengthen his harmony and increase his endurance, then not even the strongest illusion can break his mind. Suddenly, Sua entered the room, which greatly frightened her brother, who was completely immersed in reading the information. According to her, the boy had been muttering something to himself for a long time, to which she told him not to pay attention to him. He wasn't entirely sure why she had come in, but Sua had brought some sliced fruit. He thought it was time for a snack. After a while, everyone was sitting on the couch in front of the TV, enjoying apples and relaxing. The news reported about a new portal near which Sua was located today, and scary things were happening there. People fled in panic, and hunters rushed to the scene to stop the impending disaster. The main character was surprised, as if he didn't expect the portal to be so dangerous and unstable. He had asked that his name not be revealed to the press, so there was no need to worry for now. But the boy understood that he couldn't hide his involvement forever. Sooner or later, the truth would come out. Instinctively, she touched the bracelet, and that immediately caught her sister's attention. Maybe it was time to tell everything, because it was getting harder and harder to hide the truth from Sua. But he understood that even if he confessed, she still wouldn't be thrilled with his participation in such events. Suddenly, the girl grabbed his hand and asked him what he had, looking closely at the bracelet. Suha was in shock because she had suspected something similar for a long time, and now it seemed that everything was confirmed. It was hard for her to understand that her brother was actually the awakened one, the one who fought against the portals. The main character recently ended up in a coma. It's very hard to believe that he's capable of doing that now. The young man knew what he was getting into, so he decided to get involved in this story, despite all the obstacles. Suha couldn't believe what she saw, for on his wrist there was already a silver bracelet, a symbol of the 6th rank or higher, and this despite the fact that the boy had recently experienced awakening. The man casually announced that he would soon have a gold bracelet. However, Suha immediately asked him not to tell her such nonsense, not to try to deceive her. Although the guy was actually telling the pure truth, his gift was rare and his abilities enormous. Suha continued to push the thought aside until the news reported some surprising information, from which it became clear that a certain gifted and awakened being played a key role in removing the portal at Sinchon Station. Although the association has so far refrained from making official comments, the higher-ups have already openly stated that this guy could follow in the footsteps of Baek Mu-hak himself, the legendary 8th-rank warrior. Breathing heavily, Suha wondered, what if it was him? And if so, how strong would he be? The host said with a serious expression that this young man became the first in the history not only of Korea, but of the entire world, to receive the 8th rank on the day of his awakening. It wasn't just his skills. The man with an incredible sense of justice threw himself into the thick of things without hesitation. Suha was really surprised to hear about the 8th rank, not believing what she was hearing. Meanwhile, the awakened man himself seemed a little dissatisfied, having asked the vice president not to talk about him. The man he was the first to save from a death trap said in an interview that at that moment he was only thinking about his family, his daughter, and his beloved wife, and that he only wanted one thing: to survive. When that young man appeared, tears sprang to my eyes. Relief washed over me, like the warmth of the spring sun. He honestly admitted that he had not believed in heroes since childhood, but this time his faith was reawakened. However, the boy himself could not be considered a hero. After all, he was sure that every awakened person is obliged to act exactly like this, without hesitation. From that day on, the tension was palpable in the air, as if something were about to happen. This world might not be lost yet. Everyone expected this man to succeed, because the news of the genius's awakening spread around the world. Shinwoo strictly followed the man's request and did not reveal his name, convincing even the survivors to remain silent. In response, the awakened expressed his gratitude, and Shinwoo commented that he should simply enjoy the moment, because despite the chaos and danger, he had accomplished an act worthy of legends. Shinwoo became a true fan of this nameless hero, and if he had less responsibilities, he would have founded a fan club without a second thought. When the man asked with a smile if he was the one writing all those enthusiastic comments, Shinwoo responded mysteriously, as if implying that his identity was shrouded in mystery. When discussing all this with Suha, the boy didn't object. Perhaps it was worth confusing the parents a little. After all, if they discover the whole truth, they won't be able to bear it. Their nerves simply won't be able to cope with such a revelation. The next objective was clear. The gold bracelet had to be obtained as soon as possible. After all, this is a symbol of the 9th rank and higher, granting the right to state protection and privileges. The third rule, and no less important, is to stay out of trouble at all costs. Even Suha knew she couldn't hold this guy off for long, but if he really heard your words, then he really cares. However, the young man understood that if everything continued in the same spirit, sooner or later those around him would begin to recognize him and it would no longer be possible to hide. The decision came quickly. He decided to buy a mask. It may sound stupid, but it's better to look ridiculous than to become a victim of someone else's attention. Meanwhile, the internet was in complete disarray. Users were building theories, suspecting conspiracies, but for man, it became something habitual, like breathing, which simply happens on its own. In Hwang's country, rumors always swirled behind him, like winds that always blow. In just 1 month, this boy managed to overcome 20 portals without any help, an achievement worthy of legend. Although the press did not say a word about it, people couldn't help but notice the mysterious masked man silently leaving the portals, and the audience began to ask questions. because this nameless hero was no longer a myth. He had become a reality that had emerged from the shadows. All eyes turned to him. Who was he, this mysterious protector? Meanwhile, within the walls of the Baekdusan Guild, the boy couldn't find a place for himself. His thoughts were heavy, like stones pressing on his head, giving him neither peace nor rest. Sa-Yul, with a touch of irritation, advised him to stop constantly pressing the buttons on his phone. The young man did not understand what they were trying to get out of him, because for him, inaction was a real torture, worse than pain. Sa-Yul couldn't even imagine that the future leader of the strongest guild in all of Korea was standing in front of him. He pointed out that if the boy was so impatient, maybe it was time to think about a meeting. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense anyway. The boy asked in surprise if it was a joke, to which Sa-Yul nodded reservedly. It seemed the time had come. Sitting and tormenting yourself with anticipation is useless. If the encounter happens, then ignoring it will no longer be possible. Suddenly, ice covered the young man's legs. Sa-Yul's antics angered him, because no one warned us not to act so hastily. There were calls and messages, but no response, which made it clear that the guy had no interest in the guild. The young man was seething with rage. Were they really going to stand by and watch the nameless man slip through their fingers like sand? The name Bakmuhak sounded like a mockery. He manipulated the situation as he saw fit. The man in the formal suit was sure that the nameless man was the hero everyone was looking for. But even if this were not the case, the importance of this fact would not be diminished in the least. Suhyeok's potential was similar to what the nameless one showed, which meant only one thing. Events would inevitably lead them to a collision. During training, Sa-Yul noticed that the boy was too susceptible to the influence of other people's opinions, and this suited his character well. This man could have made a contract with anyone. He was not subordinate to anyone. He was free. Trying to pressure him is a mistake worthy only of inexperienced amateurs. But there was one. Shahar Kalafuriat. The boy was surprised. Why her? Why was her name mentioned? Sa-Yul calmly explained that she was his mentor. Although the woman herself denied it, there was definitely a special connection between them, and their friendship was strong as steel. The boy understood perfectly well that his charisma might not be enough, because she was not just a person, but something much bigger than one could imagine. Sa-Yul knew that she could not be persuaded, because she was the mentor not only of this man, but also of other outstanding awakened ones. He handed over recordings of calls in which the hero's voice could be heard, from those who were actually in contact with him and communicated regularly. The boy studied the list and, without hesitation, realized that the company's offer had already been sent to Ian. Sa-Yul was well aware that, apart from his family, she was the only person truly important to him. Perhaps it was worth talking to her. The chance of success justified the risk. The man gave permission, but he himself didn't know what the next step would be. Sa-Yul assumed that he would sign a contract with his guild, and that would definitely increase his chances of winning to a new level. The boy asked, "What will happen next? Will they contact the nameless man directly?" The plan proposed by the scheming Sa-Yul seemed quite tempting to him, and he immediately gave the order to begin without delay. After a while, a man named Suhyeok entered the portal, obviously intending to make some money. He fought giant praying mantises. I wonder if the creatures are using space-time distortion. He used a fighting technique known as the Iron Fist, piercing through his enemies with his unyielding power. He ended the fight with a blow from destructive darkness. There was no more hope for the monster to save itself. Finding himself among a pile of corpses, the man received a message from the system. His level had increased. Full synchronization was also achieved with the A-rank technique called Iron Fist. Watching the currents of energy pulsing around his body, the man murmured about the need to grow. It was as far from ideal as the moon. The path was difficult and thorny. Suhyeok extracted the mana stone from the defeated mantis's body using a dagger. A smile crossed his face. The day was clearly going well. The monsters, despite their size, were useless. The only valuable assets were their front legs, which he ripped off. The image of artisans willing to pay 10 million won for a single pair came to mind. Those customers were valuable. He packed the trophies in 2 bags. The preliminary estimate was no less than 50 million. A strange object hovered over the battlefield, emitting dangerous energy radiation. Apparently, this was the epicenter of the portal's cosmic power, a threat that needed to be eliminated. Without saying goodbye, the guy threw the dagger directly at the target. The center burst into flames and turned to dust. He threw the bags into the all-terrain vehicle and took the driver's seat without wasting any time. The guy just walked out of here like he was in the movie Fast and Furious. He passed a destroyed gate, where soldiers were standing guard at the entrance. His reaction was not surprising. Once again, Nameless carried out the purge alone. To them, he had long since become something more than a man, an incarnate storm that had burst into this world. As he drove the all-terrain vehicle, the man reflected that the new purchase had justified his purchase. It was now possible to transport tons of loot without fear of overload. Equipment is half the success of a lone wolf. The machine's dwarf construction inspired confidence. A solid body, a powerful engine, a charm of carrying capacity. Although the $800 million price tag seemed crazy, it increasingly paid off with each incursion. Upon arriving at the required building, I heard Ocean Woo's voice on the phone. He was already aware of the successful cleanup. Suhyeok confirmed the information. In his hands were 2 pairs of praying mantis legs and several mana stones. Ocean promised to send specialists for an evaluation. And the man, in turn, asked about rank 6-7 portals. The response wasn't encouraging. All the good spots had long since been acquired by the guilds. Only low-ranking portals remained. Although perhaps it's time to allow yourself a little rest. Work requires too much energy. Ocean offered to go to the office for coffee, but the man declined and promised to stop by later. Ocean promised to personally convey the production estimate as soon as the figures were known. Suhyeok walked slowly down the street, mentally returning to his goal, reaching rank 9 as quickly as possible. Only then will he be able to reveal the truth to his parents, without fear or dissimulation. His gaze fell on the phone screen. A message from Soa. The girl told him to come back immediately. He trades, and also sees a message from Baek Yi-yeon. He received an offer from the Baek Du-san Guild. The terms were so favorable it was hard to believe. She asked for advice, whether to accept immediately or whether it would be better to resolve the union's internal politics first. She was deeply moved and, if all went well, suggested celebrating at a restaurant. Suhyeok replied with a faint smile, "Let him let me know as soon as everything is approved. He'll try to be there." After a brief exchange, the man ordered food at one of the empty cafes. It was too early for lunch, and that was the reason for the silence inside. He overheard snatches of someone else's conversation. 2 people were discussing the nameless one. It turned out he had recently visited the association, having handed in his mana stones and paws. Even the vice president got involved in the sale. It's not every day you meet a newcomer with that much power. No wonder. The boy, even though he had just woken up, had already attracted the attention of those in power. It is evident that influential forces are trying to secure their loyalty. After all, competitors are not asleep. If you go abroad, press scandals are guaranteed. Losing someone like that is a catastrophe. It was even said that he was capable of eclipsing Baek Muhaka himself, a living legend. The interlocutors changed the subject and began to talk about Tranen, a mysterious world they had not been able to study. The portal has been open for 3 months, but the energy center remains unknown. People are nervous. It's strange that there haven't been any protests yet, given the tension surrounding the situation. But the most interesting thing is that the association came into contact with the elves of Elfenheim. The new elven instructor had arrived recently. Her beauty was almost supernatural. The elves created a device that could detect the portal's power center within a radius of 1 kilometer. Having finished his meal, the man approached the cafe employee to pay for his order. The usual bustle reigned on the street. There were no more empty doorways. No construction work was in sight for the moment. However, it was still too risky to go to Tranen alone. But perhaps now was the opportunity for a breakthrough. He picked up the phone and dialed Ocean's number. The line was busy. Suhyeok chuckled as he realized everyone was up to their necks in work. "But if you hurry, you can avoid the guild hunters and win the jackpot." Park Moo-gi approached the man. Suhyeok held his gaze. So much fame at such a young age. It's no wonder the boy became a little arrogant. He called the boy by name, smiling. Nameless Hero is a very fitting nickname. The man said he was a busy person and added that he had little time, so he would speak directly. "Does the guy know who's standing in front of him?" Suhyeok was genuinely surprised and made it clear he didn't know. Irritated, Moo-gi said his name, noting with a hint of bitterness that the other person seemed unwilling to communicate. The main character looked at him with a slight smile, making it clear to himself that he himself didn't particularly like empty talk. Is it a matter of complexes or a stubborn desire to prove something? In a world where power decides everything, These questions seem naive. The magician suddenly began to radiate a dark and oppressive energy, with an inkling that if this were the case, he would demonstrate what true power was. The boy summoned a dragon made of dense shadow, and he directed this creation directly towards his opponent. Suhyeok skillfully dodged the monster's first burst of fury, realizing that it had an ability that made it almost invisible, a shadow shaman who moved at lightning speed. It is no wonder that such a technique became his main weapon in battle. Easily dodging the attacks, he realized he couldn't hold back. He would have to make a real effort, or just get out of here in a good way. Mugi continued to increase his magic with a smile, noting to himself how skillfully his opponent dodged the killing blows. But, he added mentally, tricks aren't everything. Eels can't be trusted. The boy felt anger boiling in his chest, and gritting his teeth, he ran at full speed, intending to put an end to that farce. Concentrating his strength in his fists, he lunged forward, but the attack could not be completed. A new outbreak of aggression from the creature was too close. Using an illusion technique, he created copies of himself, sending them into battle to surround the enemy from different sides. A little bewildered, the magician noticed with surprise what was happening. He clearly did not expect this. He cast fiery spells, radiating passion. Looks like things are starting to get a bit like a real fight. The protagonist assessed the moment and realized that now, while the enemy was distracted by deception, the time had come for a decisive attack. But Mugi quickly oriented himself and, changing the direction of the flame, managed to detect the true enemy. The boy told himself that even though fire was magical, it was still fire, which meant it had a weakness. With a movement of his foot, he triggered a deadly impulse, a deadly wind that can scatter even enchanted flames. Visibly alarmed, the wizard was surprised to think that this newcomer had only woken up a couple of months ago and was already doing something like this. The guy was in a fighting stance, and his entire figure was filled with a powerful aura, foreshadowing the release of a secret martial arts technique. He launched the 100 Steps Divine Fist, a legendary move that involved an air elemental punch. Mugi miraculously remained standing, but when I opened my eyes, I saw, as if 2 fingers of his opponent were already on his chest. With a serious look, he made it clear that this was the point of death. Touching it meant the end. The surprised magician froze, not knowing how to react. That art does not belong to magic. It is something else. The boy calmly said that he didn't understand the reasons for her appearance, but he hoped their paths wouldn't cross again. The relationship between them and their guild is no longer friendly. There will be no more warnings, only death. Mugi shouted, challenging the name of the enemy, and asked if he understood that the entire structure of the 8 worlds was hunting him. Do you really think these groups are noble heroes? Maybe they have the power, but facing such a colossus alone is suicidal. He needs to join them, and then all doors will open for him. He's doomed alone, but with the guild's support he can achieve anything. They're waiting for this bastard. A short time later, Suhyeok staggered into the dark courtyard, coughing heavily as drops of blood fell onto the stones beneath his feet. It felt like an unknown force erupted from within, expelling all living things. Chances are you've gone too far in the final phase of the battle and now urgently need to implement the next stage of the plan. After all, right in front of him was one of Korea's 5 rank 12 awakened, and a fight with such a fighter is not in vain. If the fight had dragged on, he would not have seen victory. But there were no regrets. The main thing was that he managed to inflict damage on the self-confident upstart. Furthermore, the 8 worlds are now looking for his head, which means it's time to prepare for a serious confrontation. Unlike Mugi, they will be much harder to stop. You'll have to go all out to stand a chance in this fight. In parallel to these events at the airport, Vladimir Andreev appeared accompanied by security guards. Baek Chumun rushed to meet him and addressed him respectfully, calling him sir. The people around him stared in amazement. Someone in the crowd whispered that the man was something of an actor. No one knew exactly who he was, but his face clearly seemed vaguely familiar to many. Chumun apologized lamentably for the flow of people, explaining that if he had known in advance, he could have warned. Vladimir reacted badly, pointing out that he didn't have time for ceremony. He himself hadn't expected everything to have to be done in a hurry. They drive together to the car, and on the way the man asked who was hiding behind the appearance of the nameless one. Chumun turned to him and told him that it had been several months since the boy had come out of the coma he had been in for a long time. He was recorded as a victim of the portal incident, but after awakening, he began to level up rapidly. Vladimir asked him about his age, and having learned the number, He thoughtfully said that that was precisely why he had come there. The next battle promised to be really exciting. When will Bak Muhak appear? Chamun mentioned that he heard that we shouldn't expect this guy before next spring, so we'll have to be patient. Vladimir exhaled irritably, showing impatience, and noted with a smile that he had apparently decided to disappear from sight again for a whole year. A true training maniac, it couldn't be any other way. He was and remains the same. The driver looked in the rearview mirror, and he looked at his reflection, realizing that in front of him sat the very Prince of Blood, the legendary Lord of the Night, the Russian star of hunters, one of the powerful representatives of the 8 worlds, and therefore there was no point in being surprised by his arrogance. Vladimir caught the young man's eye, and without hiding his irony, he asked if his tone towards the gentleman had bothered him. Chamun turned around and realized that the driver was too young to be involved in conversations at that level. The man narrowed his eyes sarcastically and added that, no matter how you looked at it, he was right. That stubborn man had fled to the mountains and now he had to come here. Was he really opposed to it? The driver shook his head reservedly, and Vladimir, with a lazy smile, patted him on the shoulder and added that it wouldn't hurt him to relax a little. His face had become completely stony. Chamun sensed that the situation was starting to get heated and quickly declared that he would deal with that insolent young man himself. Vladimir remembered knowing Bek Muhak since he'd slipped under the table, barely reaching his seat. Back then, there was no talk of school, and now some of this ex-baby's pup dares to oppose him? The driver frowned and firmly demanded that the man not dare insult his master. Magic began to flow slowly from Vladimir as he asked if that really sounded like an insult. The flow of energy reached the young man, and immediately he felt his body paralyzed. He was completely immobilized. Any longer and it would simply be gone. The body trembled with uncontrollable fear, and Chamun, noticing the change, asked what had happened. The driver looked ahead and wasn't sure if he had really stopped on the edge or if it was just a trick of the senses. Chamun asked in a reserved tone if there would be any objection if they made a brief stop. Vladimir nodded with a lazy smile, noting that just look at this guy, pale as chalk. I'm still alive, which means the day isn't as bad as it could have been. The next morning, Suhyeok woke up in bed and immediately felt the painful echoes of yesterday's battle. His insides still seemed to burn inside. It seems he's gone too far. If he keeps jumping through portals and getting into fights at the same rate, this persistent pain will drive you crazy. You need to stop and recover. His mother entered the room, and she realized with surprise that he was spending the night at home again. This hadn't happened for a long time, and now it suddenly coincided with his day off. Then my dad came over and suggested they go on a family outing. Since everyone was free, why not spend the day together? Sua ran towards them with a squeal of joy, beaming with happiness, and joined in the proposal. The man turned his gaze to his loved ones and asked if everyone really had a day off today. They nodded in response, and he said half-jokingly, "They could have informed us in advance, so I wouldn't have planned anything different for this morning." The father, smiling, ironically commented that he didn't actually have a job. What other plans could he have? Suhyeok chuckled and replied that even the unemployed had their own things to do, even if they weren't official. The father continued with a thoughtful look that the boy comes home late every day and constantly talks about training. Is he hiding something? Suhyeok shook his head, but the mother gently patted her husband on the shoulder, pointing out that it wasn't necessary to know everything, even as a father. The boy had his own personal secrets, too. He winked mischievously at his son and asked if he had understood everything correctly. Her father nodded and admitted he was simply worried, especially now, when she was feeling better for the first time in a long time and wanted to get some fresh air. He suggested taking a walk along the Hangang, perhaps going to the cinema afterwards, and ending the day in a cozy restaurant. Sua enthusiastically supported the idea. It had been a long time since they last spent time together as a family. Suhyeok nodded with a slight smile, indicating that in that case, Mom wouldn't have to cook today. The woman clenched her fist and narrowed her eyes, asking in disgust what he meant by that. Did he think her cooking wasn't up to par? The young man was quick to justify himself, adding that he was simply happy to have the opportunity to relieve her of her routine. The mother immediately perked up, and Sua suggested that they at least bring something to eat if they were going to the park anyway. As soon as the words left his lips, everyone looked simultaneously at their father, and the boy involuntarily admitted that he really was the best cook. The father, pleased with the attention, he said with a smile that he would now prove his worth. For now, they can watch television and he will take care of the cooking. The man started to cook, and Sua asked with admiration who taught him to handle food so well. After a short cooking time, the father proudly placed the dish on the table and loudly announced, "Everything is ready. Today we will have omelets for breakfast." Suhyeok got a big portion, and the boy wondered in surprise, wouldn't that be too much? My father explained to me that if I trained all night, I had to eat conscientiously. They began to eat, and the mother said gently that work was something that could be acquired, but that for her true happiness was the health of her son. Everyone started praising the food, and suddenly the boy felt a warmth he hadn't felt for a long time. This house was not crowded, it was cozy, but the thoughts still didn't give me peace. Maybe it was time to open up? The father, noticing the boy was absorbed in his thoughts, asked if he had anything to say. After all, he had barely touched the food. Suhyeok put the spoon on the table. He exhaled and admitted that yes, indeed, there was something important he had wanted to talk about for a long time. Sua immediately understood what her brother was about to tell her, and with a quick movement he made it clear that I shouldn't say it out loud. The young man nodded to his sister, wondering where she had gotten such insight. It seemed as if she could read minds. If the boy reveals the truth, the parents will fear the risk of losing their son again, who has just come out of a coma. The young man had around 500 million won in his bank account, a rather substantial sum. With another loan, he could buy a spacious 30-foot apartment for his parents, just as he had dreamed. But Mugi's warning still echoed in his head. The world's top 8 would start looking for him. To take on people like them requires not only strength, but also influence. And influence, as we know, requires money. The boy decided to hold on a little longer, all for the sake of his parents, for the sake of his family. A short time later, the whole family piled into the car and set off, enjoying the rare opportunity to spend the day together. Suhyeok watched the passing scenery and noticed how much the car was shaking. They had needed a new one for a while. The sister pointed her finger toward the window, pointing at a bright advertisement. Where those who woke up showed off, it has now become a familiar sight. Nowadays, waking up has become prestigious. The profession is respected, less dangerous, and some have even become celebrities. If he had strength, perhaps the family would not languish in poverty and would live in prosperity and security. The mother nodded in understanding, but added that she didn't want her daughter to have to carry other people's lives on her conscience. There were more important things. The boy realized that all this applied to him. Sua commented with a sly smile that the beauty of a mother's daughter was also an important indicator of happiness, wasn't it? The man blushed and asked with some embarrassment what was wrong with the girl today, as if she had been replaced. Upon arriving at the park, the family had a small picnic and enjoyed simple pleasures. Suhyeok looked at the faces of his family and understood that moments like these were real life, not vanity and pain. It had been a long time since they could get together as a family. Work, business, illness, everything interfered in those moments. The wasted years fueled the young man's determination to do whatever was necessary to make them happy. After the movie, they went to a restaurant and the mother looked at the sign with doubt. The establishment wasn't cheap. The boy, without losing his good humor, said that since his sister had bought the tickets, dinner was his concern. The woman was shocked. She couldn't believe her son could manage money so freely, given that he had recently been out of work. The protagonist, with a confident smile, explained that everything was under control. He would soon find a decent job. The father asked with some anxiety whether it was worth hurrying, since the body had just recovered from a severe coma. Suhyeok assured him that he felt better than before. He was very strong, and the rest had helped him recover. The mother warmly thanked her son for his efforts and pointed out that if things got difficult, he should definitely tell her. When the plates were empty, the boy sighed with slight sadness, as if he didn't want to let that day pass. The father heard sadness in the boy's voice and asked with interest what exactly had upset him so much. It turned out the man was depressed by how quickly that strange day passed, like sand through his fingers. The wife laughed and said that her husband was becoming more and more sentimental, just like their son. She admitted that such displays of warmth are sometimes even frightening, too touching. The father looked around and asked in surprise where Sue was. The girl had not returned yet. Suhyeok stood up from the table, and he went in search of his sister, assuming that she might be lurking somewhere nearby. At this moment, Han Aryum slapped Sua. The girl was with her friends, and they all laughed at Sua in unison, saying that there was no place for that kind of people in the rich area. With contempt and disdain, they advised him to simply leave and not disgrace himself. and Ryam grabbed the girl by the clothes, and raising his hand threateningly, he asked who he thought it was. At that moment, Suhyeok took the girl's hand, looking at her with a cold and contemptuous expression. The boy pointed out that before him there was only an illusion, a mask. She is not who she says she is. And Ryam narrowed his eyes and defiantly asked who he was to interfere in his affairs. The young man didn't try to hide it. He was Sue's brother, and he wasn't going to allow his sister to be treated like that. Sue got up from the ground, persuading his brother not to get involved, saying that everything was fine, that everything would be fine. But the young man was furious. He was not going to turn a blind eye to the fact that someone had raised their hand against his sister. Dark magic fluttered in the air as it called the offender disgusting. Dark energy spread toward the girl, filling the air with tension. And she, panic-stricken and an evil aura around her, she started waving her arms around, screaming like she was crazy. Sue couldn't help but laugh as if he was watching a circus, and asked if he had imagined it all. And Ryam, turning to her in fury, was indignant. How dare she laugh at such a moment? Suhyeok's seriousness spoke volumes. He would discuss this with his sister privately later. He made it clear that if he didn't want any trouble, she'd better step aside. But Ryam just snorted and reminded them contemptuously that they were of the same poor blood. What could he do? Suhyeok calmly pointed out that poverty was nothing to be ashamed of. The girl, still smiling, declared that in her world, everything is backward. The rich dictate the rules. They decide who can live where and who has the right to speak. If she wants to know why she can kill her sister and get away with it, let her hear it. One phone call and they'll raise the rent so much they'll be thrown out on the street. He should stand up and apologize. The young man was about to answer, but his sister squeezed his sleeve, begging him not to interfere. The boy realized that in front of him was a representative of a wealthy caste with money and power. But to him she was still just a spoiled, loud-mouthed fool who dreamed of seeming important. Neither his clothes nor his status could hide his stinginess. And Ryam jumped up in anger and hit him with her bag. The young man, without losing his composure, easily intercepted the bag, which made the girl even angrier. She screamed that she had no idea how much that accessory cost. If you damaged even one seam, you would die. The young man shook his bag with a smile and asked why he was waving it like a rag. And Ryam said disdainfully that this thing was worth more than he earned in a month. The guy said it was strange. She looks like a beggar, but she humiliates everyone. He demonstratively opened the bag before her eyes, and a look of surprise distorted the girl's face. This made her fall to the ground and with a trembling voice ask if everything that was happening was really real. Suhyeok looked at her calmly, smiling slightly, and assured her that this was not an illusion. It was real life. The girl froze, unable to believe what she saw. After all, her expensive purse had just been ripped open in front of her. With fury on her face, she pointed her finger at the boy, certain that he must be punished. Two aggressive girls rushed at the man, waving their fists, but Suhyeok effortlessly lifted his sister into his arms, and gracefully, as if participating in some kind of dance, he dodged all of their clumsy attacks. And Ryam turned pale, looking at him with real horror in his eyes, and thought, could it really be that this disgusting guy was awake? The man took out his phone, which he had previously left on during the recording, and he confidently declared that it was time to see what was captured on video. It turned out all of his teasing was captured on film. Just at that moment, a large, glowing ball flew towards him. But the guy reacted in time, stopping it with one hand without even flinching. With a smile on his face, he looked at the girl, as if asking if she really had safety there too. Since you're still talking about its value, I'd like to see how the public perceives this video online. He made it clear that this was his last warning, and that it would be best if he left his sister alone. Be glad you stuck to a ripped bag and not something more destructive. Later, when the tension had subsided, they sat on the benches. Isu-ah, with her head bowed, admitted that she felt very ashamed. She didn't want her brother to see her in such a sorry state. It turned out they had been in the same class for 3 years, but no friendship emerged. From the very beginning, the girl had a kind of need to humiliate others, at first a little, but by the second year it became unbearable. Her father seemed to be doing well, and that was starting to irritate her, especially after Sue's brother woke up. Moreover, Sue herself was not only intelligent, but also beautiful, and irritation in such situations is quite natural. The boy remembered how upon waking up he immediately realized how beautiful she was. He simply exhaled deeply, asking not to take her words seriously. His emotions were literally boiling. Suah raised his head and, trying to remain calm, said that he didn't really care about Ryom. He was too arrogant to deserve even a shred of anger. But maybe it wasn't that simple. There was more than just envy in his gaze. When the exchange students arrived at the school, a young man took an interest in Suah and later confessed his feelings to her. But a week earlier, it was Ryom who decided to confess to him and was rejected. His A, despite the guy's feelings, rejected him. His mother was sick and his brother was in a coma, and there was no time for love at that time. And all she could do was laugh silently at that girl, taking revenge for all the insults, even if they were mean, but from the heart. The guy commented irritably that he should have pulled the girl's hair and not her purse. Embarrassed, Suah blushed, but admitted that his action was really funny. She even smiled, saying that at that moment he seemed like a real hero to her. They say this can be considered a small retreat before a great victory. Days like this don't happen again. If the boy grew stronger, he'd have a chance at real revenge. But it was time to head back. His parents were probably already starting to worry. They returned, and Suhyeok said he would walk his sister home, and he himself will pass by the store on the way. As the man walked along the sidewalk, suddenly, Ryom appeared in front of him again, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. The boy laughed softly. He hadn't expected to meet her so soon. The girl, irritated, reached out her hand, demanding the phone back and promising that if he did, he would forget about the bag incident. The boy couldn't help but smile, looking at her with slight disdain. Surprisingly, she still didn't seem to understand that the situation had already gotten out of her control. Ryom's voice became as sharp as a knife blade, making it clear that his patience was running out. And if he continues, the bodyguards will take care of him without further ado. Furthermore, he reminded, the awakened are not allowed to attack ordinary people. Suhyeok calmly raised his palms. He hadn't broken any rules. The man admitted that he used force, but only against an object without touching anyone while his sister was hit. The anger on Ryom's face grew even brighter and she began to make open threats. She pointed her finger at him, demanding that he take her phone away, even if they had to hit him. 2 men ran towards him, but the guy dodged it instantly and remembered. If you were attacked first, you have the right to self-defense. Without wasting time, he delivered a powerful blow to the knee of one of his opponents, and he, unable to bear the pain, screamed so loudly that it was heard throughout the area. The man did not stop, he kept running. At the same time, he noted that acupuncture is an excellent means for temporary paralysis. He quickly dug his fingers into the second opponent's vulnerable spots, and immediately he began to choke, and blood began to flow from his throat. The remaining guard, a man named Kim Man-soo, did not immediately intervene. He just said he'd been wanting to try his black marble for a while. Suhyeok smiled at the fact that he had made a good impression. Man-soo asked angrily, "Do you really not know who he is? After all, he's this girl's bodyguard." The guy smiled again. "So what? Does it mean anything? Or is it just another silly nickname?" The man thought, perhaps he really was someone who didn't follow the rumors? After all, he himself almost became vice president of the deportation device company. The aura he began to emit betrayed serious intentions. After all, only luck saved him from the dance. And he seemed too arrogant. The boy made it clear from the start that if he didn't give in, he would face not just injury, but something much more serious. The man threw the ball with all his might, putting all his anger and determination into the throw. But Suhyeok, acting as if he had anticipated the blow, skillfully dodged the flying cannonball. Looking closely at the iron projectile, the boy remembered Man-soo's nickname, Iron Sphere, which sounded like a sinister title. The man was once the head of the Chunye Guild, and was considered a 10th rank awakened. After losing the vice presidential election, he resigned and stopped participating in the hunt, but retained his rank. Had the man continued his career, he might have reached heights that others cannot even begin to imagine. It was rumored that his throwing power surpassed even Mugi's, becoming legendary. Man-soo admitted that the boy impressed him. After all, at first he thought he had accidentally reflected the ball. Now the man realized he was wrong. The person in front of him was none other than Suhyeok. He withdrew his spheres, saying that he did not wish enmity and would prefer not to interfere in this young man's path. The girl raised her eyebrows in an irritated expression and shouted, "Had he gone mad?" His tone sounded like an accusation of betrayal. Who gave a man the right to decide when it should all end? But Man-soo firmly refused to follow his orders. He had neither the desire nor the need to enter into conflict with the person in front of him. Although the meeting wasn't the most cordial, the man admitted that he had wanted to meet the boy again for a long time. although not under these circumstances. The man expressed his hope that everything would go well at their next meeting. However, Suhyeok just chuckled. After that, it was no longer possible to pretend they were friends. In the same calm voice, Mansu replied that there was no need to rush to conclusions. Perhaps he had an offer that was hard to refuse. But the boy immediately refused and asked, "Hadn't I heard that he rejected everyone?" Mansu chuckled in response and confirmed. He had heard that too many times to believe it. The man remembered that the boy seemed to have fought with someone from the Emoji Guild, right? Before leaving, he added that he should not be underestimated. He has his own sources. At first, he seemed like an ordinary rookie, but it turned out he had stumbled upon a real, albeit nameless, big fish. He called his young friend and promised him that their paths would cross again. The girl was lost and didn't know what to do next. The only thing that came to mind was to run away, but Suhyeok stood in his way like a wall in an instant. The question hung in the air. Where was she going? If the guy had wanted to kill her, it would have all been over long ago. The girl's eyes showed horror. She froze in place. And the next moment, the young man, with a precise movement, hit her in the throat. As a result, Arim fell to his knees, realizing that he could not make a sound. With a slight smile, the boy explained that he had blocked the voice points, and now the girl can only silently beg for mercy. He could easily hurt her, maim her, or break something without thinking, but he didn't. He left the right to punish to his A. Trembling on his knees, Arim felt an unbearable tension, and the boy, emitting an incredible aura, firmly ordered him to stay and wait. Very soon you will understand that your whole life, all your beliefs and your pride are just rot and ashes. The young man turned around and left the place, leaving the girl and the bodyguard in a silent stupor. After some time, National Assembly member Han Ki-jae frustratedly asked one of the guards if he couldn't get the video. The guard remained silent, and the deputy, with anger in his voice, said that he should have drowned himself rather than return with such a result. After all, the task was outrageously simple. Where is Mansu now? The answer was that he had resigned from his post. Chisu slammed his fist on the table in anger. How dare she act like she was above him? When he, Chi, takes the presidential seat, the first thing he will do is gather all those who have awakened. What did that guy say? The guard replied that he had heard the girl speaking to him, but that he was too far away to understand the words. Chi, irritated, ordered to call Arim, to which the guard pointed out that she refused to speak to him. At that point, Mansu himself got in touch. The deputy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Had he really given up? He reminded him that he had given him a simple task, but it turned out that this task was beyond his capabilities. They should have figured out who they were dealing with first. No amount of money was worth it. The deputy had doubts. Could hitting a newcomer really be that dangerous? Mansu replied that sometimes a newcomer is more dangerous than an old wolf, especially if it is someone like this young man. Gigi expressed bewilderment and said he hadn't expected such weak words from him, that he would directly say what happened. Mansu replied that he was just calling to warn them. If he didn't care, he wouldn't be alarmed. The guy turned out to be that nameless one. Now everything should be clear. It's best not to try to get in their way. It's better to pretend this meeting never happened. With these words, Mansu ended the conversation, and Gijay, overwhelmed with rage, threw the phone to the ground. A shout of anger broke the silence. How dare he? How dare this boy threaten a member of the National Assembly? The next day, Ocean Woo dialed Suhyeok's number and said he apologized for the long silence. He was just busy. I asked him how he was. The boy said he was having difficulties, but that he was overcoming them. Ocean commented that he had heard about the fight with Mugi. He didn't expect him to be so brave. He apologized for finding out too late and asked if the young man had been hurt. Suhyeok retorted, "If he had been injured, would I have been able to talk to him on the phone now?" Ocean poured himself some coffee and breathed a sigh of relief. It was good. He was worried because he had an important matter and didn't know if the boy could help him. The world in question was Trainin. Suhyeok confirmed that he was familiar with it. Then you should be aware that the association is planning to shut down the portal at all costs. The larger guilds have already begun issuing permits to hunters to obtain magical weapons. Officially, everything starts in a month, but in reality it will take a maximum of 2 weeks. Now more than ever, Korea needs a hero. Nameless hero. Sounds like a symbol. Doesn't he want to become that hero? Suhyeok, after thinking it over with a cool head, he made it clear that he would try. The boy returned once again to his past and realized that he was not fit for the role of hero. The man had no love for people and never sought justice. Despite this, those around him awarded him the title of hero. The title seemed foreign and out of place. like a dress uniform that wasn't tailored to his measurements. And yet, for the sake of peace in his homeland, for the sake of protecting his loved ones, he was willing to play the role assigned to him. There were only 15 days left until the opening of the Tranan Interworld portal, and there was almost no time to strengthen. The foundations of martial arts have always been built on 3 pillars: body, skill, and a clear mind. Since his body had already reached the highest level of mastery and his powers were under control, only one peak remained. The next frontier was to master the mind, to master the energy that roared within us, Qi, the most stubborn of all elements. To reach the rank of Bodhisattva, he had to accumulate a volume of Qi equivalent to 60 years of work. The usual paths would have required 5 years of grueling practice before one could reach that level. But time was not an ally, and the only hope was the great Shaolin potion, powerful and rare. The man arrived at a building called Cosmo Sales, and I was surprised to realize how long it had been since I had been to those places. Here they traded not only earthly ingredients and artifacts, but also trophies from other worlds. On the home planet, such potions had almost disappeared, but in this place, filled with products from other dimensions, the probability was higher. Mana potions were especially valuable. They could instantly restore internal energy reserves. One potion was so highly valued that it was considered equivalent to 30 years of Qi accumulation, almost a miracle. When he looked at the shop windows, his gaze fell on the first floor. That's where luxury was concentrated. It was here many years ago that he acquired an all-terrain vehicle created by the hands of gnomes, something not for the poor. Having climbed to the 3rd floor, the boy immediately found himself the center of attention of many merchants. He glanced at the crowd. The atmosphere was reminiscent of a noisy oriental market, where everyone wanted to sell something. But amidst all this commotion, there was only one thing left to find: the precious potion. A figure near the wall caught his attention. A cat girl covered by an invisibility spell. The man's cheeks flushed. In front of him stood a representative of the Beastman, a rarity in these parts. To others, she remained invisible, but he felt her presence clearly, like a slight oscillation in the air. As he approached, the boy noticed that she was using magic to hide from the eyes of others. With a slight smile, the girl noticed that he turned out to be quite observant, as he managed to notice her in the crowd. Suhyeok made it clear without further ado that he had the ability to do so. He saw her through magic. The beast woman gestured for him to enter the tent, where he found exactly what he was looking for. The boy was surprised. How could she guess the purpose of his visit if he hadn't said a word yet? From behind the counter, the girl pulled out a bottle of potion and offered it to the man, implying that this was just what he needed. He nodded mechanically, still not believing in such rapid success, his facial expression betraying confusion. The cat girl asked him with a mischievous smile what exactly surprised him so much. After all, she was the best shaman of her tribe. She proudly claimed that her psychic abilities were among the strongest among her people. The man asked how much such a rare and powerful artifact cost. The beast woman raised the corners of her lips and replied that the price was 300 million won, a considerable sum. His heart sank. Such a high price seemed like blatant theft. The girl noticed his reaction, but only winked at him, saying that this potion was of the highest class, brewed by her personally. He asserted that its effectiveness was beyond doubt, as the creation process was incredibly complex. And now he only has 1 bottle left. Everything else has already been distributed among the customers. The boy suddenly wondered, could she really read minds? The beast woman shook her head, but noticed that she had a good sense of the people's desires and aspirations. She felt that in front of her was not an ordinary customer, but a person with a much higher status. Suhyeok wondered cautiously. Could she even see through his previous lives? Of all the creatures he knew, only the ancient monk of Black Mountain was capable of this. He exhaled deeply and, waving his hand, decided to believe. After all, there was nothing left to lose. The girl laughed softly, noticing how his voice trembled, as if he was nervous. The man felt embarrassed, trying to explain that his anxiety was not caused by the purchase, but by another question. He gathered his courage and asked if he could touch its fur because it seemed very soft. The beast woman was surprised by such a strange request and looked at him with an expression of slight disgust. Looking at him sternly, she asked him if he was an exotic lover. The man quickly began to justify himself. He had no bad intentions. He just thought her fur looked incredibly silky and pleasant to the touch. With a sigh of relief, he suggested at least exchanging names. It would be easier to communicate that way. After a brief introduction, He noted with a smile that he would remember her name, despite its rarity. But in exchange for the trust, did I have to confirm that I had no bad intentions? Suhyeok nodded with such conviction that there was no doubt. The truth was on his side. The girl hesitated, then extended her hand toward him, offering a simple gesture of friendship. The man shook his soft paw and asked curiously if they could now be considered friends. She admitted that she generally does, but added that she chooses her friends carefully. The man observed with delight how soft his paw was, like a silk pillow. She squinted as if to check if he was joking and asked him if he liked all things fluffy too much. The man admitted with a slight smile that yes, he has a weakness for everything soft and cute. The beast woman shook her head in doubt, not knowing whether she should trust such strange confessions. A little time passed, and now the boy was lying in his room, remembering everything with a kind smile. I was amazed. These creatures, the beastmen, were truly something special and almost fabulous. I knew I'd never forget its appearance or the feel of its soft fur. In the future, when I bought an apartment, I'd definitely get a cat. His accidentally hearing him mutter loudly about cats, couldn't believe what she was hearing, and asked him where he was and what he was doing. The man took out the potion he had bought earlier, thoughtfully thinking that such artifacts are usually used by magicians and shamans in particularly critical moments. The power of these potions lay in the instant restoration of magical energy. It could prove decisive both in battle and in a healing ritual. A single bottle for that amount is an unthinkable price, but no other artifact amplifies chi so quickly and powerfully. The man drank the potion in one gulp, hoping its properties would live up to his expectations. As he directed the energy through his body, it became clear that what he held in his hands was not a counterfeit, but a genuine elixir. There is no sign of cheap substitutes, just pure power that demands complete absorption without a trace. The system issued a message saying that the 5th rank technique, the art of unification of heaven and earth, had been upgraded to the 4th rank. From that moment on, the path of development opened up even further. The purification of the body was completed, and the energy within it doubled. With a complete body cleansing, the unity technique reveals hidden potential, accelerating recovery many times over. The bone tissue renewal process is activated. The first of 2 stages has begun. The man smiled as he realized that he only needed to accumulate 3 years of chi energy before reaching the rank of bodhisattva. It was this message from the system that most caught the man's attention. The bone renewal was a true miracle. Inwardly, he realized that the purification of his body had completely opened up paths that had previously seemed inaccessible to him. Every martial artist secretly dreams of energy flowing through the body without the slightest obstacle. The myth of bone renewal has long been considered nothing more than a beautiful legend, inaccessible to the living. In Hwan's country, those who achieved this were called demigods. He could never approach them in his past life. The man was interested in knowing what else was needed to fully complete such a rare process. And then a window of the system opened before him, full of new conditions. After reading the text, he realized that all parameters, strength, endurance, and agility, must exceed 200. To reach such heights, it was necessary to reach at least level 180, which is not an easy task. However, the man was not disappointed, knowing that this path still had to be traveled. In exactly 15 days, Suhyeok raced down the street on his all-terrain vehicle, feeling that the time for the test had come. During this time, he managed to strengthen his chi for another 2 years, and Unity's technique called to test its limits. The quad approached the fortified complex, the Tranan Gate, where he was stopped by a soldier for inspection. The man calmly raised his hand, showing a hologram of his ID card confirming his identity. The guard confirmed the authenticity, and added that the license must be registered before entering. Suhyeok was about to head to the registration area when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. In front of him stood a mature man who introduced himself as Kim Yun-soo, the vice president's assistant. He explained that he had been ordered to personally escort Suhyeok, and that he would now be his guide. The boy turned his gaze toward the gigantic structure of the portal, mentally noting that the stories didn't lie. It really was colossal. Yun-soo explained that there was another assistant waiting inside. Equipment will be provided on site. The boy remembered the rumors. Supposedly this equipment was manufactured in Elvenheim. Maybe he would even see Shahar. The guy hit the accelerator and started driving toward the entrance, which very quickly absorbed it and left the rest simply staring into space. And he found himself in a dead desert, instantly feeling the difference in air composition and pressure. He remembered that his new assistant was supposed to be waiting for him on the third floor of the hall. Looking around, the boy wondered where all the hunters had gone. It seemed as if they had simply disappeared. Upon arriving at the establishment with the pioneer sign, he realized that this was the right place. There were surprisingly many people inside, and he realized why the streets were so empty. A waiter named Kim Chi-woon noticed the new customer and immediately apologized because all the tables on the first floor were occupied. Secondly, everything is more expensive, but even there isn't a single table free. There are too many customers. Suhyeok calmly said that he needed the third floor. The waiter was surprised because that floor was only accessible by reservation, and the prices there were the highest. However, there are separate rooms with magical soundproofing and comfort for special guests. The third floor was primarily used by VIP clients, so you should check the list first. The guy said they were already waiting for him there, and that was enough. The waiter was surprised he didn't say so right away. He escorted the visitor to the stairs and asked his name to verify. After reviewing the list, he reported that his partner had already arrived and was ready to take him away. The guy followed him, wondering if there really was a separate manager for a single floor. As they climbed, it became clear that this floor was radically different from the others. The waiter opened the door at number 328, and he pointed to the call button in case anything else was needed. The guy saw a hooded figure. The girl sat up in bed as if she knew for sure he would appear. Suhyeok thought this must be the assistant he had been promised. When her face was revealed, he momentarily mistook her for Shahar, but quickly realized he was wrong. Taking off her hood, she expressed her respect, stating that it was an honor for her to meet Suhyeok in person. Sereniel introduced herself as the second apprentice of the Kal Ilyrioth clan, also known as the First Finger. Bowing elegantly, he expressed his joy at hearing about their exploits and merits. They say she has courage, justice, and that one day she will become the greatest hero of her time. It's a great honor for her. She is very frank with her words, and if they make you feel uncomfortable, she apologizes. The boy replied that that was not entirely true and invited her to sit down. They sat down at the table and he asked her what kind of tea she would like. Sereniel explained that it was a tea made from the leaves of the golden moon, a rare plant cultivated by the Alan clan. In her world, such a plant is extremely rare, and she decided to bring it as a sophisticated gift. The boy drank a cup of tea and, after thinking, realized that the gifts from the elves of the Alan clan were tea, the cost of which exceeded the price of the purest gold. For a moment, he felt part of high society, almost like an aristocrat. He put his cup back on the saucer and said it was time to get down to business. He heard that she had a magic artifact, able to determine the center of cosmic energy. Sereniel took out the crystal, from which a bright glow emanated, and she reported that it was the same artifact. Testing is ongoing, but the device can now operate within portals up to and including the 7th rank. This crystal is called In the Shadow of the World Tree, but because of its long name, it is often simply called the Shadow. The boy noted that, judging by his words, the artifact is not yet capable of scanning portals above rank 7. Sereniel carefully placed the crystal on the table and replied that the team was still working on the configuration. She was confident the problem would be resolved soon. The boy asked him to activate the crystal with a smile, adding that the scanning radius was still quite large, which meant there was a lot of work ahead. She placed her hands on the glass. I directed my energy, and he began to cast a spell in the ancient elven tongue. The crystal activated and released its energy around, dividing the room into 2 worlds, and show it to everyone in the room. The boy was amazed to observe this process, and I wondered, is this really a map of Trainen's world? He noticed a mountain that stood out in the landscape, but, not knowing the local geography, I couldn't know exactly where to look for it. He noticed that Sereniel's face had turned pale, and her body was trembling slightly from fatigue. As he approached, he saw the concern in her eyes. She replied that she was fine, that she just needed to rest. The main thing is that the center has been found. It's only 300 kilometers away in human terms. Don't you want to go there right now? She looked at the boy in surprise when he suggested waiting until tomorrow. With a look of disgust on his face, he asked her if it was because of her that he had decided to postpone the trip. The boy refused again, adding that he would not go immediately as he himself was tired. He was about to leave, but she asked him to wait, saying that was his room and hers was next door. She left, promising to see each other early in the morning. Then the door closed. The boy spent the night in meditation, but he was interrupted when someone knocked on the door. He dressed, opened it, and greeted Sereniel, and he asked her if she felt better. She agreed and thanked him for his concern. They got out and approached their all-terrain vehicle. He thought he had forgotten about it and realized it would be a bit cramped for two people. He asked her if she would mind sitting in the back. She didn't understand what the problem was, so they sat down. The boy reminded him that he better hold on tight or he might fall. It felt a little awkward, but they went. At that moment, Chi-un told the bald man that he saw them leaving in an all-terrain vehicle. He coldly replied that he would receive his reward when they were finished. Chi-un became indignant and reminded him that he had been promised money in advance. The man calmly told him it was nothing personal, but he didn't believe him. He might have seen them leave, but he can't prove it. Only with words. If he needs to eliminate the elf, he'll get 1 billion more. Chi-un wanted to say something, but he didn't have time because the man hit the wall hard next to his head. He asked her if she hadn't told him before that he rarely kept his promises. It was better not to risk his life out of stubbornness. After this, he and his accomplices left the premises. Chi-un looked disgusted and thought that he had given him information and was now going to scam him. We'll have to see how things turn out with these two. The boy and Serenial rode through the desert, and he said they only had 17 kilometers left in a straight line, and then they had to turn right. After that, another 20 kilometers of travel and you will find yourself in the right place. He saw acid rats right in front of them, and he announced it loudly. Serenial used magic calmly, summoning the spirit of the earth. With his help, he created a great wave of sand, and he directed it towards the monsters. Then he called upon the spirit of the water, Ondina, and attacked another group of rats. The boy turned around and thought, "Is she really a spirit summoner? Does she have such a strange power?" Suddenly, a giant rat crawled out from under the ground, and this surprised him a lot. Serenial noticed a huge monster, and immediately he summoned the spirits of the earth. She created a powerful wave of sand, but the attack had no effect on the monster. "What struck you?" The man leaped resolutely forward and declared that he would take care of that rat himself. He used the wind fist technique, and a powerful stream of energy instantly destroyed the monster. When the threat was gone, he asked what the difference was between him and his 800 million. Serenial wondered if she was the spirit of the wind, but immediately realized that a human could not use such magic. The man turned around and explained that he wasn't really a wind spirit. He simply gathered the air around him into a fist and directed it into a single stream. It was like an explosion of chi energy. Serenial was stunned. He spoke so calmly and confidently about such a powerful technique. This ability requires tremendous skill, and he uses it without hesitation, growing ever stronger. Now she begins to understand why the ladies admire him so much. The boy noticed a huge fireball flying towards them, and he warned him loudly of the danger. The ball almost hit them and exploded very violently. He managed to grab her, jump to safety, and ask her if she was okay. Serenial thanked him and replied that she felt fine. She noticed the cars approaching and asked him if he knew who it was. The boy calmly replied that he would like to find out for himself through her. He noticed a magical barrier on these machines, and I realized that it was useless to attack now. He asked her if she knew how to drive an all-terrain vehicle. Serenial nodded and reported that she had an interdimensional driver's license and 3 years of driving experience. She got behind the wheel, and the guy asked her if he could drive between those cars. Serenial immediately agreed, and he said with a smile, "Then let's go." One of the men leaned out the window, began to gather his energy, and declared that those idiots had decided to jump straight into the tiger's mouth. It was their mistake. He shot an ice crystal, but missed. Another man used earth magic, and Serenial, with a serious expression, advised holding on tighter. She began to maneuver from side to side, avoid magic attacks. When they were close enough, the guy jumped onto the roof of the car. The men inside noticed his movement. He grabbed the roof of the car, and with maximum force he began to pull her towards him. The bald man sitting in the car next to me laughed, and he asked if this idiot knew what he was trying to break with his own hands. It was tempered steel made by the dwarves. He was stunned when he saw the guy tear off most of the roof with ease. Enraged, he loudly ordered them to attack him. The man climbed out the car window and began using fire magic, declaring that he would destroy it. The guy blocked the attack with the roof of the car and calmly asked, "Are you using that again?" Then he pulled the driver out of the car and quickly struck several blows to his acupuncture points. The bald man, seeing this, asked in surprise what kind of monster was in front of him. When his gaze turned forward, he saw a large stone wall appear right in front of them. Serenial watched with a slight smile how his car crashed into a wall and began to roll over. The bald man thought, confused, was he really going to lose so easily? He felt his powers growing and decided he could not allow such a misfortune. Gathering all his strength, he jumped out of the car and landing on not quite human legs, he covered his body with stones and promised to kill him. Suhyeok encounters an unusual-looking monster. His opponent mocks him, calling himself a werewolf of extraordinary power. The man calmly assesses the threat, preparing to attack. His gaze reflects confidence despite the obvious danger. The monster lets out a loud roar, trying to intimidate the enemy. Suhyeok remains unperturbed as he analyzes the enemy's weak points. The guy sharply dodges the blow, demonstrating ultra-fast reactions. The monster's body is covered with strange stones, making it impenetrable. The girl arrived in a vehicle and said it was time for Suhyeok to retreat from the battlefield. The boy decides to change tactics, since the monster is probably higher than rank 10, and he can't face it one-on-one. The monster suddenly disappears from the enemy's sight. Suhyeok looks around confused, trying to find him. The monster appears behind the man and strikes him with a precise blow to the back. He attacks, but two people abruptly jump back from the place of the blow. The boy looks at the place of impact and is very surprised. He regrets his money. A rock broke his all-terrain vehicle. The guy is furious. The monster has destroyed his months of effort. He tells the girl to stand and look, and turns to the bald man. The guy offers to help the bald man recover his losses with his blood. The guy challenges his opponent without wasting words on empty threats. His posture speaks for itself. He's ready for a fight. He leaps forward and launches himself directly at the monster's forehead. He kicks him with an aura, but there is no rock at the impact site. Suhyeok looks at his opponent with obvious distrust. His opponent demonstrates a power that seems to violate all laws of logic. The boy clenches his fists, preparing to counterattack. There's no fear in his stance, only a cold determination to continue the fight. A bald man emerges from the sand, mockingly commenting on Suhyeok's actions. The man analyzes the new opponent, noticing strange abilities. Suhyeok watches as the enemy hits the ground like it's paper, a technique similar to drilling, but with the destructive power of the elements. The man notices the enemy's dual abilities, control over earth and fire. This complicates the fight but doesn't stop him. He hits the ground again near the guy, but he manages to dodge it. The boy realizes that his only chance of winning is to pierce his skin. He thinks there is a person under the stone and tries to hit him in the stomach. The boy activates the gut destruction technique, creating aura spikes around you. The man smiles sarcastically, calling his opponent a fool. His words are a provocation meant to destabilize him. The man below already sees a blow aimed directly at his head. The rock hits and cracks creep across the ground. The girl calls Suhyeok in shock. She believes her life is over. The rock smiles and says it's the girl's turn now. He claims he's tired of the protracted battle. If not, he'd gladly be alone with her. The girl interrupts her monologue and attacks with renewed vigor. Her goal is to save the boy. She uses spiritual techniques. And looking into his eyes, the monster says he is finished. But the next second, the fist is heading towards her. The attack turns out to be very powerful, but for some reason it doesn't affect him. The guy protected her by stopping the huge monster with his hand. The enemy is shocked by the unexpected turn of events. Suhyeok calmly quotes the proverb. The boy demonstrates how his attacks, like water, destroyed the enemy's stone defense. Suhyeok admits his mistake in underestimating his opponent's strength. The man coldly asks about the opponent's rank, emphasizing the difference in their skill level. At that moment, he brandishes the stone. The enemy suddenly loses the ability to move. Suhyeok reminds him that he had thought he was weak a moment ago. The boy approaches the immobilized enemy with measured, ruthless steps. The tension of inevitable retribution hangs in the air. Suhyeok explains that space is permeated by invisible lines of force. His hand points to one of them, as if drawing in the air. The man demonstrates how these lines can be used in combat, his fingers trembling slightly from the concentration of energy. The lines begin to deform, creating chaotic patterns. Suhyeok shows how their fractures become vulnerable points. The man clasps his hands tightly together, causing a surge of energy. The space around him vibrates, increasing the attack's effect. The rock with the ancient symbols cracks under the influence of Suhyeok's power. Fragments of rock fly in all directions. A man stands amidst the destruction, staring into the distance. Not even the chaos surrounding him disrupts his concentration. The hard stone begins to crack. Suhyeok announces that the enemy's days are numbered. Suhyeok faces an opponent using a technique called Arg. The monster falls to its knees, powerless. The boy watches the unexpected development. His opponent freezes, unable to believe what he's seeing. He can't believe his ability has disappeared. The opponent screams in rage, demanding the return of his lost power. But at the same time, he begs. The man calmly observes his enemy's emotional outburst. His silence contrasts with the chaos surrounding him. Suhyeok looks at the whole gang of pathetic criminals. They've all been captured. Information about the international organization. Mantis appears on the screen. Suhyeok looks at the tattoos. He understands that everyone is a member of this group. The organization's fraud scheme is revealed. Most members are not even officially registered, complicating the investigation. Suhyeok notes Mantis's connections to criminal groups. His hand grips the pen, ready to act. The man discusses with an ally the impossibility of solving the problem without the intervention of an agent. His voice sounds firm but not nervous. Almost all the bandits are already in the car. Suhyeok reflects on the difficult conditions of the operation. The enemies operate covertly, leaving minimal traces. He sees how Serenial is also worried about this. She looks at him and orders him to leave. He is surprised. Are we going to the Black Fang? The message about the mission to find the Cosmo Energy Center makes Suhyeok frown. He has some doubts about this decision. But the woman says bloodthirstily that criminals deserve a harsh punishment. The bandits themselves, of course, are in shock. Suhyeok nods, confirming his willingness to follow the plan. His gaze is fixed ahead, as if mentally reviewing each step. The man gestures with his hand, indicating his allies, and he begins to advance. They have a long journey ahead of them across the desert. After a while, they arrive back at the living room. Someone wearing white shoes comes in. It turns out it's Vladimir and his boys. He was informed that the nameless one was here. Where is he? People notice and are surprised. What is a member of the 8 doing here? He tells them not to be afraid, that everything will be okay and not to pay attention to him. He goes up the stairs. Walking down the 3rd-floor hallway, someone approaches Vladimir asking for help. His tone is polite, but there's a hidden insistence in it. The boy says he has information for Volodya. Vladimir reflects on human weaknesses while playing with the ring on his finger. His smile hides his true intentions. The guy doesn't quite understand what he's talking about. Vladimir listens to the information about the target's movement. He narrows his eyes as he instantly analyzes the new data. The man marks the chase route, and he says the bandits are with them too. He also says that the young elf will attract the Russians. Vladimir comments sarcastically on the unexpected encounter. His posture denotes superiority, but there's a glimmer of interest in his eyes. The man exchanged glances with the other, assessing the potential of the alliance. The silence between them spoke louder than words. At that moment, the guy in white cuts off the informant's head. Suhyeok smirks at his opponent, covered in the dust of his own blood. His posture denotes superiority, as if he had foreseen the outcome. The man coldly comments on the futility of his opponent's ambitions. He asks another staff member to clean up this abomination. The action moves to Black Fang Rock. The boy studies a cave marked by groups of monsters. His gaze rests on an area where the search has so far yielded no results. Suhyeok wonders about the location of the Cosmo Energy Center, the disappointment in his voice mixed with determination to continue the mission. An unexpected flood blocks the group's path. Suhyeok analyzes the source of the anomaly, searching for a logical explanation. The man takes a step back, avoiding being hit by the stream. He sees a bat with red eyes in front of him. It scares him. The mouse takes off, and he activates his voice, making the walls tremble. The girl can't stand this sound, it hurts her. The guy activates a sound barrier that blocks enemy attacks. Energy waves spread out, creating a protective sphere around allies. Suhyeok adjusts the barrier's strength while observing the monster's reaction. His concentration doesn't waver for a second. The monster's body radiates cosmic energy, distorting the space around it. Suhyeok detects the anomaly and prepares for a counterattack. The girl observes the creature's connection to external sources of power. Suhyeok faces the main monster, whose armor can even withstand the blows of the wind. The guy changes tactics, looking for the enemy's vulnerable points. Wind energy gathers around Suhyeok's hands, forming a vortex. His eyes glow with determination, his body tense for the final blow. The man releases a beam of energy, directing it at the monster's core. The burst of light momentarily obscures everything around him. She is dodging and sends back its energy. The guy barely manages to dodge the fireball. Suhyeok watches as the mouse activates a defense mechanism when threatened. Its shields absorb the attacks, forcing it to find a new approach. The man approaches the mouse, studying its structure. Each movement is careful, as if he were solving a puzzle. Suhyeok prepares to attack the flying abomination. The man pauses for a second, assessing the punching technique. There's a slight weariness on his face, but determination burns in his eyes. He showers her with a shower of blows, and the mouse takes too much damage. She literally evaporated. The girl looks at this in shock. The boy has exceeded all her expectations with his strength. The enemy, with its wings torn down, floats in the air, flying above Suhyeok. The guy observes the enemy's lack of options. The wings were the basis of their attack, and now he gathers his energy into a fist and prepares to finish her off. He deals a devastating blow. The screen displays chi energy graphs. Suhyeok analyzes the data and compares it with previous readings. Suhyeok demonstrates the multiple wind fists technique. After a series of blows, his energy remains at a critical level. The boy tests the speed of his chi recovery, surprised by his own ability. His body reacts faster than expected. A man examines his war scars, noting how quickly they've healed. His gaze is fixed on the distance, contemplating new goals. Suhyeok tests the limits of recovery and is pleased with the results. The guy sits in front of the mouse and turns out to be much bigger than usual. The man stands before a huge structure radiating cosmic energy. His shadow dissolves in the artifact's glow. Suhyeok reaches out toward the center, sensing the vibration of the space. His face betrays a mixture of curiosity and caution. He thinks he should destroy her right now. The man discusses with his allies the need to gather all the participants in the operation. His finger points to the mana stone. Suhyeok suggests calling a meeting to coordinate forces. Every word sounds like an order that brooks no objections. Suhyeok holds the raw mana stone in his hands, examining its structure. His gaze reflects respect for the power of the artifact he obtained last week. He's already looking for where to sell it. The man hands the stone to his ally, emphasizing its value for future missions. Every movement is careful, as if he fears damaging the relic. The man places 6 star stones on the table, noting their energy potential. His goal is to collect the 7th to activate the ancient mechanism. Suhyeok compares the readings of the stones, looking for patterns. Each artifact emits a faint glow that confirms its uniqueness. He understands that selling all the stones will earn him 2 billion won. The man understands that this will cover all his expenses and the broken-down all-terrain vehicle. The girl refuses the extra part, showing modesty. The elf explains the peculiarities of her worldview to Suhyeok. Her voice is calm, but her gaze reveals a slight disdain for earthly values. The boy nods, acknowledging her point. However, his gaze is fixed on the horizon. He's already making new plans. An ally offers to teach Suhyeok martial arts. His posture conveys confidence, but there's a hint of hesitation in his voice. The man politely declines, reminding him of his specialty. His response sounds like a diplomatic rejection, not weakness. The girl repeats that miracles are not her element. The girl shifts the conversation to tactics, avoiding further questions. And she's also embarrassed. The man speaks to the elf about his plans to visit his homeland. His tone is friendly, but there's a hidden interest in new knowledge. They decide to return, and the car is already rolling on the ground, or more precisely in the desert sand. The boy talks about almost reaching dawn. The girl looks thoughtfully out the window. She tells him to stop, that she will get out of here. The boy turns around, sad. He realizes it's time to say goodbye to her. He stops where she asked him to. The elven girl thanks her ally for his help. Suhyeok says that even without her, things wouldn't have gone as well as they would have liked. Suhyeok exchanges parting words with his ally. Remembering his promise to visit Elvenheim, his posture is confident, his gaze directed toward the horizon. The boy nods briefly, confirming the agreement. There's no doubt in his voice. He'll keep his word, even if the road is difficult. The girl expresses her hope that the next meeting will take place in a more peaceful environment. Suhyeok thanks him for their adventure with a quick nod, his words sounding sincere but not overly emotional. The elf says her real name is Riel, call her that. The boy admires her, and he agrees to his request. The girl turns toward the exit, making it clear the conversation is over. She waves her hand at the boy. The boy puts on the mask, presses the accelerator pedal, and he says that now he will organize a delegation for them. The car roars and hurtles straight toward the portal, jumping with speed and flying towards the portal. Flying from there at a high speed, everyone around us is in shock. They surrounded the car. The boy in the mask took out his trophy and showed it to everyone. Everyone is shocked at how he got the cosmic energy center from such a dangerous place. He steps outside and lifts the artifact above his head, showing it off to everyone. People are happy and surprised at how the nameless one managed to do it faster than Vladimir. The man exchanges a glance with his ally, questioning the artifact's authenticity. The questions remain unanswered, but time is running out. The allies thank the anonymous hero and offer to submit to the center's authority. Their voices sound convincing, but there's a hidden anxiety in them. The man nods, accepting the terms. His decision seems hasty, but there's a cold calculation behind it. After determining the authenticity, the main character praises the hero. Take his hand and celebrate his victory and the success of the mission. But people are not happy. They are in shock. Someone angrily shouts Nameless's nickname. Now the entire crowd is chanting his name. The message about the target's sudden disappearance makes Vladimir frown. He rereads the lines, searching for a trap in every detail. The man notices a discrepancy in the report. His intuition whispers, "The enemy is closer than it seems." The enemy cleverly hides his tracks, leading Vladimir down false paths. Every turn is a new trap, but the man remains vigilant. The man slows down, analyzing the patterns of deception. His patience is a weapon against the enemy's haste. He discovers the portal's connection to the Korean Association. His fingers trace the map, connecting the dots in a web of conspiracy. The guy decides to leave the area. If the target is no longer there, there's no point in staying. He walks through the first floor, and suddenly he hears something. A couple of scuffs are arguing about how there's nothing special about that guy. The enemy leader contemptuously calls the men pathetic commoners. The man turns to walk away, ignoring the taunts. His goal isn't to win the argument, but to complete the mission. An ally warns Backfly of the danger. His words sound threatening, but the boy just smiles. He's used to the risk. The man thanks him for the advice, but continues on his way. Danger is his element. The action changes, and in a camouflage environment, the bodyguard meets someone. It turns out he's the vice president. The ally suggests to Suhyeok that they start working together, pointing to a hidden entrance. His expression is confident, as if he's been waiting for this moment for a long time. The man nods, following him. There's caution in his gaze. He doesn't blindly trust new proposals. A stranger in an expensive suit approaches Suhyeok and mentions his recent exploits. His smile is filled with hidden meaning, and his eyes assess every reaction. The guy remains neutral, neither confirming nor denying what he heard. His stance indicates, "I'm not looking for approval." The opponent ironically asks if Suhyeok liked the attention he was receiving. There's provocation in his voice, but beneath it lies fear. The man shrugs, showing indifference to other people's opinions. His silence speaks louder than any words. The screen displays information about an association linked to a secret organization. Suhyeok highlights a key name, indicating its connection to the crime. The guy moves on to the next document, quickly flipping through the pages. Time is running out. The ally acknowledges the group's affiliation with an international organization. His gaze avoids Suhyeok's, as if hiding something. The man abruptly ends the conversation, sensing a trap. Trust is a luxury he can't afford. The official tries to convince Suhyeok that the Magnus organization isn't involved in the terrorist attacks. His words sound like a memorized speech, lacking in sincerity. The guy interrupts the monologue, demanding facts. His patience is running out. He's not interested in playing politics. The news of the leak makes Suhyeok reflect. He rereads the text and notes the threats to his superiors. The man closes the counter, realizing he's become a pawn in someone else's game. His next move must be flawless. The ally apologizes for involving Suhyeok in political intrigue. His voice trembles, but the boy doesn't believe his sincerity in his regret. The man leaves almost silently but wants to ask a question at the end. Suhyeok receives information about the Magnus member's loss of abilities. He confirms that it's his doing. The man nods briefly, not revealing his role in this. Some secrets are better kept secret. The message about the possibilities of keeping secrets makes Suhyeok smile. He carefully folds the documents and hides them in the safe. The man changes the subject and talks about his promotion, and that it's time to give him some money. He is happy remembering his cool all-terrain vehicle. Vice says the association will legalize the transportation of criminals and hand it over to the boy. A young man examines a jeep donated by the association. He runs his fingers over the hood, assessing the quality of the illegally modified vehicle. Suhyeok nods and accepts the gift. His silence speaks volumes. He knows the commitment behind it. An ally shows off the machine. Suhyeok examines the technological casing and notes its value in the billions. The man asks about the transfer of the artifact, maintaining a serious tone. His interest is hidden behind a mask of neutrality. Vice says this is still a small reward for a national hero. He says he'll call you back when the car is ready. Suhyeok accepts the title of national hero with irony. His smile is fake, and his gaze is as cold as ice. Now he gets on the bus. He says he hasn't used public transport for a while. The boy buys food, and he comes back home. Suhyeok's mother asks about her son's sudden return. Her voice trembles. The man hugs her and offers everyone a taste of the chicken. Suhyeok reflects on the nature of happiness as he watches the sunset. His shadow dissolves into the twilight, as if he himself were part of the landscape. The boy leaves, leaving unanswered questions. Tomorrow will be a new day, and with it, new battles. The first thing we see is Ura Korya's scream. The boy raises his hands and laughs. The bank account shows a balance of 1.644 billion won. The association promises to compensate for the damage caused to the wrecked SUV, which leaves the man with mixed feelings. Suhyeok decides to spend the money on his family and closes the transaction. His face remains neutral. Money was never his main goal. The system notifies you of the completion of the level increase. The hero reviews the updated stats and notes the increase in strength and endurance. The man closes the interface, ready for new challenges. Each achievement is a step toward greater goals. Suhyeok has achieved Gold Squadron status after his latest promotion. His armor now has a metallic sheen that enhances his new rank. The boy observes the changes to his team and notices the improved stats. Even his external attributes have become part of his legend. Newspaper headlines praise the feat of an unnamed hero who entered the Granen Gate alone, accompanied by a blurry photo of the scene. The man leaves the newspaper, avoiding publicity. His name remains hidden, as he intended. The news is full of mentions of the arrest of a level 10 criminal. Suhyeok reads about his heroism with irony, not recognizing himself in the description. The boy notices the appearance of a representative of the World 8 in the doorway. His interest in the case increases, but he maintains a mask of indifference. The action moves to a business center. An ally shows off an ancient ring that only 5 Koreans have ever owned. Suhyeok examines the artifact, noting its fine engravings and aura of power. The boy had heard legends about this object, but holding it in his hands was a different reality. His silence spoke louder than his joy. A Mithrialam ring that combines magic and technology. Suhyeok is surprised to have been given such an artifact, despite his rank being below 12th. The man asks the reasons for his choice, but receives no answer. His trust in the donor remains in doubt. Suhyeok is officially recognized as the 7th awakened person in Korea. The announcement suggests this is just the beginning of his journey. The child nods in gratitude, showing no emotion. His gaze is directed toward the future, where there are no limits. Suhyeok stares at the status bar above Korea's top 10. His gaze lingers on the phrase about the national treasure, but his face remains impassive. The man highlights the advantages of his new position, but he doesn't allow himself to relax. Prestige is a tool, not an end. The man reviews the contract with the association, which specifies the conditions for providing a personal secretary and a driver. Each point is carefully analyzed. Suhyeok avoids unnecessary luxury, prioritizing minimalism. He'll give the car to his father. An ally complains about high taxes, waving a financial report. Suhyeok listens silently, noticing the irony in her words. The man offers to work together, but his tone remains serious. Money is merely a resource, not a source of emotion. Suhyeok nods approvingly as he reads the terms of the partnership. He's satisfied with the balance between freedom and obligations. The man signs a document sealing a deal. Every move is confident and deliberate. Suhyeok's sister is shocked by his new rank, her eyes wide open and her hands clutching a newspaper with headlines about the hero's achievements. The man shrugs, avoiding unnecessary explanations. Fame hasn't changed his attitude toward his family. His sister insists on publicly acknowledging Suhyeok's achievements. Her joy contrasts sharply with his reserved smile. The child asks to tell his parents the news first. Even in moments of pride, he remains tactful. Suhyeok warns his sister about the risks of being too open. His fingers tap nervously on the table, betraying a slight tension. The man suggests forgetting the conversation, but the sister's mind is made up. Words, as always, precede thoughts. The boy ponders how to tell his parents about his situation. His gaze shifts to the window, where the sunset colors the sky in crimson. The sister chooses a moment when the mother is in a good mood. Even heroes fear their parents' gaze. The man sits silently, waiting for the right moment to speak. His posture is relaxed, but his thoughts are racing. Suhyeok analyzes the sentence options, discarding them as too pompous. Simplicity is his guiding principle. The screen displays the training schedule and new techniques. Suhyeok focuses on practicing his skills, ignoring the outside noise. The boy repeats the movements with his eyes closed, automating them each time. Mastery requires sacrifice, and he's willing to make it. Suhyeok studies the energy absorption technique and observes its average effectiveness. Rigorous training allowed him to achieve maximum strength gains. The man reflects on the existence of more advanced methods. His ambitions drive him to seek new horizons. The boy is pleased with the decision to develop a skill rather than superficial training. This has accelerated his progress in critical situations. Suhyeok continues to focus on the essentials, ignoring the insignificant. Discipline is his greatest ally in battle. The man has mastered martial arts at the highest level, but he has no intention of stopping. His goal is to surpass his own limits. Suhyeok plans a new training plan to maintain his leadership. Each victory is just a step toward greater goals. The man compares the human body to brittle steel, emphasizing its vulnerability in combat. However, the right pressure increases strength. Suhyeok reflects on the limits of the body's endurance. Even steel can be strengthened if its secrets are known. A man faces an unknown limit of human capabilities. His opponent is awestruck by the hero's incredible resilience. Suhyeok continues to push himself. Every challenge is an opportunity to grow stronger. Suddenly, Vladimir appears in front of him, greeting the child. The boy listens to the taunts about his monstrous nature. His calmness contrasts with his opponent's panic. Vladimir ignores the provocations and remains calm. His words lose their power in the face of his determination. A man realizes that his true nature is difficult to fathom. This gives him a tactical advantage in battles. Suhyeok uses his mystery as a shield. His opponents underestimate him until it's too late. The boy realizes that the enemy has understood his maneuver. His attempt to use magic fails, causing confusion. Suhyeok changes tactics instantly, adapting to new circumstances. Flexibility is his main weapon. He asks him to wait, but Suhyeok quickly grabs him by the back of the neck. He is surprised that the child has paralyzed him. It only increases his curiosity. The man is upset that his opponent has escaped the trap. His interest in the battle grows, fueling the excitement. Now he's ready to fight for real. Suhyeok activates the technique. His body is enveloped in a reddish glow. The energy gathers in his palms, ready to be released. The man maintains a firm stance despite the pressure of the force, his eyes narrowed as he controls every aspect of the spell. The man slowly raises his hand, gathering energy for a counterattack. Every movement is calculated down to the last millimeter. The opponent challenges him, demanding that he demonstrate Suhyeok's strength. His stance is aggressive, with his fists clenched, anticipating an attack. The enemy's energy attack approaches Suhyeok. The hero's spiritual level exceeds normal, creating a protective barrier. A man analyzes an anomaly in the enemy's power. His karma, contrary to expectations, neutralizes the threat. Suhyeok reflects the psychic attack using the immunity skill. The energy waves dissipate without causing damage. The boy identifies the weak points in his opponent's technique. His next move will be decisive and precise. Emits a blue aura that suppresses Vladimir's demonic energy. Suhyeok becomes completely resistant to his attacks. Vladimir doesn't understand. How is this possible? And immediately gets punched in the face. The enemy is shocked that Suhyeok survived the magical attack. His face is distorted by a mixture of fear and rage. The man coldly observes his opponent's reaction. Not even deadly threats distract him. The guy swings and hits again, but this time the boy in white blocks the blow. The opponent screams, accusing Suhyeok of using a forbidden technique. The blood on his hands proves otherwise. It lights up its red aura again. The enemy vows to demonstrate his true power. His aura increases dramatically, distorting the space around him. He sends a bunch of spikes towards the protagonist. The child is shocked by this, but he activates the technique, and now all the bullets pass through him. Suhyeok counterattacks by running towards the boy. Vladimir is in complete shock. After a while, Vladimir opens his eyes and sees the main character in front of him. The enemy sneers, doubting Vladimir's abilities. His words are full of disdain, but the man remains unperturbed. Suhyeok displays provocation, concentrating on controlling his energy. Every movement emphasizes his superiority. Vladimir says he has never heard such words from anyone. The message about the vampire makes Vladimir smile. The boy reflects on the enemy's unexpected strength. His gaze scans the map, noting the coordinates of the last battle. Suhyeok decides to continue the investigation. Every detail could be a clue. The enemy demands an answer about the nature of Suhyeok's powers. His voice trembles with a mixture of fear and curiosity. The man turns away silently, demonstrating that the secrets will stay with him. Some secrets aren't meant for outside ears. Suhyeok observes his unarmed opponent, noticing his naivete. Even in his weakness, his opponent tries to save face. The boy backs away, giving him a chance to surrender. His compassion is an unusual but strategic gesture. Suhyeok accuses his opponent of stealing his life force. His words are filled with hatred, but they lack proof. The man shrugs, dismissing the absurd claims. The truth is always revealed in battle, although he is actually a vampire. Suhyeok hears the accusations about his categorical actions. He calls him a vampire, trying to instill fear. The man replies that his true nature is not connected to mysticism. His serene gaze betrays confidence in his righteousness. The boy is faced with the question of his origins. The enemy suggests he use the precious body to travel. Vladimir denies any ill intentions, emphasizing the purity of his actions. His words seem like a challenge to a broader dialogue. The man explains that blood theft is a myth that only generates hatred. His speech is rational, without emotional outbursts. He invites Suhyeok to trust him, emphasizing that there's no risk. His body is a tool, not a source of evil. The subject analyzes the imbalance between the opponent's physical and magical power. His attempts to break the connection with the energy fail. Suhyeok points out that even consciously, the enemy remains dangerous. His conclusions are correct, but require further action. The man satisfies his opponent's curiosity by offering a mutual exchange of information. His tone is friendly but conceals caution. Suhyeok remembers deciphering the enemy's essence at first glance. Trust is a two-way street. The action moves to the city streets. Suhyeok rejects the idea of a deal with a vampire who wanted to kill him. His principles don't allow for compromise. The man offers a peaceful solution, but the enemy is already losing patience. Every word increases the tension. The boy realizes that the enemy is increasing the pressure by connecting to the clone's body. His own abilities are limited by this anomaly. Suhyeok recognizes the enemy's strength, but he doesn't retreat. Even in the middle of a trap, he looks for a way out. A man reflects on the need to become stronger to overcome challenges. His goal is to be unbeatable in the face of any threat. Suhyeok realizes that his current position is just a stepping stone. The path to the top requires sacrifice and time. Remember your goal, to advance to the top of martial arts. The boy understands that getting stronger is the only way out. The news of the joint action makes Suhyeok frown. Vladimir's speech is full of contradictory appeals and hidden hints. The scene changes, and now Vladimir Suhyeok walks through the square surrounded by many people. The vampire suggests to Suhyeok that he stop the confrontation, emphasizing his respect for his trust. The man praises the boy's uniqueness, comparing him to other Asians. There's genuine admiration in his voice. Suhyeok is not at all interested in this dialogue. It puts him in an awkward position in front of many people. Suddenly, the girls in the audience noticed a silhouette in the distance that resembled Vladimir. They were stunned to see a member of the world's top 8. The boy shows off his impeccable appearance, delighting the audience. Vladimir appears on screen, dazzling with his charisma. People notice the attractiveness of the person standing next to Vladimir. Suhyeok still feels awkward. Vladimir questions his cooperation, but Suhyeok threatens retaliation if the pursuit continues. The interlocutor justifies himself by saying that this is the only way to dialogue. Observers comment on the strange closeness between Vladimir and the boy. Doubts arise about the man's motives. Someone in the audience says that perhaps the main character is Vladimir's type, which makes Suhyeok feel very cautious. You see people who have already noticed them and photographed them from all sides. Suhyeok understands that he has nowhere else to go now. Suhyeok interrupts the conversation, demanding to know what she really wants. His posture expresses impatience and a willingness to engage in conflict. Vladimir stops and says he just needs to talk to him and tell him how he found the main character. Suhyeok suggests changing locations, irritably mentioning that he doesn't like noisy places. The man agrees. Gigi notices that the current situation is attracting unnecessary attention. He looks around at those around him, as if foreseeing trouble. He needs to escape. The guy suddenly starts running, intending to leave first, and demands to follow him. The interlocutor, outraged by the sudden decision, tries to stop him. The crowd runs after them. The scene moves and both characters catch their breath. Vladimir comments that they seem to have separated from the crowd, and Suhyeok confirms this. But suddenly he raises his head and sees something. He sees a crowd of school children in front of him, and one of them is squatting in the middle of the crowd. Vladimir mocks the young people, comparing them to a group of punks on the street. The Gopnik orders the group to leave because they are too old for his company. But girls notice the men's attractiveness. Their interest increases. A girl in the audience confidently states that the boys look like actors. They seem to be popular on TikTok. Suhyeok is surprised by Vladimir's popularity. A group of girls argue about the attractiveness of men, and their boyfriends insistently ask the main character and his friend to leave. The vampire suggests stopping interaction with the young man, emphasizing the importance of other matters. Suddenly a stone flies towards them. Something is about to begin. An irritated man mutters about the group's imminent departure, each word laced with the desire to get rid of the annoying onlookers. A menacing smile spreads across the other man's face. He clenches his fists, betraying the growing tension. A shrill scream breaks the silence. The Gopnik is outraged by the absurd sigh. The situation is on the brink of conflict. The attacker hisses at his willingness to retaliate and sarcastically comments on the idol's confidence. He lunges forward, but Suhyeok quickly stops him by simply stroking the bully's face with his hand. He is amazed by the display of strength, his eyes widening in surprise as he registers the force of the blow. And the next second, the guy throws the thug hard against the wall, almost through it. The girls standing on the sidelines were simply shocked by this turn of events. After a while, 3 guys are lying near the wall and ask to call the police. But our heroes just stand there and look at the 3 self-assured losers. Vladimir says that young people today don't understand limits at all. They attack anyone who is too harsh on them. Finally, the man in the hat recognizes the formidable Vladimir standing before him, and he, covered in a red aura of evil, says that they finally understand that it was useless for them to fight. They look at him and are very scared by that aura. The entire gang of schoolchildren runs away in fear, leaving the protagonist and Vladimir alone. Now Vladimir hugs Suhyeok and tells him they're friends now. The protagonist's silence speaks louder than words. There will be no agreement. The man interrupts the conversation, demanding to get to the point. A brusque gesture pushes Vladimir's hands away, and the opponent's mocking smile only irritates him. The interlocutor limits himself to 3 questions, raising a finger. His gaze studies Suhyeok's reaction, as if trying to anticipate the answer. The first question is about escaping magical captivity. Suhyeok looks away, indicating that the secrets will remain with him. The hero's silence forces him to move on to the second question. Tension hangs in the air, but the man maintains an icy calm. The second question about the origin makes Suhyeok frown. The host says he doesn't know what it is. The opponent analyzes Suhyeok's past, pointing out anomalies in his health and abilities that cannot be obtained through training. Comparison with regular enhanced types only emphasizes the uniqueness of the type. The question about magicians remains in the air. Suhyeok suggests a connection to magic or something similar, but he receives a categorical rebuttal. The interlocutor shakes his head, as if correcting an amateur. Clarifying the difference between magicians and awakened people is thought-provoking. Magic appeared on Earth before the portals. Vladimir says that magicians do not receive power from awakening, but only from another magician or from ancient manuscripts. These people are called pure-blooded or born wizards. Suhyeok is surprised that such people are simply born with superpowers. But why is that? Vladimir smiles because he understands that Suhyeok has apparently never heard of naturally born people and therefore is not one of them. And now it's time for the last question. Vladimir seems intrigued before the most important part of their conversation. He asks the main character if he wants to join the World 8, the strongest people in the world and humanity's last hope. Suhyeok is surprised by such an offer. Why would such an important and cool organization accept it? Vladimir gives up and says they don't hire just anyone, but that he meets their criteria. He asks if Gigi knows where this name comes from and how the organization came to be. Suddenly, the hero realizes it was Vladimir who created her. Suhyeok raises an eyebrow, as if checking if it was a joke. Vladimir smiled and snapped his fingers. That was exactly what he meant. There is irony in this situation. After all, it was the monster who founded humanity's last hope. The interlocutor reiterates his sympathy for the people, justifying the need for protection of all humanity. The story of the consequences of the opening of the portals is accompanied by discouraging statistics. Since then, the Earth has changed drastically. Vladimir began to talk about his initial attempts to negotiate with weaker neighbors. Gradually, a team was formed. Thus was born the Eighth World, Suhyeok realized. Vladimir said he initially wanted to gather 10, but massive rejections of candidates killed his idea. The rhetorical question about the future of the Eight is interrupted mid-sentence. The hero opens his eyes and realizes there will be more people in the Eight. Suhyeok ponders the existence of beings whose power rivals that of the Eight World. His eyes shine with excitement, as if he were challenging himself. He laughs skeptically, surprised that such creatures still exist in the world. His hand reaches lower. The hero realizes that the fighter's instinct has awakened in him without him realizing it, and has been signaling the approaching danger all this time. Impatience is evident in Suhyeok's every gesture. He rushes into battle, barely containing the desire to test his strength. Vladimir notices the fighting spirit emanating from the boy. He raises his eyebrows, a mixture of surprise and approval. The vampire's voice fills with joy. The hero's strength has surpassed all his expectations. Now he's finally ready to accept it. Vladimir tempers his enthusiasm, gesturing to get to the point. His tone suddenly becomes formal, as if he wants to cut through unnecessary emotions. The mention of internal conflicts within the organization makes the hero frown. He covers his face with his fingers, expressing irritation. The discussion about how power transforms people is interrupted by a pause. Vladimir looks thoughtfully at Suhyeok. The question of Magnus's head hangs in the air. The protagonist has never considered it before. Vladimir smiles and says he knows about the Manga's head. His name is Albert Crespo. The name Crespo evokes an immediate reaction. The interlocutor recalls the legends of the mad alchemist. The idea of Alberto's leadership in Magnus seems absurd. The confirmation of Crespo's secret role comes with the news that he has secured an ally among the Eight. A skeptical laugh interrupts the conversation about the strongest of humanity. The hero realizes it's an empty sound. The proposal to reform the Eight sounds like a challenge. Vladimir is confident in the operation's success. The invitation to join the elite and help shocks the hero. His gaze wanders into the distance, as if weighing each word. The other person extends his hand, promising unlimited support. Suhyeok studies the gesture, as if looking for a trap in the generous offer. He smiles and is already preparing to say his last word in response to Vladimir. A refusal rang out in the air. Vladimir was stunned. How could Suhyeok refuse such a good offer? The refusal sounds firm. The other person is already ready to make him a hero. Suhyeok shrugs, making it clear that the decision has been made. The interlocutor speaks disdainfully about Oceanwoo's influence, which is limited to Korea. Vladimir frowns, comparing the magnitude of his ambitions. The proud declaration of world-class status sounds like a challenge. Vladimir tries to persuade the gentleman. The demonstration of power through the mention of the Aztec group is accompanied by a generous offer. A brief refusal interrupts the negotiations. The hero stands up, placing his hand between them in a demonstrative gesture, and he turns around to leave quickly. He has nothing else to do there. His interlocutor tries to stop him from leaving, but Suhyeok compares the offer to poisoned honey. He doesn't slow down. We hear a clear refusal to participate in the protagonist's other people's games. He states that he will only live as he wants. A tight laugh betrays an ambivalent attitude toward the subject's stubbornness and intelligence. The interlocutor shakes his head in bewilderment. Vladimir notices the boy's great ambitions, and that makes him like him even more. The scene changes and we find ourselves back in the city. Thoughts about the meeting with Vladimir are replaced by a slight relief. An open conflict was avoided. Distrust of Vladimir grows, fueled by the memory of his manipulations. The white man is a snake by nature. The temptation of convenience pales before the realization of dependency. Vladimir's conditions are like cheese in a mousetrap. Self-confidence is evident in every movement. Suhyeok looks up and into the distance. He finally sees his house in front of him and continues moving towards it. The door creaks, letting the hero into the silence of the house. Mom waves from the doorway, her smile contrasting with the question of leaving suddenly early in the morning. And she offers him something to eat first, and tells him that her father and sister have gone to work. The suggestion of taking a walk after lunch sounds like normal life. The hero nods. The clinking of dishes mingles with his mother's voice. Suhyeok stands in the doorway, attracting his mother's attention. Before the conversation, the boy remains silent, reflecting. What he wants to say is very important. We see how the clock and time slip away as the protagonist tells his story. The story that began that day turned out to be full of unexpected twists and turns. The boy decides to reveal the truth about his awakening to his family, starting from his hospital room. The story about superpowers, joining the association, and the first tasks is interrupted by a pause. The hero lowers his gaze, avoiding the topic of the continent of hygiene. The weight of silence is stronger than monsters. Suhyeok hides his true fears so he doesn't see the concern in his parents' eyes. The mother addresses the hero and tells him that she understands that he has been through a lot in his life. His mother takes his hands, as if trying to share the burden of his experiences. Her gaze speaks louder than words. It reveals a lot. The boy laughs, denying the internal struggle. A playful smile hides the trace of fatigue that forms at the corners of his lips. Mentioning his sister's support sounds like gratitude. Without her support, he would definitely have gone crazy. The mother approvingly praises her son for sharing the burden and for his thoughtfulness in her plans. But there's sadness in their voices. Even heroes need support, which they rarely acknowledge. GG says there's nothing to worry about. Rank 12's achievements pale in comparison to the new challenges. He's one of the coolest hunters. But the mother says that the stronger he is, the stronger the enemies he faces are. This surprises the main character. Suhyeok's mother sadly notes that the dangers of the world aren't limited to the city. Her words seem like a warning, but there's no blame in them, only concern. The woman carefully mentions demons stronger than humans. Her fingers tense on the edge of the tablecloth, betraying her concern for her son. The question of whether it's reasonable to sacrifice for family or money hangs in the air. Suhyeok looks away, as if avoiding a direct answer. The boy firmly denies the pressure of circumstances. But deep down, he realizes he lied to her a little. Remember that before he was different and didn't communicate well with his family, or didn't help at all. But after a series of losses and realizing what is most important in this life, he realizes he was wrong. Tears stream down Suhyeok's face, and he says family is the most important thing. He asks his mother not to say that. It reminds us that happiness isn't found in wealth, but in the support of loved ones. The mother's smile mingles with tears, which she quickly wipes away. The word beloved son sounds like a hymn to their relationship. They hug each other tightly. Suhyeok asks his mother to take care of herself, wiping away her tears. Her gesture is kind, but her gaze shifts toward the window where new trials await. The mother looks proudly at her adult son, noting how he has grown into a real man. Her eyes shine with a mixture of sadness and joy. The woman gently reminds him that the family is willing to share any difficulties. Her hand rests on Suhyeok's forearm. The boy nods, echoing his mother's words about mutual support. His voice is firm, but a warm smile plays at the corner of his lips. Suhyeok promises to call for help, and his mother pats him approvingly. The room smells of freshly brewed tea. Her son's happiness is her top priority. The woman smooths his collar, hiding the trembling in her fingers from the overwhelming emotion. A brief thank you sounds sincere. The hero bows his head, avoiding direct gaze to keep from letting tears escape. The last thing we see is a framed family photograph, finally symbolizing their complete reunion. The scene moves to a highway where a luxury limousine is traveling at high speed. Drive through an expensive area between luxury cars and houses. Vladimir advises Baek Chae-moon and announces his imminent return home, immediately tomorrow. The old man turns around and remembers the planned meeting with the nameless one. A brief confirmation of the meeting sounds like a death sentence. The man turns away, avoiding further questions. The old man realizes that the meeting apparently has not gone so well and stays behind the boy. Finally, the limousine arrived at Vladimir's mansion and everyone except the driver got out of the car. Before saying goodbye, Vladimir admires Suhyeok in front of the old man. Fantastic is the only word he can find to evaluate him. He calls his new friend cool, and that makes him fall in love with his little country. The vampire admits defeat in his fight against Suhyeok today. The interlocutor freezes, not expecting such a turn of events. The old man apologizes, but the boy immediately clarifies that it was a joke. A smile appears on his lips, a mixture of irony and a certain embarrassment. Even if his body was now a clone, he couldn't think that anyone other than the old man could defeat him. Vladimir asks the elder to include Suhyeok in his organization by any means possible. The elder says his clan leader will be against it. The master's order to wait until the training is over sounds like a test. Vladimir says that Suhyeok's hostility must not be provoked under any circumstances. And if someone decides to do it anyway, Vladimir will perceive it as a personal enmity. The message will be delivered personally, the old man promises. Vladimir heads for the exit, showing determination. A final order before departure interrupts his thoughts. He gathers all the media before his flight tomorrow. The agreement rings automatically. The old man wishes Vladimir good night. The vampire returns home and does some pull-ups. Spending all day in the sun has a very detrimental effect on the clone's health and strength. The old man stands there at that moment and thinks what he should do with that nameless man. What seemed like a gentle breeze turned into a hurricane. Beads of sweat trickled down the man's face as he realized the difficulty of the mission. An attempt to enjoy peace in old age fails due to new obligations. The old man's gaze sweeps around the mansion. The scene changes to Korea International Airport, where Vladimir will fly from. He walks toward the catwalk and people around him take pictures of him, blinding him with multiple flashes. The vampire has 2 bodyguards with him and waves goodbye to all the journalists. Finally, he approaches his stand and prepares to begin his speech, greeting everyone gathered there. Already on the phone, we see that his acknowledgement of the exclusivity of the anonymous person sounds like a challenge. The man crosses his arms, assessing his opponent's hidden potential. Before us appears a Suhyeok with this very phone. Rumors about him spread across the internet with incredible speed. The interview with Vladimir, Russia's strongest man, revolutionized the media. His words revolutionized public opinion. The global audience is thrilled with the news. Bezimayani's fans are already approaching 1.5 million subscribers. The internet debate is raging. Some predict the end of the Nameless One's fame, while others fiercely defend his reputation. The situation is getting out of hand, but the hero understands. This is just the beginning of a long journey. Her gaze is filled with determination. A ringing interrupts his thoughts. Suhyeok answers the phone, maintaining his usual composure. When asked about his current affairs, the boy briefly replies, "Everything's fine." He says he's been busy lately looking for a place to live. The vice president expresses his concern, but the hero assures him his worries are in vain. His tone remains impenetrable. The question of emigration is in the air. Suhyeok sighs and says they've already discussed this topic. The conversation returns to the topic of trust, where the interlocutor carefully hints at possible changes in Suhyeok's decisions. Anxiety is heightened by Vladimir's activity. The interlocutor justifies his anxiety by referring to the morning's events, which went beyond expectations. Despite the lack of concrete proposals, a humorous comment calms the situation. Laughter masks the discomfort, demonstrating that there are no serious reasons for conflict yet. Suhyeok emphasizes the importance of maintaining current agreements. His words sound like a promise, but they also hint at the conditionality of the agreement. A joke about the Sin Nombre representative's situation ends the conversation. The vice president still doesn't believe it. The invitation to visit the association is presented as an informal request. The intrigue intensifies with the mention of undisclosed details. The idea seems promising to the interlocutor, but he insists on a face-to-face meeting. The pause before answering reveals hidden concerns. The question of urgency remains unanswered. Suhyeok agrees to consider the proposal later, demonstrating control of the situation. The request for exclusive rights to the portal came as a surprise. The response was delayed, creating uncertainty. The statement about the imminent exercise of rights brings the interlocutor back into the dialogue. But the vice president is still shocked by such a statement. Exclusive portal rights are typically available only to awakened rank 12 or higher. Few find any real use for them. The reason for the restrictions is simple: a monopoly on resources. On the table in front of you are the plans for the distribution of magic stones. Control over the portal means power over all the world's resources. The warning about guild conflicts reminds the main character of the danger. The vice president asks the protagonist, "Are you really ready?" This involves great risk and danger. Dangers don't frighten. The name of the nameless one has become a shield. A nod in response to doubt confirms a willingness to take risks. Consent is given without hesitation. The contract is signed, the seal leaving an imprint on the paper, as if ending the dispute. Preparations for the confirmation of rights are in full swing. Suhyeok thanks his manager and says their next conversation will be postponed until the portal is cleared. The scene changes to the top of a tree. After Oh Shinwoo's call, his training intensifies. He devotes a lot of time to training and gathering information about portals. Routine inspection of rank 1 to 3 portals is straightforward. Suhyeok reviews the reports and notes the absence of anomalies. Suhyeok rejects small goals and focuses on the big prize. His demands grow in proportion to his ambitions. Level 80 seems insignificant compared to the standards of rank 12. The boy compares his progress with the guild's expectations. Martial arts have helped us get here, but now we need a qualitative leap. We're seeking new horizons. Leveling up requires taking risks. Capturing high-ranking portals becomes a priority. The lack of powerful portals is irritating. Suhyeok reviews the reports, looking for even the slightest hint of a suitable target. The 6th-tier portal isn't ideal, but there are no alternatives. Disappointment mingles with determination to seize the opportunity. Hesitation grips him as he makes the decision: enter the 6th-level portal or wait. Suddenly, the system screen appears before his eyes. He can't believe what he sees. A notification about a rank 10 portal in Pyeongtaek City appears on screen. The protagonist can't believe his luck. The interlocutor is again surprised by Suhyeok's absence. The question about the reasons sounds more like a rhetorical rebuke. The dates of the trip to the province remain uncertain. The man downplays his worries, trying to minimize those of his loved ones. The request to care for the parents is accompanied by a brief nod. The voice conveys a sense of family responsibility, without emotion. Consent is given reluctantly, through gritted teeth. The sister covers her face with her hand, as if resigned to the inevitable. Finally, the main character gets into the car and steps on the accelerator. Now he ends the conversation by saying it's time to go to work. His Geländewagen continues on its way. Suhyeok is very focused on his route, smiling, because his goal is Pohang. The scene changes, and for some reason we see a huge hand sticking out of the ocean. The size of the portal astonishes even an experienced hunter. The crowd is completely stunned by the sight. Someone in the crowd shouts that such a large portal definitely requires a person of at least rank 12. The noise increases at the edge of the restricted area. Guards block the way and demand immediate exit. The soldier shouts at them to retreat. Panic grips the group, demanding that something be done to ensure their safety. The document verification process is delayed. A security guard stops Suhyeok's car and demands his documents. A border guard looks through a car window, and before him appears Suhyeok with his superhero mask, showing his ring, which symbolizes his rank. The soldier recognizes the nameless one and greets him. He says he'll soon open the portal for him. He opens the barrier, and we see how our main character's white Geländewagen heads straight for the portal. The portal's classification as hostile is confirmed. The on-screen data flashes red, warning of a growing threat. The biggest dilemma in his life is that even rank 12 does not guarantee victory over an equally powerful portal. Standard tactics recommend choosing portals 3 ranks lower. Exceptions are rare and require special preparation. Rank 10+ monsters display non-linear power growth. The graphs show a sharp increase in their power after a certain threshold. 3 years ago, a group of 3 rank 12 awakeners dared to enter the level 11 portal. Their story became a lesson for all guilds. Of the 3 participants, only 2 were able to return after the portal's closure. This case is still being debated in professional circles. A call from the vice president appears on Suhyeok's phone screen. His warnings about the risks give the impression that he's only concerned about national wealth. The vice president insists on reviewing the plan, but to no avail. A question from Suhyeok about the connection between high ambitions and future success leaves the vice president baffled. Gigi mentions that he could even become the best 9 in the world, but even now he is not satisfied with this title. Suhyeok rejects the path of moderation. His goal is to become an exception, transcending the normal capabilities of awakened beings. The vice president gives in to the hero's determination. A nod and a brief, "I believe in you," become a formal agreement. The order to immediately prepare to enter the portal is given without hesitation. The activation mechanisms are activated in real time. The portal is officially under Suhyeok's control. The buzzing of energy increases, heralding the beginning of a dangerous mission. Suddenly, the ground around the portal begins to crack and shake violently. This greatly surprises the main character. He had never seen anything like this with any portal before. Suddenly, the portal contracts and a black entity appears from it. The first thing you see is its enormous paw, which creates even more cracks in the ground. We see a huge red reptilian gas directed towards all the people in the area and especially towards our main character. People watch this action in shock because they recognize this huge creature. The black salamander emerges from the shadows of the portal. The squad members freeze, recognizing the legendary creature from survival books. The creature attempts to break through the portal. The squad captain signals the snipers to take up positions for immediate intervention. A firestorm descends upon the target, illuminating the area with bright flashes. All forces are concentrated on attacking the reptile. Tanks were even deployed to repel the reptile's attack from the portal. They fired powerful bursts at the dinosaur. There was probably nothing left of the reptile's power or the number of attacks. Only smoke surrounded the area around the portal and the creature. But suddenly 2 bright eyes appear from the smoke, and the next second he opens his mouth wide and a howl is heard. For this reason, soldiers cannot even turn around and flee the battlefield. A paralytic attack attributed to draconic creatures that deprives the victim of the will to resist. It is often called fear due to its overwhelming effect. The ability affects lower life forms, blocking rational thought. Victims become easy prey, unable to escape or attack. A powerful blow stuns the target, causing a dull groan. An attempted counterattack is cut short by a sudden weakness in the legs. And at that very moment, a huge salamander's mouth falls on all the soldiers, ready to devour them in one bite. But suddenly the reptile stops because of a cry from behind. She immediately pays attention to it. And now she sees Suhyeok with his mask and with energy in his leg, who is already falling from above right on top of her, preparing a powerful blow. And with one blow he knocks the huge monster to the ground. His strength has increased significantly. The Nameless One suddenly appears. His appearance halts the enemy attack. The soldiers are shocked by his power. But the monster calls out to the air, growling and preparing a new blow, this time aimed at the main character. The protagonist realizes that the monster's tough hide can withstand even the strongest blows. Each blow bounces off like steel armor. He looks ahead and sees a huge black salamander already running towards him with its mouth open, ready to eat him at any moment. He clenches his kulan and says it's time to show off his new technique, which he's been training for a long time before. Suhyeok demonstrates a new technique, the 100 Steps Divine Fist. Their movements merge into a single stream, ending with a crushing blow to the epicenter of the energy. The reptile is in shock and can only watch as the energy flow flies straight towards him, and he's too strong. He knocks her down with a single blow, almost reducing her to dust. Between them, only smoke of a very strong energy remains. The salamander is defeated. And instead of the huge monster, we only see a huge hole through which the main character is visible. The skill level soars. A sigh of relief escapes the chest. The 5th level of martial arts has been reached. The Divine Fist reaches the 3rd star, confirming its status as a legendary technique. The Nameless One is recognized as an absolutely destructive force. The crowd rejoices. His name is now associated with irreversible consequences in any fight. The energy gradually dissipates. Suddenly he realizes something important around him. A red splinter sticking out of the salamander's body. It's really cool, but it's not clear what it is. He quickly takes it out, and now this red thing is in his possession. The magic stone explodes with a bright flash. The hero sees that it is rank 10. The first step toward your goal turns out to be an unexpected success. You can make even more money by selling it. The hero notices that a creature capable of becoming a boss under other circumstances appears without warning. This means there are even stronger creatures inside the portal. A rumble from the depths of the portal warns of new threats. The rank 10 portal lives up to its reputation. From this moment on, the real battle begins. The rules of the game change, demanding maximum concentration and preparation for the unpredictable. Breaking news: Nameless assaults the Dragon's Nest. A rank 12. Awakened challenges an area where even the elite doubt success. The debate over the portal's exclusive rights is reaching a fever pitch. A rescue team is being called for, but doubts about the appropriateness of the decision are growing. The immediate rescue order is received with a deep sigh. The situation has spiraled out of control, requiring unconventional solutions. Chaos reigns in the portal. The sounds of boiling magic merge into a menacing roar, foreshadowing a catastrophe. The vice president reflects on all this while sipping a delicious cup of coffee. The chaos in the dragon's nest is understandable. Even experienced guilds avoid such challenges. The threat level is exorbitant. The rank 10 portal lives up to its reputation as a death trap. Overcoming these dungeons solo is a rarity among the awakened. Only 5 of the 8 legendaries have managed to repeat such a feat. The nameless one risks entering this narrow circle. Success in the dragon's nest will place him among the elite. However, his meteoric rise raises more questions than admiration. Just 6 months since its debut is too short a period for such ambitions. The distance to Universal 8 remains an insurmountable chasm. It needs to grow. The scene changes and we are transported through a portal into a wild jungle. We see movement in the forest. The leaves are moving, which means there is movement nearby. A huge reptile runs through the forest, shaking all living beings around it. We see a huge volcano in the middle of this strange, wild world. And from below you can already see a huge dinosaur running directly towards this volcano. Suddenly, one of the dinosaurs was hit in the face and blood splattered across the screen. All the other dinosaurs noticed this and cautiously backed away, sensing the danger approaching. Suddenly, the main character's attacking energy appears in front of them and is ready to hit them. But the blow strangely goes too far, leaving all the dinosaurs confused. One of them turns around and tries to understand, confused. What was it? Suddenly, the main character's punch comes back and with monstrous force flies towards the side of this dinosaur's head. This throws him far away, literally destroying everything around him with his dinosaur body. Suhyeok looks at him with satisfaction as his energy-charged fist was able to create such a powerful blow. After a while, he steps on the corpse of the defeated dinosaur. He realizes that his attempt to trap the target with magic is failing. The complexity of the task forces him to reconsider his tactics, but he's not used to giving up. A month in the dragon's nest has left its mark on everything, from his team to his movements. Time is on his side. Giant dragon carcasses are now butchered with cold precision. Every claw and scale is a valuable resource, and there are more than expected. Ideal hunting conditions become a new challenge. Even skill can't save you from unexpected obstacles on the way to your goal. The vast inventory suddenly fills up. A rare case where the loot exceeds even the most daring estimates. Greed is the hunter's constant companion. The more you get, the more you feel the lack. A lesson Suhyeok learns the hard way. Hundreds of dragon-like creatures were destroyed in 1 month. The mountains of trophies became a test of skill, but also a source of new dilemmas. You get the idea that you need to quickly buy unlimited storage. This is the next step towards absolute freedom of action. The bag's advertisement seduces with the promise of unlimited space. The typo in the name doesn't hide its essence. It's the holy grail of hunters. The artifact created by the Elven Masters is unparalleled. Its price is justified. Borderless magic costs a fortune, but it opens up incredible possibilities. It's actually unlimited. But the 30 billion won price tag will shock even experienced guilds. For this money you could buy a skyscraper in Seoul, but the hero is sure the game is worth it. The decision to buy an artifact sounds like an oath. The plan is simple. Make money, overcome all obstacles, and obtain the desired object at any price. The carcass of a Tyrannosaurus is more valuable than ordinary trophies. Every piece of meat, every bone, is carefully packaged. Nothing can be thrown away. Unnecessary items are set aside. The process is similar to sorting diamonds and dirt. Only valuable items deserve a place in the inventory. The scene changes to the afternoon and we see a large fire, and the dinosaur carcass next to him in the car. That's how the guy survives all these days. A sizzle comes from a tray of poisonous meat. Each serving is a step toward immunity, but the risk of poisoning remains. The poison resistance ability has reached the micro level. A month of experiments with toxic foods is bearing its first fruits. Gradual adaptation to poisons transforms the body into a fortress. Now even lethal doses aren't scary. Immunity increases with each meal. Immunity to 100 poisons has become an intermediate stage. The plan to reach 1,000 seems ambitious, but no longer impossible. The dream of invulnerability to 10,000 toxins is shattered by reality. There simply aren't enough threats in the world to test the limits of our capabilities. A mysterious exclamation interrupts my thoughts. Perhaps the answer to all these questions lies in the next danger zone. The focus shifts to the poison-contaminated section of the volcano. Even with all the progress, much remains to be done. The determination to explore new territory is evident in every word. The pause before action only emphasizes the seriousness of the intentions. Suhyeok's stats are impressive. Level 86, Strength 112, Wisdom 131. Progress on the portal over the month exceeded all expectations. Harmony of body and spirit achieved without special training. The effective use of internal energy yielded astonishing results. 2 years of inner strength in 1 month is the result of using the divine technique. The deficiency will be compensated with elixirs, but there's no rush. Money decides everything. Artifacts, potions, resources. The environment where every advantage is available continues to attract, but it doesn't deflect. Rejecting outside support is a conscious choice. Self-knowledge and alternative growth methods make regret useless. Remember that the only thing that helps him win is magic, and remember the monk with the bald, shiny head from the previous world. Return to the interdimensional journey that began on the continent of Hwan. There, in the distant past, the foundations for the hero's future achievements were laid. The age of chaos divided the continent into warring states. Endless wars turned the lands into a stage for bloody conflict. Borders shifted daily, and rivers of blood became a symbol of that era. No corner was safe from the battles. By uniting the continent with the power of martial arts, Suhyeok made an unexpected discovery. It turns out that wars are not won with fists, but with strategy. Magic surpassed hand-to-hand combat techniques on the scale of battle. Its destructive power rewrote the rules of any battle. The name Hwaksanj was first heard at that turning point, and became a symbol of a new stage in the hero's evolution. On the battlefield, magic proved more terrible than any sword. This forced the boy to dominate him, despite his loyalty to martial traditions. The bitter truth reveals his limitations. The martial arts genius proved powerless against magic. Doubts gnaw at him, but giving up isn't his style. Hwaksanj is relentless in his assessments. Even after a century of training, Suhyeok hasn't mastered basic spells. The comparison to fishing for a whale with a stick only increases the bitterness. The only option for a loser is to rely on luck. That's what the bald master thinks. The cruelty of reality requires no comment. The question of the role of luck in life hangs like a rhetorical rebuke to circumstances. Rage spills over into a blow. The test of luck becomes a rudimentary experiment. Either you're lucky or you're not. The bald man asks him not to fight. The scene changes to a starry sky. Now all he can do is feel nostalgia for those happy times. He misses them so much. Suddenly the scene moves to the bushes, from where 2 dinosaurs look at the hero. Or a little further, try counting pairs of evil eyes. The scene moves back as close to the fire as possible. The hero lies on the rocks and enjoys the long-awaited rest. Suddenly he notices the sounds around him. A creaking noise in the darkness announces the presence of uninvited visitors. The invisible threat causes the boy to freeze, analyzing the source of the sound. The kidnappers who escaped during the day reappeared at night. Gigi smiles at this. Their silhouettes flicker through the trees, confirming the worst assumptions. The scene changes, and now they have decided to attack him. A multitude of dinosaurs run and roar, intent on defeating the main character as a mob. But he just smiles sarcastically and says he's ready to face them. At that moment, he prepares his favorite move. The magic fist. The scene returns to the landscape of the volcano, and from a bird's-eye view we see how the protagonist's magical blows shake the forest. After a series of precise strikes, only 3 targets remain. The hunt enters its final phase, and every second counts. The hero smiles, already knowing his next step. The magical barrier explodes with a series of precise strikes. The energy flies directly toward the opponents. They all hit the target. The dinosaurs fall to the ground dead. The system notification announces the level increase. Progress is steady and training is effective. The idea of mastering magic is unsettling. Even basic spells could be an important addition to one's arsenal. The foundation of martial arts is the energy of the lower dantian. Magic originates in the middle, which requires fundamentally different control. Magical training is like fishing. An untimely hook ruins the entire process. Patience is key. Impulsiveness leads to failure. A true catch is only possible when the float is completely submerged in the water. The search for a method for basic spells continues. Even weak magic opens up new tactical possibilities. Low-level spells are useless against armies. Their value lies in precise use and control training. Magic is effective against single targets. The system's signal opens access to the Akashic Records, the repository of universal knowledge. The system confirms the authorization. The dimensional library greeting appears on the interface screen. Suhyeok is surprised. Suhyeok studies the terms Akashic Records and dimensional library. He doesn't think he's been able to access them. Remember the bald man who said that magic can't be mastered with brute force? The emphasis is on intelligence. Precise analysis and calculation replace physical effort. Yuxanja was right. Magic requires erudition. The Akashic Records contain all the world's knowledge, confirming the theory. And now the GG has access to them. Attempted direct access to the Akashic Records blocked. Level 1, low authority warning and stop request. Access to information is strictly limited. The system offers the option of asking a specific question to obtain fragmented data. At access level 1, it's only viewable. The auxiliary profession of mage has been created, but the restrictions are annoying. He looks at his specialty and is simply shocked. The system already knows he's a mage. Then he realizes that the awakened have two abilities. The Esper's dual gifts, fire and fluidity, awaken. An unexpected discovery changes the rules of the game, opening up new possibilities. This reminds us of Pak Mugi, an example of such a gift. His case confirms the reality of dual abilities in the world of awakened beings. The effect of the spell exceeds expectations. The surprise is reflected on the face, although no specific figures are given. The test of magic begins immediately. The decision to test the power of the spell in practice sounds like a challenge to oneself. The Empower spell is activated by clapping. The simplicity of the cast belies the power of the effect. A strong magic covers his body, starting with his feet. System notification. Rank D enhancement magic received. New skill instantly available upon command activation. Stats increase instantly upon activation. Repeated use changes the perception of magic. And to achieve such powerful effects, he decides to activate the power once more. His hands clap. But the spell's reuse is blocked by the active effect. The boy goes on to try other abilities to circumvent the restriction. Registration for Rank D speed boost has been successful. System notifications confirm that a new skill has been added to your arsenal. The system prevents you from learning new spells. The requirement for upgrading your profession is displayed in red in the interface. The restriction is disconcerting. The user rereads the error message and checks the access conditions. The promotion term requires hidden conditions to be met. The instruction redirects to the status menu to verify the parameters. The recorded skills check shows 6 positions, and you decide to check the 6th. The list of boosting abilities includes strength, speed, stamina, and magic. Defense and deterrence stand out as untested options. The defensive skill is useful for preserving loot. On the Hwan Continent, these skills were not in high demand. Deterrence can change the course of a real battle. The practical application of this skill opens up new tactical possibilities. The interface records progress. 5 stars, creating an A-rank linker, and learning D-rank defense deterrence. Strengthening skills are recorded. Yang Suhyeok's status is level 88, with the mage profession as his secondary profession. The advancement condition check window shows that the criteria have not been met. The requirements for promotion to mage are 1 billion experience and an angel demon heart. The system prompts for confirmation of the upgrade, which causes confusion. Increasing your profession can hinder your leveling. The risk is obvious. The difficulty of extracting components exceeds your current capabilities. Hunting angels or demons seems suicidal. A closed fist reflects tension. A mistake will have fatal consequences. The current force is clearly insufficient for such tasks. A premature ascension seems a strategic mistake without adequate preparation. The angels are untouchable as leaders of the interdimensional alliance. Any conflict with them will result in catastrophic retribution. The decision has been made to postpone the increase. The first step is to clear a rank 10 portal to accumulate resources and experience. He looks at the volcano and understands that his next rival is right there. We see a huge scaly tail floating in the lava, and then the eye of this monster, in which lava and fire are reflected. Before us appears a monstrous fire serpent. the next enemy of the main character. In front of her, we see the remains of those brave people who decided to kill her before. The scene changes to a volcano that is now erupting quite forcefully. Suhyeok instantly recognizes the target lurking near the volcano. His gaze captures the poisonous creature's distinctive movement. This giant snake has not yet reached the level of the imugi, but its size already inspires great awe in the observer. The length of the monster clearly exceeds 20 meters, which makes it a formidable opponent in the upcoming fight. Despite its terrifying size, the man confidently believes the creature is simply a large snake. The mage is confident that activating the stat boost will guarantee him victory in this battle without any unnecessary complications. But suddenly, the snake begins to beat the ground with its tail and wriggle in place. Suhyeok notices the snake's unusual sensitivity to the flow of chi emanating from it. The hunter realizes that even a master of harmony could fall victim to such a monstrous creature, and now he decided to give it a try. How far he could go to defeat that scaly monster. He began to gather all his energy into a fist that rushed towards him in torrents. Suhyeok launched a crushing blow of the divine fist of 100 steps towards the snake, and a huge flow of energy began to push the snake back. After all, it is a pretty strong fighter. But suddenly the snake simply opened its mouth and absorbed all the energy. It received no damage. The boy was surprised to see how the attack was easily absorbed by the creature without any visible damage. But the snake had already begun to surround him from all sides, and its double tongue was touching the protagonist's hands and feet. But he managed to jump with force and recover from the attack of the huge snake. The man realized his mistake. In front of him was clearly not an ordinary snake, but something much more dangerous. Suhyeok urgently requested data from the Akashic records to understand the true nature of the enemy. The system identified the creature as Nephilim, the cursed ancient dragon of the fallen world, a hatchling. The boy realized with amazement that he was fighting a real dragon and only a small cub. Suddenly the dragon spoke and asked Suhyeok the reason why he wanted to destroy this world. The man was shocked by the dragon's ability to speak, but the snake was still waiting to hear an answer to the question asked. The boy briefly explained his destructive actions as a simple necessity, without unnecessary details. The dragon asked Suhyeok a direct question about the possible benefits of destroying this world. The boy called the question obvious and explained the need to protect his world from invasions through portals. The snake was a little perplexed. The boy expressed doubts about the danger most people pose to the dragon world. The dragon accused the people of aggression and proclaimed the law of the strongest as the natural order of things. Suhyeok agreed with the right of the strong, but emphasized the inalienable right of the weak to life and survival. The dragon repeated his main question about Suhyeok's intention to destroy this world. The boy confirmed his goal, recognizing that there were compelling reasons on both sides of the conflict. Licking his lips, the dragon explained his own reasons for protecting the world and the need to stop Suhyeok. Suhyeok suggested ending the conversation and taking decisive action, which the dragon called presumptuous. The dragon called this boy a weak man with disdain and wanted to quote a famous saying. The boy smiled and said that the true scale could only be assessed by direct measurement. The fight began, and Suhyeok rushed headfirst with his super energy towards the mouth of the huge snake. But suddenly it disappeared right under their noses. The jump was extremely fast. The boy asked if the dragon knew of a certain advantage of being larger in combat. He explained that a larger target gives the attacker more points to attack. The snake was shocked by such an attack by an ordinary person, and Suhyeok struck with all his energy directly at the dragon's head, pressing it against the ground and pressing it with more and more energy. After the blow, the snake looked at the huge bump left by the protagonist's blow and was visibly upset by it. The monster was enraged by the man's audacity, burst into a furious scream, and launched projectiles of its poisonous slime and acid around him. The guy covered himself with a shield and contemptuously called the snake's actions a cowardly spit, unworthy of a serious opponent. But suddenly he looked ahead and was surprised to see what the dragon was preparing. The creature noticed Suhyeok's agility, comparing his dodges to those of an annoying mosquito. Inside its mouth, a deadly charge was brewing. The enraged dragon declared his immediate intention to completely destroy his insolent opponent. The boy barely dodged the lightning. Only the energy helped him move faster. He didn't understand how the dragon did it. Surprised, Suhyeok recognized his opponent's true nature, realizing the power of a real dragon. The dragon demonstrated its destructive breath, highlighting the difficulty of countering its power. The boy noticed the incredible vitality of the dragon, which withstood the blow of the 100-step divine fist. Man realized the limitations of ordinary chi against such protection, which required a different approach. And now he activated 100% of the energy and made a sharp leap forward. Suhyeok announced that he would take serious action, intending to show the true power of his abilities. The boy activated the first form of the Emperor's martial arts technique for a decisive attack. The penetrating palm technique was applied with maximum concentration of internal energy. Suhyeok gathered chi from all three dantians, exceeding the normal level of energy compression in a gapcha. The boy issued a challenge, declaring the possibility of sinking his claws deep if he managed to break through the defense. The creature immediately roared and counterattacked, raising its head and opening its mouth in a cry of pain. The boy realized it was time to use his own claw technique to defeat the dragon. Using the second form of the Emperor's dragon-slaying claw technique, Suhyeok intensified his attack. The creature's roar turned into a loud command to stop, and pain spread throughout the snake's body. Blood began to flow from every crevice in the body and from the mouth. The snake begged for it to stop. He cast one last pitiful look at his killer, and he fell with all his strength to the ground, shaking everything around him with his enormous body. The boy made muffled sounds of pain, demonstrating the physical exertion of the fight. The dragon's lack of movement from its original position made the hunter wonder about the reason for these actions. Why wasn't it moving? Suhyeok suggested that there was valuable cosmic energy inside the creature's ball. The man was determined to finish the fight. He gathered his strength and sent out a powerful beam of twisting energy. But suddenly something behind him caught his attention, and he turned towards the sound. He saw a huge mouth, full of energy, running towards him with all its strength, trying to strike as quickly as possible. And he succeeded. The guy flew into the wall, crushing stones and perhaps even his spine. Already halfway up the wall, he began to wonder, what was that? He started to get angry, thinking about how that bastard could attack so badly, with such a sneak attack from behind. But what he saw surprised him greatly. A girl with red eyes emerged from the dust in front of him. She was the one who hit him. The main character tried to stand up again after the strong blow he received from the little girl. Her white hair was waving and didn't look like human hair, and even paler skin contrasted with large red snake eyes. When the dust cleared, he saw her in full growth. She was wearing strange clothes and had a strange appearance. Suhyeok was shocked to realize that the girl in front of him was the evil demon dragon Nephilim. The dragon girl desperately and shakily pleaded for the attacks to stop, clearly experiencing severe pain or discomfort. The creature explained his defense of the world by the need to save someone's life from imminent death. She gritted her teeth and leaned forward, explaining that if he didn't do this, the hero would die. She needed to protect this world. She jumped up at once, propelling herself forward from the ground with force, and he raised his hand to deal a strong blow to the main character. The boy was completely shocked by such an attack from the little snake girl towards him, and at the last second, Suhyeok managed to jump back from the powerful blow, leaving cracks in the ground and a shockwave. The boy noticed a strange process, reminiscent of skin shedding or a dragon's transformation. The completely unexpected nature of what happened made the man exclaim, so the Akasha system began to investigate the situation. The Akashic records have revealed information about the ancient Nephilian cursed dragon of the fallen world. The girl loudly expressed her desire to kill the guy and directed her red eyes in his direction. At this point, the boy began to doubt his puppy status after the changes. The boy witnessed the dragon transform from a baby to a menacing form in a matter of seconds. She attacked. The girl said that if she didn't kill him, she would die herself, and began to attack the main character with even greater force. The boy's misunderstanding of the dragon's motives stemmed from his statements about protecting the world at all costs. The girl growled that she had been told to protect this world, or she would die and attack again. The creature demonstrated terrifying speed and strength with primitive combat tactics. The main character chose the right moment and grabbed the girl by the hair, and he hit her on the ground with all his might. After all, in front of him was not just a girl, but a real dragon monster. The dragon squealed as the force of the GG's blow caused it to smash face first into the ground. He placed 2 fingers on his neck, beginning a kind of ritual. Standing over it, the MC said that the dragon's long hair created an obstacle in close combat, limiting its maneuverability. At that moment, a red smoke began to come out of the dragon's neck, and the girl clearly wasn't happy. She was screaming in pain. and the guy was just trying to immobilize her with his chakra points. Stimulating acupuncture points could provide an advantage by forcing the dragon to adjust its defenses. Desperate repetitions of "protect" merged with Suhyeok's distorted name as the girl scraped her hands on the floor. The dragon desperately called for the destruction of this world, begging for the end of existence. And she desperately hit the ground again, dispersing her chakra and starting to move. The release of the acupuncture points surprised the boy, and it was accompanied by screams and demands to end that terrible world. The creature continued to make direct death threats, demonstrating a complete loss of control. The repeated death threat was made with increasing fury and determination. She lunged at him sharply and screaming, preparing to kill him with a single blow, but attacking with the same techniques wouldn't achieve much. Suhyeok remembered them and quickly dodged them. The guy recorded a sharp change in the dragon's behavior, which initially protected the world, but now he asked to destroy it, and this surprised the main character a lot. While he was thinking, a fistful of energy was already flying towards his head, and he barely managed to dodge it. He was lucky. He could have turned to mush in the face of such force. He landed on the ground a few feet away from the girl, and he stopped with his foot on something. This caught his attention and he turned around. Behind him he saw a huge dragon corpse and among all the balls, some kind of bright red object. He looked closer and saw a red object that looked like a small tombstone. Suhyeok took it and hypothesized about the nature of the object, but suddenly heard a sound. He turned towards the sound, and he saw a girl who was already on top of him and was trying to hit him from top to bottom. He barely dodged it again. Clearly he wasn't the one fighting, but just running away the whole time. The boy immediately realized the critical mistake. Losing his vigilance in the heat of battle, he crawled along the ground for a couple more meters. His clothes were probably all ripped and his back was covered in wounds. But the little girl didn't want to stop, and she jumped again, full of energy. And he hit the ground with new, murderous force. The protagonist should have been here, but he wasn't there and she started looking around. Suddenly, Suhyeok's hand fell on his head, and he began to pierce all her chakra points with great force and speed, forcing her to not move for a long time and not attack. The girl started screaming. Suhyeok's strong desire to kill the dragon arose due to the escalating conflict, but the creature's childlike features made the man doubt whether it should really be killed. You must force yourself to concentrate on destroying cosmic energy. It is this action that will allow this conflict to end. He began to gather energy in his hand, and the decisive attack of the divine fist of 100 steps was immediately used by man to destroy the energy of the cosmos. But the attack did not pass, but dissipated near the red stone. Suhyeok was surprised because he didn't expect such a strong barrier around cosmic energy. Meanwhile, the girl around her became increasingly saturated and broke free from her paralysis. The urgent need to destroy the power source drove Suhyeok. He began to strike the stone with his bare hands. He hit faster and faster, and he saw how the stone broke. Finally, his actions bore fruit. Seeing this, he began to hit it with his fists even faster. The stone heated up and now sparks flew from every blow. And finally, the stone split and a strong red glow appeared. It illuminated everything around it with its light, including the main character's face. The system notification confirmed the destruction of 100 dimensions and the assignment of the title of Intermediate Destroyer. The boy was surprised by the message, which indicated that Nephalano had been partially freed from the curse of submission. The scene changed, and now we see Suhyeok from above and the dragon girl lying on the ground. Suddenly, he started growling and trying to crawl towards the main character with his hands. The girl's eyes showed despair as she crawled and begged Suhyeok to save her. Gigi looked at all this with great bewilderment. He put his hand on her head and said it would be very troublesome if she somehow survived. Suhyeok raised his hand to hit her and told her only one thing, not to be offended by him. But Nephalon begged Suhyeok to save her, her voice trembling with despair and physical pain. He said he didn't have to kill her. The creature offered an alternative to killing, promising eternal gratitude for sparing its life. The dragon added that he would also remember the grudge if Suhyeok chose a cruel decision. Desperate, the girl was willing to swear anything to make him believe her. Suddenly, she asked the protagonist if he had any Akashic records. Gigi was surprised to learn this. After all, it was the first time she'd seen him. Nephalane told him about the awakening of the Dragon Eye, so he knew everything. Gigi was shocked. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the ground. Soon this world will be destroyed. Nephalano grabbed the MC's hand and shouted an oath in dragon language, begging the guy to let her live. The girl burst into tears and swore in the name of the ancient dragon that she would never betray Suhyeok. The Akashic system has notified the ancient Nephilian dragon of its desire to make an oath of friendship with consequences for anyone who breaks the oath. While the main character was thinking about such conditions, the volcano at the top of the mountain began to spew out a lot of lava. Having already decided what he would do, Suhyeok ran out of the place, and he took Nephilano with him, who asked in a state of shock what the man was doing, his voice expressing obvious confusion. Suhyeok ordered the dragon not to move, declaring it a temporary decision to keep her alive. But he added that the final decision on her would be made later. The scene changed, and now we see a white car parked in the forest. The man announced his immediate departure, demanding that the dragon prepare for an extreme journey. But there was no response. Gigi turned and looked at his partner. She sat dirty and depressed in the passenger seat, silently staring at the main character and tucking her legs under her. Suhyeok exhaled and said he couldn't get her out like that. I wonder what he'd do. But in the next frame, I was already hitting the accelerator and the car was hurtling through the forest, its tires digging into the ground. As they tried to quickly get away from this world, huge clots of lava reached the forest, almost touching the car. The girl was already wearing her GG jacket and mentioned Nezer's condition, who she said had collapsed. The girl asked the boy exactly where they were going. Suhyeok put on his mask and announced his return to his homeworld. And in that same second, they fell into the portal, barely escaping the world, which was already almost completely destroyed. At that moment, the scene changed to a huge military checkpoint right next to the portal. One of the soldiers realized that Bezimiani had been missing for a month, while another assumed that he might have died. But suddenly the warrior's face lit up with surprise and he turned his gaze toward the portal. At that very second, the main character's car flew out of the portal above their heads. As soon as it stopped, other soldiers immediately arrived, eager to ask what happened inside. The sudden appearance of the car from the doorway raised a big question among all the people standing around. But upon closer inspection, they recognized No Name's car. This caused a storm of joy among the crowd. They shouted, rejoicing at how the main character managed to clear this portal. Seeing all this crowd, the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. All that commotion would cause them a lot of trouble. The scene changed and now several reporters were taking photographs of the performance in front of them. The vice president delivered the official message confirming the triumphant return of the Nameless One after his great feat. The audience discussed the achievement. Some admired it. Others boasted of predictions about the fate of the main character. The discussion turned to comparisons with other hunters, Beg Mukak, Vladimir and Manfred Rosenberg. Now everyone has recognized Suhyeok as the third strongest on this list. The scene changed again to the main character's car, which was traveling at high speed on the highway. Suhyeok sighed as he removed his mask, noting the difficulty of his recent exit from the trial. He suggested that the dragon end the postponed conversation immediately. The girl agreed. The boy asked to explain the essence of the dragon speech that Nephilanus had mentioned earlier. The girl defined the dragon language as a special contract between the dragon and the world. Suhyeok demanded a simpler explanation. Nephilano repeated the definition, looking at her hands in embarrassment, not knowing what else to say. Suhyeok compared the explanation to a meaningless proverb. The man clarified the difference between ordinary promises and the oath of the dragon speech. The dragon declared that it was impossible to break such an oath without complete self-destruction. Suhyeok asked if this vow was similar to the curse of Nezer's world that had bound Nephilano before. The girl lowered her head sadly and thought silently, remembering her terrible situation. Nephilano categorically rejected the comparison between Nezer's curse and the dragon language. The girl emphasized the fundamental difference. Nezer was a forced slave, and the oath was her choice. This dimension imposed a false consciousness, completely controlling her will. Breaking the oath of the dragon speech causes the consequences to materialize in reality, Nephilano explained. Suhyeok suddenly remembered his previous words about dying when Nezer fell. The boy compared this curse to hypnosis, forcibly altering the dragon's consciousness. Nezer's control was a suppression of the will, and an oath is a conscious vow. The dragon's speech is a mutual vow. However, violation of this rule entails complete punishment and the destruction of the world. Suhyeok acknowledged the supreme reliability of such oaths, demonstrating his understanding. The man steered the conversation back to the main topic, demanding clarity. The girl tensed. The boy demanded the exact details of the oath of friendship proposed by Nephilim. The girl hesitated, warning him about the possible length of the necessary explanations. Nephilano stopped suddenly, feeling a strange discomfort in his body. Suhyeok noticed her tension and asked what the problem was, but the girl started complaining and said she needed to leave urgently. Suhyeok was surprised and asked, "Where to?" The dragon girl gasped in fright at the strange tickling sensation on her lower body. She couldn't contain it for long. The boy was surprised that she hadn't told him this before. Suhyeok cursed the unexpected complication that had interrupted their serious conversation, and he stopped dead in his tracks. And the car started to brake sharply right on the highway. The boy panicked at the thought of someone urinating on his carpet, which was worth over 3 billion won. Anger filled him because he couldn't find a suitable place for the girl immediately. Suhyeok shouted to encourage them, saying they were almost there, and asked if it was possible to hold back. The girl said no, not really. The guy roared that she would die if she peed in the car. The scene changed. The heroes stopped near a huge shopping center. The outraged visitor pointed out to Suhyeok that the dragon had been taken to the men's restroom. The man indignantly asked why they chose the men's restroom when there was a perfectly good women's restroom. Suhyeok calmly stated that Nephalano was male, despite his appearance. The interlocutor retorted that anyone would see the girl and accused the boy of harassment. Suhyeok, unperturbed, insisted on the dragon's male gender. Bald acknowledged the impossibility of personal verification and his own uncertainty about the creature's gender. Gigi stood up and realized that sending him to the women's bathroom also seemed like a dangerous decision. Suhyeok explained the potential danger of Nephilim, especially given his recent unpredictable transformations. The man concluded that it was easier to bear the discontent of some people than to risk the lives of others. The bald man, in turn, stood up and, closing his eyes, became angry, because today's youth is not at all educated. Already in the bathroom, the girl was sitting on the toilet and urinating with all her might. With a sigh of satisfaction, Nephalano left the bathroom and announced his return to life. Suhyeok ordered him to move and told him that he better not behave like that in public places. The guy admitted that he himself does not know the gender of this dragon and explained the increased attention to it due to its unusual appearance. The man asked directly about the dragon's gender, receiving a counter-question about what gender is. Suhyeok rephrases this question, clarifying whether the creature in front of him is a girl or a man. Nephalano smiled and declared that he had no gender, that he was neither one nor the other or both at the same time. And all this because not much time had passed since the dragon was a baby. The sexual characteristics had not yet fully manifested. She tells how the elders predicted that the final determination of gender would occur within the next few years. Nephalano asked Suhyeok about the significance of his gender. The boy explained it as simple curiosity, and he offered juice, hiding his embarrassment with laughter. The dragon supported this idea. Suhyeok added that a creature's value is not determined by gender. The only thing that matters is its practical usefulness. They drank coffee and Coca-Cola on a bench. The man returned to the question about the essence of the oath of friendship, which he had previously interrupted. Nephalano recalled the conversation about the oath before the bathroom incident. The dragon clearly defined the oath as a mutual vow of friendship and unwavering loyalty. They would never betray each other. Suhyeok acknowledged that there was no trick in the conditions, given the nature of dragon speech. Nephilanus emphasized the dragon's reluctance to befriend creatures weaker than themselves. That's why the girl named Suhyeok as the only person who impressed her in her entire life. The dragon admired Suhyeok's achievements despite his modest physical attributes and lack of mana. The man noticed the difference between Nephilim and the proud, stereotypical dragons of legends, especially when the girl solemnly swore in the name of the ancient dragon to never betray the boy. Suhyeok asked if the oath would be the basis for a permanent relationship. He wanted it so badly. The boy officially accepted the offer to swear an oath of friendship and extended his hand to the dragon. The girl was surprised that the boy decided to make a contract with her. Nephilim swore an oath of loyalty in the name of the elder dragon. The promise of friendship lasted a lifetime, cementing the bond between dragon and human. The system granted Suhyeok a new title, Friend of the Dragon. It also mentioned some additional conditions to the contract. The man's first demand was to shorten Nephilanus's impractically long name. Nephalano immediately suggested the shortened name Feli for everyday use. Suhyeok moved on to the second condition, which was to make their relationship public. The dragon was surprised, and the guy reminded him of the 1,000-year difference between them. The boy explained the need to avoid strange looks from the people around him. He asked Feli to be cautious when interacting in public places. The girl assumed it was a matter of using polite expressions. The protagonist specified that formalities were only necessary in front of other people. Feli immediately insisted on training. The boy considered the discussion exhausted and suggested continuing to move toward the goal. The scene changed to a large metropolis with lots of people and cars. Then he moved to a huge, tall building. Our heroes were standing there. Feli was happy, thinking they were finally home. The man said he just had a meeting here. Someone in a yellow suit walked down the hallway and asked about the purpose of the visit to the building. After stopping, the vice president finally confirmed his arrival at the training complex by phone. But Yellow was immediately shocked by what he saw there. The vice president was simply stunned by the sudden appearance of the snake carcass and the piles of dragon trophies. Gigi greeted the vice president. The man apologized for having to call because of the huge haul. Suhyeok delivered the raid byproducts to the Oshinwoo Guild for processing. The man explained his choice of a trusted person to sell the damaged dragon scales and skins. He expressed confidence in the practical application of the materials, despite the defects. The man moved on to the last question of the meeting, pausing. The topic of discussion was the human body of Nephilanus and its nature. The girl explained that the dragon's observed form is merely a shell. She emphasized the importance of a living being's essence over its external form. The vice president acknowledged the dragon's strength, which surpassed most of those who had awakened. He assured her that the paperwork and finding a place for Feli to live wouldn't be difficult. The man expressed his hope for fruitful cooperation with his vice president in the future. Before leaving, he asked Suhyeok to reserve a day soon. The reason is the willingness to comply with what was previously agreed upon with the boy. Suhyeok remembers a similar request before entering the Nether dimension. He doesn't remember what it was about, but he agrees. He asked the dragon to stay there and confirmed Oshinwoo's help in matters of contacts and the current situation. Suhyeok asked the vice president to get him a cell phone. Yellow nodded and said he'd take care of everything. The man suggested that Feli write down his number after receiving the phone and call immediately. She hesitated, looked embarrassed, and agreed. The boy patted him on the head with warm feelings. He assured the dragon that he had no intention of abandoning him and asked him to remain calm. Feli briefly confirmed her complete trust in Suhyeok's words. The scene changed to a street at dusk with cars and private houses. The main character finally crosses the threshold of his house. He stretched his arms inward, feeling the long-awaited relief after a long absence. Suhyeok's father looks at the newcomer in surprise, hesitantly saying his son's name when they meet. The young man responds to his surprised father, asking him the reason for his unexpected presence at home during the day. The father explains the unplanned day off and the late waking up by immediately offering his son a shared meal. Suhyeok confirms his hunger, admitting that he expected the apartment to be empty and planned to eat alone. The man mentally notes the appearance of an unforeseen factor that changes his initial plans. Suhyeok decides to seize the moment and tell his father the important news right now at the table. After a while, the table was set. After all, my father loved to cook and was very good at it. The young man is pleasantly surprised to recognize a familiar dish, white rice with soy sauce and egg. The father comments with some nostalgia that it's been a long time since they've eaten this favorite dish together. But he warns that it only looks simple. You still need to know how to cook it. He explains to his son in detail the subtleties of preparation, the volume of the rice, the consistency of the egg, the balance of the sauces. The father proudly presents his exclusive recipe, perfected over years of practice. Suhyeok eagerly takes the spoon, preparing to test his father's cooking skills. And after the first bite of the dish in his mouth, it's like a lightning bolt strikes him. The boy's face reflects genuine delight. He enthusiastically praises this dish and his father's skill. They ate together and chatted. Their father advised them to complement the noodles' perfect flavor with a piece of spicy kimchi. The father, pleased with the reaction, suddenly asks about the details of his son's recent trip to Pohang. Suhyeok recalls the calm sea and the general atmosphere of the coastal city of Pohang with a slightly embarrassed expression. The father expresses bewilderment at his son's sudden change of route, from a walk to a visit to a friend in another city. His father reminds him of the short message instead of a full communication. Suhyeok justifies the rush in that situation. The man suspects that his son harbors a hidden grudge and carefully prepares to ask him an important personal question. The boy tenses inwardly, fearing that his father has probably already guessed his unspoken secret. The father smiles and admits the obviousness of his assumption. Suhyeok finally got a girlfriend? Genuine surprise is reflected on the father's face after his son's negative response. Suhyeok answers the question with a joke about not having time for romance, trying to ease the tension. The father insists that appointments are necessary during free time, before adult life completely absorbs them. The man immediately calms his son, suggesting that he forget about financial obstacles in the relationship. The father's calm voice sounds guilty, as he vows to make amends for his past inaction as head of the family. Suhyeok gently stops him, forgiving his father for his past mistakes and encouraging him to look forward. The boy reminds us of his status as an adult, who does not require the full financial support of his father. The father nods, proudly admitting that his son has long since become an independent man. He shouldn't have treated him like a child. Suhyeok says he didn't mean it that way, because from now on they will overcome all family difficulties together as equals. The boy takes a deep breath and confesses to his father his awakening as a system player. The father, hiding his anxiety, advises extreme caution when using new skills, because it is very dangerous. Suhyeok apologizes with a trembling voice for having kept silent for so long about his true nature. But then he looks up and tells the truth about himself. He is the nameless one. The father was shocked by such a confession. But now everything made sense. The son's frequent absences were related to his status as an awakened being. It all made sense. Time passed slowly. The father remained silent and only sighed. Suhyeok internally acknowledges the irreversibility of the revelation that occurred at the dinner table. He wishes his father would accept it. Finally, the father broke the silence, laughing at the magnitude of the news. He assumed his wife and daughter knew the truth before he did. The guy apologizes for the prolonged silence. After all, he could have said it earlier. The father interrupts the apology, acknowledging the difficulty of the situation and his son's right to independence. Reaffirm your trust in your adult child by allowing them to act on their own initiative. This touches the child. Pride and a touch of sadness are felt in the father's voice as he watches his son grow into a man. He didn't understand much until today. The son's sincere gratitude is accompanied by tears of joy, and the father immediately suggests finishing the meal before it gets cold. The boy calmly agrees to return to the interrupted dinner together. Some time passed and finally the afternoon arrived. Suhyeok lay down on the bed and felt the heavy burden that had been pressing on his heart for a long time disappear. She approves of his decision to come out, rejoicing in his family's unproblematic acceptance, and he mentally prepares for a new stage in life after the final barriers have been removed. Suddenly, the telephone on the table next to the bed rang. New messages from Baek Yi-yeon caused the boy a bit of confusion. Baek Yi-yeon's message asks about his weekend schedule and reminds him they should meet up. Suhyeok is surprised to realize how long it's been since their last conversation. The girl persistently specifies a specific day for the meeting, Saturday or Sunday. She suggests Saturday, receiving the boy's laconic consent. Suhyeok studies the unknown number on the screen, without recognizing the sender of the new message. Feli asks to save his contact information, introducing himself with a short name for future communications. The boy notices the unexpectedly quick response after saving the number. The message received from Vice President Oh Shin-woo raises surprise and suspicions about trouble. But when he opened a chat with him in a messenger, the guy was completely shocked and didn't understand. What is this, and what does it look like? The Vice President announces that processing has begun for a massive shipment of trophies from Nezer's world, valued at 3 billion. He clarifies that the price does not include the Nephilim shell, and Suhyeok mentally calculates his total capital. He already has 1.5 billion. He anticipates a sharp increase in his fortune after selling off his remaining assets. And then, after doing a couple of calculations, he stared at his phone screen in shock. A quick calculation revealed that he had almost 10 billion in his account. Suhyeok was incredibly happy with that amount. Suhyeok's sister watches in bewilderment as her brother's strange behavior in the room. She notices his complete absorption in himself, which is why she didn't even notice his arrival. The boy is overwhelmed with joy upon realizing his new financial situation. The night passed and finally the sun rose over the horizon. Morning arrived. In the kitchen of his house, breakfast was already ready. The father once again demonstrated his culinary talent. The family was gathered around the table, and the father called Suhyeok to the table, noticing the appetizing aroma of the prepared dish. Upon entering the kitchen and sitting at the table, he immediately addressed all the family members to tell them the good news. The boy proudly tells his family about his wealth, admitting that he can't sleep for joy. All family members were shocked by this news, and also by the appearance of the main character. The father asks again in disbelief if it is true that his brother earned 10 billion as an awakened being. Suhyeok confirms the amount, clarifying that the final payment will be made after the remainder is sold. The man announces the end of the family's financial problems and promises a life of luxury. The father thanks him, but doubts his right to accept the money. The child insists on family ties. Suhyeok suggests moving to a better house. The father acknowledges his son's achievements, saying this is just the beginning. The mother thinks it's a dream, and the sister offers to pinch her. Some more time passed, and the guy was already walking down the street. Suhyeok looked at his phone and thought about focusing on the portal hunt, but he remembered the pending matters of trophies and other obligations. The most important matter is an urgent visit to Oshinwoo, requested by the vice president. The man decides not to postpone the visit, as the route passes right in front of the guild. Suddenly, a strange guy in a suit and in a strange pose stands in their way. The stranger politely introduces himself to Suhyeok and looks at him. He was standing there, waiting for him. The boy hands him a business card and introduces himself as Abe Tadayoshi of the Japan Awakening Association. The diplomat expresses his desire to speak with the protagonist alone. Suhyeok states that his identity as the Nameless One has been revealed even in Japan. The boy openly expresses his bewilderment at the reason for the Japanese guest's visit. Why have they come? To look at him? Abe assures us that the conversation will be brief and suggests changing places for a private conversation. Gigi says that's fine. Suhyeok declines the offer, and the Japanese man asks if Suhyeok is ready for the world to know the identity of the Nameless One. Suddenly, a light burst of energy hits his face. Suhyeok's raised fist stops the guest's speech, signaling a change in the tone of the conversation. The boy declares his integrity. Mutual respect guarantees peace. Aggression, a response. The Japanese man loses his composure, irritated by Suhyeok's tone. But then the main character's hand falls on the diplomat's shoulder. Suhyeok asks sharply and threateningly, full of energy, if the guest understood his position after a clear warning. Convinced of the uselessness of dialogue, the boy announces his immediate departure, but suddenly something stopped him again and surprised him. What was happening? In front of him appeared a bunch of cars from other companies and their representatives. That's the price of popularity. The appearance of a new stranger makes Suhyeok cry out in bewilderment. The woman introduces herself as Isabella Johansson, blocking the boy's path. She immediately reveals her affiliation with the American Association of Awakened People. Suhyeok ironically acknowledges the obviousness of his origins. The boy mentions the beginning of a series of visits, and he anticipates an extremely busy day. He suddenly pulled out his phone, and he began to stare at it stupidly, ignoring all the external factors that tried to distract him. Isabella politely asks about Suhyeok's other dates, receiving confirmation that the boy is very busy at the moment. The American woman apologizes for the sudden visit to her boyfriend. She suggests choosing a convenient time. But Suhyeok immediately rejects the idea of moving to the US and lets it go. Isabella, surprised by the refusal, tries to offer at least a joint lunch. The woman insistently begs for a brief encounter over coffee. Suhyeok agrees with one caveat: the meeting will take place much later. Isabella agrees to wait until dawn to have a chance to speak with Mr. Yang Suhyeok. The guy calls her late at night and politely ends the current conversation with the American woman. But as he continues along the path, he realizes that the problem is not solved at all. Everything remains the same. Suhyeok is thinking of a way to resolve this incident with numerous uninvited visitors. Decide to work with all visitors at the same time to save time. Suddenly he jumps up and runs forward. He quickly pushes his way through the crowd of stunned scout agents, leaving a trail of energy behind him. And he soars into the air with his energetic jumps. A quick scan reveals that they are all foreigners. The man rejects the idea of wasting precious time with such intrusive contacts. Suddenly, Suhyeok notices an unusual presence that had gone unnoticed for a long time. A man in a suit began following him, and the officers decided to act more decisively. The guy jumped onto a balcony and decided to stop and negotiate with this agent. The boy stands out for his high speed of movement, which is inaccessible to ordinary pursuit. The Chinese man enthusiastically confirms Suhyeok's unique ability and talent. The stranger excitedly introduces himself as Naseo Zhang from Shanxi, recognizing Nameless. He expresses respect when they meet, and the main character notices the agent's combat training in his movements. The Chinese guest happily confirms the accuracy of the observation about his mastery of martial arts. Suhyeok notes with interest the rarity of traditional martial arts practitioners in our time. The boy recalls Vladimir's theory about the origins, when he directly asked about the main characters belonging to them. Naseojeon confirms rumors about inheritors of ancient styles and speculation about the status of Suhyeok, a Korean martial artist. Suhyeok accurately identifies the guild as the guest's true affiliation. He does not belong to the association. The visitor timidly asks for a demonstration of his skills, but is politely declined due to Suhyeok's busy schedule. The Chinese man politely hands Suhyeok his business card after receiving preliminary consent for further communication. The boy reads the name of the Cheonmumun, Heavenly Gate Martial Arts Guild on the business card he received. Naseojeon mentions her membership in the 8 Universals, an elite group of Chinese guilds. He clarifies that the guild is led by Chun Yuhan and is the largest in China among the awakened. The envoy emphasizes Cheonmumun's deep interest in Suhyeok's personality. The Chinese man reports the desire not only of the leader, but also of the guild elders, to invite him to Shanxi. Naseojeon offers camaraderie among martial arts practitioners. Suhyeok thoughtfully connects China with the concept of origins mentioned above. This suggestion sparked his genuine interest. The scene changes, and now we see some kind of skyscraper and people around it. Inside the building itself, there were also many people, pavilions, columns, and rooms. Passers-by observe an unknown boy in light clothing, surprised by his choice of attire for the cold weather. It was the dragon girl Nephalano, who was sitting on the ground in her light white dress. Suddenly, someone approaches her and mentions that the vice president of the guild has arranged temporary accommodation for a new colleague. It was Suhyeok, who asked him how long he had been waiting at the entrance of the guild building. Suhyeok comments on the dragon's new outfit. He happily asks if it fits. Nephalano explains the choice of practical clothing among the many options acquired by the guild. The boy expresses concern for his health due to his summer dress in the cold winter weather. The dragon is truly perplexed, not understanding the very concept of cold as physical discomfort. And then, remembering what it is, it confidently declares its complete immunity to low temperatures due to its nature, and to high temperatures as well. Suhyeok is reminiscent of the term Hanso Bulchim, a state of immunity to extreme temperatures. This is characteristic of dragons. The boy points out the dragon's complete visual identity to the human girl for those around him. He emphasizes her lack of understanding of social norms, leading her to wear a provocative look. He then throws his jacket at her. Suhyeok asks to change her clothes because people are staring at her in a public place. The scene changed and we saw a man in his signature yellow suit walking down the hallway. The guild vice president greets Suhyeok and Nephalano at the entrance of the office building. The man is surprised by the boy's early appearance, as the vice president himself was already a little late and arrived late. The vice president asks about the couple's arrival. Suhyeok explains that the dragon had been waiting for him alone at the entrance long before their arrival. The protagonist suggests finding a teacher to help Nephalano adapt to human society. The vice president agrees with the comment about the dress code, but expresses doubts about Feli's current attire. He reaches the crux of the meeting. The vice president asks Suhyeok and Nephalano to accompany him inside the building. They were already in the elevator and the vice president was pressing the button for the 8th floor. The man reveals the exclusivity of this place, accessible only to select members of the association. The group descends to the 8th underground floor, where the vice president activates the door mechanism. Suhyeok stares in surprise at the unknown high-tech space beyond the threshold. The vice president confirms the subject's assumption. It is a secret research laboratory. Here, the association has expanded functionality beyond administrative tasks. Most strategic projects are implemented in this hidden area. The unknown scientist happily greets the vice president and Suhyeok. The boy was shocked. He's a real dwarf. The researcher highlights the boy's neatness, contrary to the rumors circulating about him. The bearded man studies with interest the legendary Nameless One, about whom he has heard so much from his colleagues. The vice president formally introduces Suhyeok to the scientists, and Wade offers his name. The man briefly introduces himself, wearily recalling the list of acquaintances from that day. Suhyeok mentally notes the abnormally high number of new contacts in a short period of time. The scientist turns his attention to the girl next to him, trying to politely ask about her identity. She turned sharply and said with contempt, "His name is Nephalanis." Suhyeok then thought he should definitely teach the dragon some basic manners after she ignored his greeting. Wade interrupts his colleague, reminding him that business matters take priority and urges the group to move forward, announcing that the team is fully prepared for the project demonstration. And several pairs of legs in different outfits moved forward. Suhyeok is impressed by the unexpectedly large scale of the association's underground laboratory. The man asks about the logistics of building such a complex outside of Seoul without publicity. The vice president acknowledges the difficulty, but insists on the facility's strategic value. It reveals years of preparation for a project that began long before current events, and speaks to humanity's helplessness in the face of extraterrestrial threats before the awakening. Scientific advances have become a key response to the crisis, aided by favorable circumstances. The vice president emphasizes the danger of relying entirely on a limited number of awake people. He cites his knowledge of Wade's genius as one of the decisive factors in the company's success. Wade impatiently demands to stop the long conversations and get to the practical part, and they continued through the huge and advanced underground scientific center. Suddenly, Wade shows them a new invention, a huge robot in a glass capsule. Suhyeok recognizes the design as advanced power armor, familiar from technological fantasies. The vice president confirms the assumption and reveals the official name of the development, Hyper Armor. The scientists invited the young man to test the equipment, even though it was a prototype. They affirmed the revolutionary power of the sample, capable of changing global standards. The vice president offers Suhyeok the honor of becoming the first operator of humanity's newest invention. At that moment, Wade was at the terminal and activated the armor. The capsule doors opened. And before Suhyeok, this new hyper armor, a universal powerful weapon, was in full growth. Suddenly, the robot armor's eyes lit up and showed red sensors towards the main character. The operator registration procedure is displayed on the terminal screen under the code name First. Suhyeok smiles as he compares the process of putting on the armor to becoming a futuristic Iron Man. He holds out his hand to her. And then, on the armor's chest, a huge blue reactor ignites, full of energy. Suddenly, the armor flew towards the main character, sticking to his body. He was already completely inside her. Only his face was exposed. It was great. And then the helmet slammed shut. It was very dark inside the armor. Then a ray of light began to make its way through my eyes, and the hero saw the outlines of his hands on the monitors inside. Now, he saw everything around him. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The robotic armor he was wearing was glowing with energy, an incredible sensation. He clenched his fist and felt all the strength and power. This invention was simply incredible. The dwarf immediately asked the protagonist, "How are you? Isn't it amazing?" The boy expressed admiration as he evaluated the technological suit presented to him. At first glance, the hyper armor looked bulky and uncomfortable, but once on, the suit felt like a natural extension of one's own body. With his help, the hero could do many things. The scientist immediately invited Suhyeok to follow him, promising to show him something else. He opened the door with his dwarf handprint, and the hermetically sealed armored door opened in front of them. A man shows Suhyeok a spacious testing ground awaiting his evaluation. The scientist laughs at the boy's astonished reaction and asks him to be careful. Vice reminded them of the location just below Yeguido, and Suhyeok calmly confirmed that everything would be okay. And a second later, another door opened. A bunch of combat drones flew out of there. An important clarification: the drones will fire live ammunition during testing. The signal sounded to begin the test, and the armor operator was wished good luck. Immediately, the drones began firing at the hero with all their weapons, but he ran quickly with his new super armor, avoiding their bullets. In response, it quickly destroys a bunch of drones at once in a few seconds. With his new armor, he managed to do it with a skillful blow. One of the observers is amazed by the speed and the result. Only 5 minutes. Asking the vice president about his time on this test, answer: last time it took 50 minutes to destroy 300 targets. And Suhyeok completed a similar task in just 5 minutes, causing a stir. Now the drones were finished, and the GG's hands in the armor were even smoking from how hard and fast he was destroying them. A pile of broken equipment surrounded the perfect technological armor and the perfect operator inside it. But despite the impressive power, the boy still criticized the armor's design, suggesting improvements. He immediately turned to his astonished companions. Later, the scientist justified himself by admitting that he was consumed by admiration for productivity. The researcher was serious in asking about specific complaints about appearance. The guy notices the excessively heavy and inhuman appearance of the suit. Realizing the vagueness of the words, Suhyeok asks not to give importance to his words. But the scientist couldn't ignore the comment about the design, declaring the armor to be his greatest masterpiece. The boy's sudden confusion after the abrupt reaction to his words. The investigator recognizes the importance of Suhyeok's opinion and is willing to take your preferences into account in refinement. The boy suggests improving the armor's portability to make it easier to store and use quickly. The scientist is inspired by the idea and thinks of modifying all the contours to achieve greater compactness. The project will require the help of magicians and expensive materials, and perhaps even alchemical interventions. But the association guarantees full support, as Vice promised. This was followed by the scientist's joyful reaction at the prospect of improving hyper armor. But Vice in yellow moved on to a new topic related to Nephalano. He addressed the dragon, mentioning her shed scales. The diplomat in yellow confirmed that dragon scales are being discussed as the material. He presented his proposal to use the scales to improve armor and create equipment for sale. The boy calmly agrees, because she brought the scales precisely for these purposes. The dragon girl doesn't see the problem and considers the scales to be just a trace of her past. Suhyeok requests that hidden weapon storage be added to the armor. But Vice can be sure of the technical feasibility only after consulting with a colleague. And now Guy could make specific requests for armor improvements. Soon the sun had almost set behind the horizon, a wonderful view of the skyscrapers. The boy walked slowly down the street and looked at his phone. Although there was not much time, the sun had already set on the horizon. Apparently winter would soon arrive. And then he turned to Nephalano, interrupting his thoughts. He immediately asked the dragon a direct question about his plans for the near future. The guy reminds the dragon of her new status: living quarters, registration as an awakened person, and citizenship of Earth. Suhyeok asks if Nephalano has any specific life goals in his new place. The dragon girl admits that she has no big plans for her life. Nephalano's main desire was to escape the old world, survive, and avoid loneliness. The dragon emphasizes that his thoughts never went beyond these basic aspirations. This shocked the main character. But Nephalanus claims that all his initial goals on Earth have already been accomplished. The dragon's question suddenly focuses on Suhyeok's own plans for the future. It directly indicates your pragmatic interest in its potential usefulness for your purposes. Suhyeok reveals a long-held idea about creating his own guild for systematic work. The boy explains the need for a guild because of the impossibility of covering the entire world alone or depending forever on Oh Shinwoo. Suhyeok says the current key task is to pass through portals higher than level 10. He relies on his skills to solo through the level 11 portal after his experience in Dragon's Lair. The boy points out the real problem: a sudden jump in difficulty starting from level 12 portals. Suhyeok soberly assesses the current chances of success in passing through such portals as extremely low. He sees the necessary condition as the growth of his own strength to the level of harmony. Suhyeok's sudden question concerns Nephalano's skill in the magical arts. The dragon is confident in the possibility of mastering magic during training, which the boy immediately takes into account in his plans. Suhyeok realizes the strategic advantage if Nephalano truly masters magic, and the scene changed to a huge shopping mall, in which, as usual, there were a lot of people. Cat seller Nai is surprised by the question about the magic book and by Suhyeok's speech. The boy asks about the possibility of learning magic without textbooks, hoping for Nai's knowledge. The saleswoman sits and laughs because she has a thought about them. She assumes Suhyeok plans to teach magic to someone else. For example, this girl. Suhyeok honestly admits that he has no talent for learning magic. Nai suspects the riskiness of the guy's plan, which causes him confusion. The merchant identifies Nephalaeus as a young but high-ranking dragon. Its originally noble origin of dragon blood stands out. Nai is interested in the world Nephalano came from. The dragon refuses to reveal information about his homeland. The boy immediately lightened the atmosphere, joking about the dragon's coldness towards strangers and reminding her that she is now an earthling. And the cat explains this behavior by its traditional closed magical traditions. And it emphasizes the exclusively oral principle of transmission of magic without written sources in its culture. Suhyeok understands the difficulty of learning through oral transmission. Nai mentions the existence of rule breakers and that he often has to deal with them. She's willing to help for a fee. The price is said to be 100 million won for a referral. The boy is surprised by the amount of the reward announced. Nai clarifies that we are talking about 1 billion won. Suhyeok is shocked by the tenfold increase in service fees. The boy does not believe that even among them such a fee is applied for services. Nai says that 1 billion is a bargain price, given his knowledge. Nefelano offers to earn the required amount for Suhyeok himself. The dragon explains his desire to study magic so he can be more useful to the boy, which leaves the boy stunned. Suhyeok promises an official contract and a large share of the profits for the girl after creating a guild. The boy increasingly notices her brotherly attitude towards Nefelano, comparing her to his younger sister Suyu. And then a furry, fluffy paw hands them a phone and asks the main character for his number. The merchant promised to contact him after the magician was ready for training. After a while, they were home. It was night. Suhyeok remembers the business card he received earlier. The boy finds Isabella Johansson's contacts and decides to call her. He apologizes for calling the American representative late. Isabella insistently assures him that she is willing to communicate at any time, calling him special. Suhyeok suggests meeting up, mentioning he has some free time. The American woman asks him where he is, intending to go herself. She estimates the travel time at about 30 minutes and confirms their imminent meeting. The boy is surprised by her willingness to make a personal visit, anticipating generous terms. And it confirms the traditional American principle of investing only in the best. After a while, the expensive car was already driving on the highway. Inside, Isabella greeted Suhyeok happily upon meeting him. Suhyeok was stunned by such an expensive car. The woman praises him, repeating the thesis about his exceptional status. The representative emphasizes that the United States does not waste resources on the desperate. Suhyeok repeats his morning refusal to immigrate despite offers. Isabella suggests that Suhyeok retain his Korean citizenship and obtain American citizenship to have dual citizenship. The agreement on the proposal between the United States and South Korean governments is confirmed, with a positive reaction from politicians. The man points out that dual nationality is prohibited in Korea, except in very special cases. Isabella acknowledges the uniqueness of the situation, pointing out the Korean authorities' ignorance of her identity. The American is confident that it is possible to formalize the document without revealing her identity as the nameless one. Suhyeok doubts the wisdom of going to such extremes for him. Isabella insists on the exceptional courage of the nameless, justifying all the measures. The United States estimates that its strength is at least that of an awakened 8th universal rank. The boy expresses his sincere surprise at such a high assessment of his abilities. Remember that he's only been awake for 3 months, highlighting the uniqueness of his talent. Despite an offer of $100 million up front and improved terms, Suhyeok firmly rejects the contract. Isabella is surprised to note the limited opportunities she has to grow in Korea. The man retorts that the United States is not capable of becoming a vehicle that can accommodate his ambitions and power. This message from the main character finally ends up with the American representative. He politely ends the meeting, and Isabella wishes the hero a safe return home. The American woman mentions another refusal, noting it in her report. Suhyeok acknowledges the uniqueness of her decision, as opposed to the expected reaction of anyone else. The boy explains his rejection by his connections with Oh Sin-woo and his desire to maintain independence from any force. Now it's time to find balance. The boy suddenly notices something behind him. Suddenly, he turns to the invisible pursuer and demands that he stop following him. The man who was hiding acknowledges Suhyeok's discovery with a slight laugh. The Chinese agent apologizes for the covert surveillance and explains that he is looking forward to the meeting. The man proposes to immediately end negotiations with the Chinese delegation. The messenger thanks him and offers to go to the prepared place. Suhyeok agrees and allows the representative to serve as his guide. They race across the rooftops with their skills. The huge structure was presented as an overseas training base for the Chinese guild. The representative proudly demonstrates the unique capabilities of his infrastructure. The guy interrupts the conversation, inviting them inside to share combat experiences. Upon entering the building, he makes eye contact with 2 security guards and crosses the threshold. Immediately, Suhyeok feels the effect of the formation, increasing his ability by 20%. Learn training formation by recalling past knowledge. The thought of the benefits that the bald Hyuk Sanaj obtained from working with such techniques brought back pleasant and distant memories, and the Chinese agent stood all this time with his arms outstretched, waiting for Suhyeok to assess what he saw. He confidently asserts that this is why China can be considered a great nation thanks to its technology. It highlights the exclusivity of its formations, martial arts, and training systems. It is a confirmation of the accelerated growth of skills within the training. And he repeated the thesis that it is impossible for other countries to achieve similar results. They will all fall to their knees. The agent spoke of a prophecy about the world domination of his Chinese martial arts, and a mention of victory over Baek Muhak. And then he made a provocative statement about the Chinese origin of all martial arts styles, and he invited him to become a Chinese citizen. Suhyeok simply sighed deeply, and he ignores the provocation, considering it unworthy of a response. His casually expressed disdain infuriates the officer. Suhyeok counterattacks by calling his opponent's statements absurd. He quotes an ancient proverb about the strength of the martial arts world. The boy challenges him and demands proof of Na Seojong's right to be arrogant. The Chinese recognize the complexity of the Nameless One's character, and at first simply defend themselves against his strong energy. The Chinese's respect for Suhyeok's skill is mixed with condemnation of his insolence. Na Sejong is outraged by the disdain for China's displays of power. But now his peaceful offer of annexation is being replaced by a threat to mend the relationship by force. Suhyeok exposes the envoy's false kindness. The boy accepts the challenge and questions another person's ability to fix themselves. The Chinese man grows increasingly angry. Not a drop of his former kindness remains in his eyes. Na Sejong erupts with insults towards Suhyeok and tries to hit him. The Chinese's rapid approach is seen as a tactical error on the part of the protagonist. But he immediately realizes that everything is wrong, that it is not a mistake, and that scares him. Suhyeok overcame his opponent quickly and easily, as if he were facing an ordinary person. The Chinese representative was shocked, not understanding how he managed to do such a thing. And before he could turn around, the main character grabbed him by the neck for his bad behavior. Suhyeok demands a second answer as to what behavior needs correction. And then he let him go, leaving the Chinese man coughing on the ground. He criticizes the discrepancy between Na Seojong's statements and his actual level. The Chinese promise to take the second approach seriously and are challenged to try again. Na Sejong requests permission to change her fists to sword as her main style. Suhyeok allows the opponent to use his weapon of choice. The fight officially enters the serious confrontation phase. The boy evaluates his opponent's swordsmanship as if he were at the initial master level and initiates a new attack after re-evaluating his strength. The energy was already burning even beneath their feet. And then he quickly pounced on his Chinese opponent, taking him completely by surprise. The opponent tried to attack, but the protagonist quickly dodged. Na Sejong demonstrates the tail-splitting light sword technique, causing the MC to acknowledge her level. Suhyeok emphasizes speed as the key advantage of this style and affirmed the practicality of this technique among Taoist martial arts. But still, the boy points out the uselessness of even the best style in the hands of a man with insufficient sword skill. The Chinese man was completely furious at the protagonist's words, and he perceives the enemy's actions as a mockery, trying to strike him with renewed force. The protagonist observed the destructive power of the sword releasing energy. The man deflected the blow, demonstrating the futility of an attack without a precise strike. And a second later, Suhyeok had already shown the Chinese what a clear and precise hit was. The Chinese man flew back a couple of meters, coughing a little and spitting blood from his mouth. That's how they were already standing on top of each other. Or rather, only Suhyeok was standing, and the Chinese man was trying not to fall. Suhyeok's irony reached its peak. He offered Na Seojong to become a great Korean instead of threats. The Chinese analyzed the level of the Nameless One as a master without entering into the manifestation of qi. The boy explained his superiority through the difference in understanding of power levels. Na Seojong acknowledges the validity of Suhyeok's reputation, and he accepts this, placing himself in a respectful posture before the Nameless One. But he also gives the protagonist his warning about the impossibility of facing the Cheonmumun Guild alone. Ultimatum: choose a path with a view to conflict with a powerful organization. Suhyeok continues trying to make the warning clear. The Chinese immediately indignantly reminded them of the status and influence of his guild, Cheonmumun. Suhyeok was furious and stepped closer, breaking the ground with each step. And he asked again who exactly he should be careful of in his guild. Na Sejong is shocked and perceives this as preparation for open conflict. And he falls to his knees from the pressure exerted by the protagonist's aura. Gigi confirms that many people want to preserve their peace and consider it very important not to cross this line, and also try not to cross that line when possible. But he took a threatening step with his foot and turned even further towards the pathetic Chinaman, because now he decides where that line is and they can't cross it under any circumstances. Now he must remember it well and not forget who the protagonist is. After a while, the Chinese man was left alone in the middle of the Chinese guild's training center. Leader Cheonmumun inquires about the outcome of the negotiations with Nameless. Naseo Jong reports Suhyeok's refusal to become a guild apprentice. The boss asks again, has he really left? And receives confirmation. The leader declares that assassination is necessary if the recruitment fails. Naseo Jong apologizes, but the leader acknowledges the damage to his clan's reputation. The agent begs for one last chance to fix the situation, promised to do everything possible to achieve real results. A second plea for forgiveness from the guild leader. The leader agrees, but doubts Naseo Jong's current strength. He therefore ordered the agent to return to the main branch for further instructions. And he hung up the phone. Now the Chinese man was falling hard to the ground, thanking his master for saving his life. But in the office, the leader belittles the weaknesses of his subordinates. He decided to personally intervene in the situation with the nameless one. He gave the servants the order to prepare for an urgent flight to Korea, according to the leader's order. And he also decided to send Naseo Jong to Magnus for re-education. He confirmed that he needed to arrive in Korea the following night. Suddenly, a man in a white suit appeared in front of him and caught his attention. This surprised the union leader. It was Vladimir who ironically greeted Chung Yuhan after a long separation. The leader hadn't expected to see him there. Chung Yuhan was also greeted by a man with the same vile face he saw last year. Vladimir immediately made another mockery of Chung Yuhan's lack of notoriety lately. The leader expressed his demand to get to the bottom of the matter without unnecessary jokes. Vladimir dismisses the jokes and smiles his evil smile. Chung Yuhan immediately and directly asks what the purpose of the Russian visit is. Is it a provocation? He coldly declares his intention to kill his opponent, waiting for the Chinese man's reaction. Chung Yuhan sarcastically observes the unusual concentration of interesting events in one day, and his eyes sparkle with energy. The harsh question about Vladimir's mental state sounded like an accusation. Chung Yuhan demands an explanation for the absurd murder charge. Vladimir counters by claiming that insanity is an inevitable part of a millennial life. The opponent nods curtly. Madness is a long-standing character trait of Vladimir's. Although thoughts of murder arose, an open challenge on guild territory was too much. A second passed, and suddenly one of them lunged at the other. It was Chung Yuhan who angrily asked if Vladimir was seeking voluntary death. I was completely furious. And Vladimir liked it very much. He easily repelled Chung Yuhan's attack without even lifting a finger on his red shield. On the contrary, Vladimir only asked in a mocking tone about the origin of his non-centenary opponent's madness. Chung Yuhan didn't get the hint and was surprised. Vladimir revealed his knowledge of Magnus. Universal rank 8 is a good number. But a prophecy about a rapid and significant drop in this rating came from his lips. Chung Yuhan ironically supports him. He also likes the number 8, and the leader stands firm, feigning regret for the changes to come. The bottom line is that soon there will only be 7 of the strongest left in the world, and their energies collided, causing a huge explosion of energy. Change of location. Seoul, a few days after the conflict in China. Nephilim Dragon informs Suhyeok about the day's results. 3 rank 5 portals, 2 rank 6 portals, 1 rank 8 portal. She anticipates a big profit, especially from the level 8 portal. Suhyeok briefly agrees. Nephilim hopes to quickly recover the billion at the current pace of the search. Suhyeok confirms this optimistic forecast. Focusing on high-ranking portals guarantees quick income. The man expresses relief. The dragon asks about the guild's creation deadline. Suhyeok admits he temporarily forgot. She shares her knowledge of guild management and looks forward to its establishment. The boy suggests moving first. Nephilim recalls today's meeting with Suhyeok. Honestly, he forgot about the agreement. Realization. Meeting Yi Yeon and Chan Hyuk, the boy invites the dragon to join. Nephilim's joyful acceptance of the invitation to attend the meeting, and now they have finally moved to the afternoon. The meeting place. Suhyeok introduces Nephilim as a 22-year-old classmate. He jokes that she looks much younger. Baek Yi Yeon is introduced as a high school graduate. The dragon is surprised by her youthful appearance. The company introduces Jin Chang Hyuk. Suhyeok clarifies Yi Yeon's departure from the Baekdusan Guild. Yi Yeon reveals the pressure from the guild to get closer to Suhyeok. He never lived up to their expectations. The boy said he was sorry, but the dragon was happy to leave because Suhyeok would create his own guild. The protagonist's friends were surprised by the news that Suhyeok had created a guild. Explains the need for a guild due to the inconveniences of working alone. Jang Hyuk and Yi Yeon immediately ask to join the guild, happy that their unemployment is over. Suhyeok warns about the modest initial conditions. the young people are prepared for difficulties. Jang Hyuk is confident that the guild will grow rapidly under Suhyeok's leadership. Suhyeok thanks him for his trust. The scene moved back to the surface of the water. The fish swam beautifully, from the surface of the water to the depths, many and different. And suddenly, deep within that watery mass, a portal opened. The sudden appearance of a pair of creatures with inhuman legs. They were nostalgic for their return to Earth. These were the two demons who noticed the increased mana density compared to previous visits, although they were more likely to crash here now. But the red one said that since they had that opportunity, they might as well remember the traditions. Before, returning from there empty-handed was rude. Then they floated and wondered if they should start harvesting. But the scene abruptly changed to a breaking news report announcing numerous casualties. These casualties were the result of the appearance of an unknown life form in the Shinjuku district of Japan, which authorities believed to be a demon. The vice president, who had been watching the news all this time, was shocked to hear that demons were involved in the case. He realized that if this was true, it would be the first such case since they invaded during the portal impact along with the 72 Archons. But back then, the angels fought back and all the demon legions eventually left the Earth. So why did they attack the Earth again? Suddenly, while he was thinking about this, the phone in his office rang. He quickly picked up the phone and answered, introducing himself as Oh Shin-woo. But the information he received over the phone quickly reflected shock on his face. He said he didn't know if the guy would move from that moment on, but he would try to contact him. Then with a heavy sigh, he hung up the phone. He folded his arms in front of him and thought for a moment. After all, this call was a request for help from Japan. And then the scene shifted to the very place of the invasion. There was chaos and destruction and fire all around. One of the people stepped into the zone of action. It was Akira, a ninja master from the Universal 8. And looking at all this horror, he realized that the situation was much more serious than they had thought. At that moment, a message came through on his transmitter from headquarters, and he replied that he had a connection and could hear them. He was told that the request for help from the elite troops had been accepted. They would arrive soon, but nothing was known about help from other countries. And then Akira realized that they would have to deal with these demons themselves. He said he would attack first, and then wait for the elite troops to arrive. As soon as headquarters accepted his plan, he rushed forward. At that moment, the scene changed. At the center of the invasion, someone was looking at the corpses of people around them and laughing, finding it very amusing. It was those two demons. They were walking and laughing, saying that the flesh of people with the system was several times tastier than that of others. Suddenly, the blue one stopped laughing and turned his attention to something else. They both looked up and saw a ninja rushing towards them, who had already drawn his katana and was preparing to cut off their heads. And Akira was not alone. Several other members of his ninja squad were behind him. All of them were supposed to attack the demons at the same time. But the demonic creature only let out a jubilant cry, noticing that its prey was walking straight into its hands. The monster expressed its delight at what was happening, its laughter reflecting its growing excitement at the impending battle. The team of hunters received orders to immediately destroy the demons that had appeared, preparing for battle, and they immediately attacked them from different sides, delivering numerous cutting blows. A second later, the first drops of blood began to fall to the ground. The ninjas stood around the completely cut-up demons, thinking that this time, victory would surely be humanity's. After all, with such wounds, they could hardly continue fighting. Suddenly, the demons' wounds closed and healed in an instant. Observing the enemy's rapid regeneration, the ninja Akira noted this ability of the demon with surprise. The demon's recovery speed was incredibly fast, which provoked new ridicule from them. The demon sarcastically asked if that was all his opponents were capable of, preparing for a counterattack. And in the next second, he unleashed his deadly attack of darkness. Akira barely managed to dodge, warning everyone to get out of the way because there was going to be a demonic explosion. But it was more like a nuclear explosion. Its power was incredible. As soon as everything calmed down, Akira landed on the ground in front of the red demon. The demon proudly demonstrated his power, mocking the battered state of his opponents. The ninja anxiously suggested that the demon was growing stronger by absorbing the power of the defeated awakened fighters. It was becoming obvious that with every passing minute, the monster was becoming stronger and more dangerous to those around it. Realizing the criticality of the situation, the ninja decided to use extreme measures to win. He remembered the deadly pill with a high risk of fatality or loss of abilities, Taking the Inpoquan pill would double all parameters at the cost of possible dire consequences. A 50% chance of death and a 40% chance of losing all abilities. But there was no way out. The system confirmed the activation of the ninja elixir effect, initiating the process of temporary enhancement of the body. All characteristics increased by 250% with a time limit of 5 minutes. The demon contemptuously declared that any efforts by a mere human against him were futile. But he did not expect that in the next moment, the ninja would be behind him with terrifying speed. Akira already had a golden whip in his hands and was preparing to use his taijutsu on the demon. With a desperate cry, the ninja used the dragon binding technique, trying to immobilize his opponent. The monster expressed surprise and obvious discomfort at the restraining technique. The demon, with growing bewilderment, realized that he had completely lost the ability to move under the influence of the technique. But the ninja knew what he was doing, and had already launched a dozen of his kunai at the demon. They quickly pierced the demon's body, causing him to look confused. Limited by time, the man furiously demanded the demon's death, putting all his fury into the attack. He flew past him, striking with such force and speed that it was as if he had shot him with a weapon. The system coldly reminded him that there were only 2 minutes left before the potency pill wore off. The ninja desperately wanted to become stronger so that he could defeat the demon before the pill's effects wore off. After all, in addition to the red demon, he still had to deal with the blue bastard who had already killed almost half of his team. Even at the cost of destroying his own body, the man was determined to eliminate the threat. He threw a kunai at it along with some kind of seal. Suddenly, the blue demon quickly turned around and noticed the ninja's attack, but even that did not help him dodge the lightning-fast attack. The hero held the same seal in his hands and prepared to activate the taijutsu again. And now, after activating the seal, a massive fire explosion occurred where the demon had been. But even such a demon was not torn to pieces, but only thrown back. The second demon expressed surprise, assuming that his partner, the demon Red, might already have been defeated. With his last ounce of strength, the ninja made a desperate attempt to finish off his opponent. The fateful moment came at the most inopportune moment. When the pill stopped working, he pierced him with a dagger. And he himself began to cough up blood. Such were the consequences of doubling his abilities. The demon mockingly commented on the pill's expiration, taunting the man. Now the knife was in the demon's hands. The ninja realized with horror that even after piercing his heart, the demon continued to regenerate. A second demon suddenly appeared and demanded that his prey be left alone, arguing with the first. The first demon indignantly asserted his right to victory, rejecting the claims of the newcomer. The ninja desperately wondered if this battle was unwinnable for humans from the start. The victor coldly stated the final outcome of the battle, leaving no doubt about his superiority. With bitter realization, the ninja accepted the inevitability of his defeat at the decisive moment of the confrontation. With his last breath, the man reflected with regret on the unexpected end of his journey, when suddenly something distracted him. At that moment, an airplane flew overhead, and his transmitter received a message that help had arrived from Korea. The sudden appearance of the Nameless One and his ally, codenamed, could radically change the situation. And there they were, the main character and his girlfriend, jumping down to the ground in their costumes. And now they too were walking around the place where the battle had taken place, looking around. 2 demons looked at the new hunters with interest, assessing their potential. They noted that they had arrived in pairs, which made the situation even more interesting. The blue one says that they look quite appetizing, but the red one imperiously forbids the other demons from looking at their prey, claiming rights to them. The main character first addresses Nefelano, but then remembers that she should be called Code Zero, and orders her to keep an eye on these guys. The girl confirms the order, and then the main character turned to Akira, trying to verify her identity. The wounded ninja tries to confirm, but a coughing fit interrupts her words. She calmly notes the Nameless One's tardiness in this situation, but suddenly Akira watches in shock at the man's sudden behavior. She asks what he is doing. Why does he need her hand? The guy assesses the ninja's serious condition, realizing the horror of her situation. The protagonist realizes the high risk of demonic possession and death for Akira in this state, and he realizes that he needs to fix her. The girl is in shock again. The man recognizes the technique of exploding chi, which he had previously seen on the Hwan Continent. It is a rather dangerous and deadly technique. This discovery leads him to assume that the demons are taking desperate measures to protect this place. he began to reveal the technique. The girl couldn't believe that the attack had been neutralized so easily. Suhyeok explains his knowledge by studying similar cases in the past. She wonders why demons waste their power on such useless things. Why are they on Earth? The guy thinks it's impossible to ignore people dying and switches his focus to the threat. After all, they still have to deal with these demons who are arguing over their rights to prey, and their conflict is escalating. The main character suggests dividing up the targets, taking the red demon for himself. He tells Code Zero to take the blue demon, and she readily agrees, determined to crush her enemies. And then the guy says that they will finally take action. Let's go! And in the background, there was already a fiery aura. The scene then switches to a shot from the battlefield. Then we see a man flying at tremendous speed from one building and crashing into another. It was the main character, who reluctantly acknowledges the superiority of his opponent, expecting such power from a demon. Akira's condition raises serious concerns about his future in this battle. And then the red demon arrived. Red, with a predatory smile, offers to start a real battle without any restrictions. The main character readily accepts the challenge, ready for a brutal game. Suhyeok is pleased with the situation, activating the enhancement of his combat characteristics. The system confirms a 5-point increase in strength after applying the improvement. And then the main character flew out of the debris at high speed and rushed towards the demon. The guy notes the demon's confidence in close combat by his stable position. He doesn't even try to dodge. This is alarming. The blue demon faces an unexpected dilemma in the midst of a tense battle. And the protagonist is also ready for close combat, demonstrating his own confidence. And he struck the standing demon with force, who was now not so cool. After all, such a powerful blow sent the red bastard flying back a dozen meters. Suhyeok uses the first form of the martial arts Emperor skill in his attack. The demon is shocked by such power, and immediately another devastating attack rains down on the enemy with maximum force. The main character's palm was red hot from the surging energy, and he pressed it forcefully into the demon, trying to melt its head. The attack hits its target with incredible accuracy and devastating effect. The intermediate technique shatters the internal organs, leaving the outer shell intact. And then he decides it's time to finish it off and delivers a barrage of powerful blows from different angles. Suddenly, his fist grabs the demon's palm. This greatly shocks Suhyeok. The demon shouts threats at his human opponent in a rage. He has decided to end this show. And Red parries the main character's blow, counterattacking with a powerful blow straight to the chest. And now it was the protagonist's turn to fly dozens of meters away from the powerful blow. But he managed to stay on his feet. The guy bent over from the blow and realized that rapid regeneration allows the demon to recover instantly and counterattack. The enemy's regeneration speed is estimated at about 10 seconds for a full recovery. The guy plans to neutralize the demon before it finishes regenerating in order to win. The demon mockingly asks if his opponent has run out of steam in the heat of battle. He announces his intention to personally devour his defeated enemy, and the demonic bastard lunges his clawed hand toward the main character. The guy is shocked by such a sudden movement. Suhyeok uses a modified version of the second form of the martial arts Emperor skill. The Dragon Claw technique transforms into a grabbing hand to capture his opponent. And as soon as that happened, the protagonist tried to attack the demonic bastard. The demon begins a mocking retort, but abruptly stops himself at the sight of the attack. The guy calmly informs him that this is only the initial stage of their confrontation, and he strikes the demon with such force that half of its body immediately disappears. The red demon shouts an insult at his opponent in rage and flies away. He realizes with horror that both his arms are instantly paralyzed after Suhyeok's attack. The enemy's goal becomes clear: to cut off all limbs for complete immobilization. The demon recognizes his opponent's extraordinary abilities and rich combat experience. He realizes that close combat is impossible and regenerates. Then he began to analyze his opponent's strange technique. This ability is completely different from any known system skills. The protagonist thought he should have cut off the demon's wings first, but the demon just licked its lips. Suddenly, the demon finds his opponent even more appealing to devour. His laughter reflects his growing excitement at the unexpected development of the battle. The demon unleashed huge beams of demonic energy at the protagonist, but the protagonist immediately dodged with lightning speed. Suhyeok notices the demon's transition to a long-range combat tactic. The guy decides to seize the moment to test his new martial arts skills, but all the demon's rays were still aimed at the main character. Suhyeok demonstrates the third form of the martial arts emperor skill in battle. The Hand of the Dragon. Pond strikes the enemy with new strength and technique, and it engulfed the demon along with his technique. And the main character managed to deflect all these red demonic aura rays. The guy confirms receiving the enemy's attack and prepares to retaliate. Now he intends to return the blow with double the power and accuracy. The demon cannot believe what is happening, furiously cursing his opponent. And then there was an explosion in the sky above the main character's head. And as soon as the smoke cleared, the demon was visible, who was badly battered after such a powerful explosion. The man activates the third form of the martial arts emperor skill again. The modified cloud dragon's hand crashes down on the enemy, and from the side, it was really visible. The attack was in the shape of a lightning dragon's head. The demon curses the system and his opponent in a fit of impotent rage. His anger reaches its peak, spilling out in an uncontrollable explosion of emotion. The demon's repeated cries reflect a complete loss of composure in battle, and the demon began to break through the main character's dragon beam. Suhyeok watches in surprise as the demon breaks through what seemed to be an impenetrable defense, and in a moment, the demon managed to reach and deliver a slashing blow to the main character. Blood gushed from this main character's body after such a blow. But that wasn't all. The protagonist realized that he had to look ahead. The demon grabbed the protagonist by the throat, and the guy was shocked by his opponent's rapid recovery. And while he was in shock from this, the demon's hand on his neck tightened even more, and they flew into the air together. The red demon was very happy because he had finally captured a strong man in a tense battle. Suhyeok reluctantly admits his carelessness at a critical moment in the fight. He hopes his next move will be effective against the powerful demon. The precise strike hits the important nerve centers of the demon's body with accuracy. The demon watches his opponent's unusual actions with bewilderment, and while the demon was in shock, the main character delivered even more blows to the nerve points. And now the red one was just spitting its red slime. The guy hit the demonic vein and death point at the same time in the attack. This caused only temporary paralysis, requiring urgent finishing blows to the enemy. Suhyeok reactivated the first form of the martial arts emperor skill. Suhyeok used a modified piercing palm technique in the decisive attack. The overlapping palms technique unleashed a series of devastating blows on the enemy. Suhyeok vowed to continue the attack until the enemy's insides were destroyed. The red demon grudgingly acknowledged his opponent's incredible persistence. And then there was a huge explosion of energy at the scene of the battle. The shockwave even engulfed the main character. And after everything calmed down, pieces of the red demon's body fell to the ground. The guy still couldn't calm down because he could feel something even through his suit. He looked at the ground and was shocked to see that even the pieces of the demon were still trying to regenerate. He thought, "What should I do? My opponent doesn't want to give up. What a stubborn bastard." At that moment, there was a ninja girl behind the main character. Akira unexpectedly used the fire fan ninja technique at a critical moment in the battle, and all the pieces of the demon were immediately burned. Suhyeok expressed surprise when he saw the ninja fighting instead of recovering her strength. Akira explained her choice by the need to prevent the demon's resurrection. Suhyeok's attention shifted to more important events elsewhere on the battlefield. There, the girl Nephilano, or Code Zero, was punching the blue demon with all her might and at tremendous speed. The man noticed the approaching end of the battle in the neighboring area. Akira calmly confirmed Suhyeok's observations about the end of the confrontation. And now, in the middle of the battlefield, stood a girl in a white suit with scuffs on her suit and blood on her fists. It became clear that the battle with the demons had come to an end. After these events, the world was engrossed in discussing the news of the defeat of the demons in Japan. Naturally, attention shifted to the exploits of the awakened fighters. The authorities expressed their condolences to the families of the deceased citizens and soldiers. Akira spoke to the public. Special thanks were given to the Nameless One and Code Zero for their help. The people rejoiced, chanting the names of the heroes who had saved humanity from danger. The victory belonged not to individuals or nations, but to all of humanity. This fact was the main outcome of the dramatic events that had taken place. Akira expressed his deep gratitude to the Nameless One for saving his homeland. The ninja acknowledged her enormous debt to the hero for his help. Suhyeok modestly replied that he had done what anyone in his place would have done. Then the man announced his intention to leave the battlefield. Akira swore to repay him for his help under any circumstances. and she looked up at the sky, where she could already hear the helicopter's blades spinning and felt a sudden pain shoot through her whole body. After the battle ended, the pain overwhelmed the protagonist. Nefalano asked if he was okay. His shoulder must have been hurting incredibly. However, something else was causing the main character even greater suffering. Nefalano asked what it was. He was upset about the missed opportunity to collect demon hearts for upgrades. The protagonist desperately needed these hearts to develop his spellcasting skill. How could he have forgotten about it? The scene shifted to the Korean Awakened Association for important negotiations. Suhyeok was transferred a huge sum of 60 billion won. The vice president showed it to him. Confirmation of the transfer appeared on the bank terminal. The boy and girl were shocked. This money was part of Japan's payments to Korea as a token of gratitude. Nefalano was also supposed to receive 30 billion won for her contribution. The difference in the amounts was explained by the different levels of fame of the two heroes. The girl was delighted at the opportunity to repay her debt to the main character and help with the creation of the guild. Suhyeok refused to accept the money, considering the help to be a selfless act. The man insisted that the ninja use the funds for his training. The vice president offered both heroes specially prepared devices. The guy looked with surprise at the phones he had been given, not understanding their purpose. It turned out that these devices had unusual technical characteristics. The phones had a special module for global satellite communication around the world. They were prepared in case of possible emergencies during travel. The vice president assured the heroes that there were no tracking devices in the phones. Suhyeok expressed his trust in the vice president and accepted the useful devices. He will immediately start using it as his main phone. Meanwhile, Suhyeok's father looked at his phone and took off his glasses to see it better. The man checked the incredible amount of the money transfer once again. The screen displayed confirmation of a transfer of 60 billion won. His mother could hardly believe the reality of the huge amount of money she had received. Suhyeok confirmed the amount and announced plans to move into a beautiful new home. The hero's sister was delighted with the unexpected news of the upcoming move. His parents looked in amazement at the luxurious house their son had chosen. They couldn't believe they could live in such a house, and his father asked if he was sure about it. His father assured his mother that it was the right choice and suggested taking a closer look at the house. Suddenly his phone vibrated, and the guy couldn't ignore it. He asked who was there, and while he was standing there answering calls, the guy looked at the brick wall. The dragoness reported the discovery of the mage and potions at the specified address to Suhyeok. Suddenly Suhyeok felt an urgent need to leave for a moment. He asked his parents to inspect the houses themselves and sign the contract. The scene changed, and Suhyeok and Nefalano checked the navigator to confirm the correct location. The architecture of the building seemed extremely unusual and strange to both of them. It was strange how it appeared in a place like Korea. Nefalano wondered why one of the most powerful magicians lived in such a secluded place. Gigi suggested that the magician might have been a social outcast for some reason, and Gigi immediately pressed a button. Suddenly, a strange ringtone sounded with a phrase about time and money. The absurd ringtone puzzled both guests. The phrase continued to repeat insistently in the silence. The electronic system announced the need to confirm the visitors' identities. The robot demanded that they present their ID cards to complete the procedure. The verification process was successfully completed with the verification of Suhyeok's data. The system granted them permission to enter the mysterious building, and Nefalano immediately rushed ahead. The interior was completely empty and lifeless. Suddenly, a mechanical robot leg emerged from behind the door. The electronic guide offered to accompany the guests through the room, and immediately he brought them to his research center. And as they walked, the unknown mage loudly expressed his admiration for the guests' punctuality. The mage, named Kane, introduced himself and greeted his visitors. He immediately addressed Nefalano as he recognized her. But for a second, something confused him. He thought for a moment and looked closely at the girl. The experienced mage instantly recognized the dragon nature of his new student. The visit of a dragon for magic training was an unexpected event for the mage. Kane's ability to instantly recognize true essence impressed Suhyeok. The mage correctly identified Suhyeok as the guardian of the dragon Nefalano. Gigi shook his hand and said that they would like to work with him. Kane declared that he would welcome anyone who was willing to pay for training. The cost of training was 10 billion won for a full course in magic. The guys were shocked. The goblin did not consider his asking price excessive for the services of a top-level mage. Afilkine emphasized the rarity and value of his magical teaching. Suhyeok was still in shock. The mage confidently promised to teach 20 different spells. The training was to be conducted sequentially, step by step. Suhyeok considered this an investment in the future development of the guild's key talent. The young man inquired whether the training would continue until complete mastery was achieved. Afilkane assured him of his professional approach and adherence to agreements. Suhyeok was satisfied with the agreements regarding Nephilano's training. And the scene switched to Suhyeok's old house. He lay on the bed and was glad that the issue of the girl's training had been resolved. After the move, he would need to create a special training room. The cost of one potion at 10 billion was still surprising. According to Afilkine's description, this potion was on par with a legendary elixir. The potion's special feature was that it directly enhanced the body's magical power. Its use instantly increased the internal energy of the drinker. Suhyeok decided that the potential benefits far outweighed the cost, and as soon as he drank the potion, his eyes widened with new sensations. His body was now literally glowing with bright cosmic light that filled the entire room. Suhyeok felt a powerful surge of energy inside his body after drinking the potion. The energy passed through all 8 meridians and channels, growing stronger with every passing second. The energy literally rushed through his veins, glowing more and more with each passing second. As expected, an incredible amount of power filled every cell of his body. And as soon as he opened his eyes full of energy, the system confirmed his mastery of the technique of body and chi unity called Kungi. The guy realized that he had finally reached the sphere of harmony in his development. However, this level was not enough to confront powerful demons. He needed to reach the next stage of development for future battles. The legendary realm of resonance remained the next goal of his training. It was this level that was considered the pinnacle of martial arts mastery. In his past life, he had never managed to achieve this enlightened state. Now, Suhyeok believed in the reality of achieving a level that had previously been impossible. Meanwhile, in another beautiful place, guild representatives discussed the news of the creation of the nameless guild. Yeo Hyun-sok from the Baekdusan Guild expressed his confusion about the purpose of the meeting with Lee Jae-woon. Rank 12. Awakened openly showed his dissatisfaction with being summoned to the meeting. Lee Jae-woon from the Keodonge Guild introduced himself and tried to ease the tension. Park Moo-gi from the Emoji Guild suggested putting an end to the argument and enjoying the food. Lee Jae-woon noted the recent excessive strengthening of the Nameless's position. The creation of a new guild would inevitably weaken the influence of the 3 great guilds. Yeo Hyun-suk demanded concrete proposals instead of empty talk about the problem. Lee Jae-woon suggested first proving their common interests before discussing anything. And then the cup of drink returned to the table with a crash. Yeo Hyun-suk considered the meeting a waste of time and refused to continue negotiations. He abruptly stood up to leave the meeting despite attempts to stop him. Before leaving, the representative of Baekdusan declared that the guild would maintain its position regardless of the outcome. But the drink still poured into the cups. Lee Jae-woon and Park Moo-gi continued their discussion, deciding to act together. The 2 guild leaders formed an unspoken alliance to counter the common threat. Meanwhile, Suhyeok was practicing a complex technique for moving across the surface of the water. He sucked the water into himself with force. Walking on water was only possible for masters who had reached the realm of harmony. To overcome the level of his past life, continuous training was required. Constant improvement remained the only path to the pinnacle of mastery. Suddenly, a beeping sound distracted the main character from his harmony. He opened his phone and saw that news of the upcoming creation of the guild had quickly spread around the world. Vice President Oh Sung-woo contacted Suhyeok on an urgent matter. The guy confirmed his willingness to listen to the problem of the Association of the Awakened. Oh Sung-woo reported an unexpected call from a famous master. But first, the vice president had to hear the main character's opinion. He told him that Baek Moo-hak had officially requested a duel for the title of strongest in Korea. The guy was shocked by the news. The duel was to finally determine the country's #1. Suhyeok accepted the challenge without hesitation, interested in testing his strength. He asked for details about the time and place of the upcoming duel. And then the scene shifted to another luxurious mansion. 2 gray-haired men stood in the office. A subordinate confirmed receipt of a letter from the Cheonhue Guild for his master. He said that the Emoji Guild had agreed to cooperate, but Baekdusan had withdrawn from the agreement. The man expressed his intention to replace Baekdusan in the trio of great guilds. This was Baek Muhak, a rank 13 awakened member of the World 8. He admitted that he had allowed other guilds to act with impunity for too long. Baek Chae-moon suggested that the Nameless One would accept the challenge because of his character. Baek Muhak acknowledged that his opponent was no ordinary rival, and his subordinate said that rumors within the clan claimed that the Nameless One had surpassed Baek Muhak himself. Baek Muhak reacted with derision to such bold statements within the clan. Baek Chae-moon assured him that there were no such fools left in their organization. Baek Muhak highly valued his subordinate's loyalty and competence. Baek Chae-moon reminded him of Vladimir's warning not to touch the Nameless One. Baek Muhak reacted angrily to the mention of Vladimir's name. He admitted his one defeat, but claimed that he had surpassed even the World 8. He may not be as young as they are, but how dare they say such things? But Baek Muhak emphasized the need to eliminate the threat before it was too late. Baek Chae-moon swore to do exactly as his master wished. Soon, someone knocked on the door, and a young man burst in, ran up to Baek Chae-moon, and whispered something in his ear. The subordinate said that confirmation had finally arrived that the Nameless One had accepted the challenge to a duel. Baek Muhak smiled broadly and declared that the long-awaited moment to begin action had arrived. The scene switched back to the guild leader's room. One of those present lost his temper, describing his opponent in extremely negative terms. The conversation turned to discussing specific plans regarding the Nameless One. A radical proposal was made to eliminate the inconvenient rival. The idea of physical elimination caused a shocked reaction among those gathered. A logical question arose about the possible executor of such a dangerous task. It turned out that the right person had already completed his seclusion and training, and as soon as the pirate understood what he meant, he was stunned. The name Baek Muhak caused a new wave of astonishment among the participants in the conversation. The scene changed. People across the city were eagerly discussing the upcoming clash of titans. The entire nation eagerly awaited the battle between the two strongest Korean elites. The limousine carrying the main character and his deputy was driving down the road at that moment. Yellow explained to the main character that the winner of this fight would receive 500 billion won on the spot. Even the loser could count on 250 billion. This huge sum made hunting in portals insignificant for Suhyeok in comparison. But in the end, Suhyeok said that the amount meant nothing to him. The man was absolutely confident in his impending victory over his opponent. Suddenly, the car braked sharply and, with a screech of tires, finally came to a stop. The main character immediately began to move, pushing off the ground, so it was the main character wearing his mask again. He got out of the car in his usual outfit. His assistant reported that everything was ready and they could start moving to the battle site. There was an interesting atmosphere in the arena, and looking at it, the main character finally gave his consent. The scene changed. The host announced the start of the long-awaited moment for all spectators. The match between Baek Muhak and Nameless was the most anticipated event. Baek Muhak was presented as the undisputed #1 in Korea from the World 8. The Nameless One was announced as a rising newcomer who had reached the second rank in record time. No one could predict who would win this epic confrontation. The spectator admitted that this battle made his blood boil with excitement. In the arena, Baek Muhak smirked that Nameless clearly did not consider him a serious threat. He mocked the cheap mask his opponent wore in the arena. Suhyeok parried that it was not yet time to reveal his true identity. Baek Muhak was skeptical that everything would go according to young Suhyeok's plan. The guy calmly replied that they would soon find out the answer to that question. The referee signaled the start of the match, and the fight officially began. Baek Muhak commented on his opponent's first attack as a bold move, that he tore up the landscape beneath him. He rushed straight towards his opponent. Suhyeok responded by asking if his opponent was always so talkative. His strike was already at the ready. Suhyeok responded by asking if his opponent was always so talkative. His strike was already at the ready. But Baek was no slouch either, and had already prepared his hands to block the blow. The force of the blow caused the ground beneath them to crack. The shockwave also reached the stands, ruining everyone's hairstyles and knocking wigs off the spectators' heads. Now the old warrior opposite the main character was full of energy. His eyes were shining. He immediately made his move, striking with such force that shockwaves emanated from his fist. But the hero managed to dodge. The next blow was just as powerful, but the hero managed to dodge again. Then the Baek Muhak decided to strike from top to bottom. but the hero managed to jump at the last moment. He then landed somewhere nearby, noticing that the blow had left a hole in the ground like a small meteorite had struck it. The guy managed to dodge all the attacks, realizing that it was dangerously close. Baekmuhak asked sarcastically where all the initial bravado had gone. He sarcastically suggested that his opponent was already preparing to flee the battlefield. The man activated his energy attacks and confidently declared that they were just beginning their real fight. The guy immediately noticed them. He had to do something. The attack was very powerful, and the only thing he managed to do was activate a barrier so that the attack would not kill him. It couldn't break through the shield, but it was clear how powerful it was. The ground near the shield was destroyed. The guy blocked the blow with his protective chi, but he knew it wouldn't last long. Baekmuhak shouted that his opponent was better than he had expected. He was about to demonstrate his famous thunder attack. He immediately flew up, and already in the air, challenged Suhyeok to try out his technique and see if he could withstand it. But Gigi immediately jumped up sharply, and the blow did not hit him, but rather an empty spot on the ground, literally blowing it up. Baekmuhak stood in shock. No one had ever recovered from that blow before. The guy noted with irritation that his opponent was using his speed again. He admitted that his opponent was indeed very fast, but that wasn't all. Suhyeok declared that he could easily read all of his enemy's movements. He decided to counter his opponent's speed with his own speed. Baekmuhak approvingly noted that now the fight was getting more interesting. The man promised that this time he would hit his target accurately and struck the approaching protagonist. In a moment, his fist was already a few centimeters from Suhyeok's face. He wanted to break his mask and his face, but his blow again hit empty space, where only the remnants of the blue aura remained. The old man's eyes widened at this sight. Baekmuhak expressed complete bewilderment at what had happened in the arena, and at that moment, the main character was already at his side, preparing to strike. Suhyeok confidently declared that from now on, his opponent would not even touch his sleeve. He thrust his hand forward, activating more and more of his energy. The guy used the martial arts emperor's skill called piercing palm. Baekmuhak shouted in rage after receiving an unexpected blow from his opponent. There was a huge explosion of blue energy that covered the entire arena and the spectators in the stands. Baekmuhak was immediately thrown back a couple of dozen meters, coughing from the force of the blow to his body. Strawberry jam was dripping everywhere. Blood flowed from his mouth, and the man realized that he had been careless at the decisive moment of the fight. He was sure he had hit his opponent, but it turned out to be just an illusion. Suhyeok noted that such a mistake was unforgivable for a fighter of his level. The guy was surprised that a reduced version of the technique had caused such damage. Baekmuhak stood up and admitted that he had indeed underestimated the skills of his young opponent. But his feet immediately kicked the ground beneath him, and he rushed forward. Now the old master was going to show some really serious fighting technique. His energy spread everywhere and affected the soul of everyone within the battlefield. Suhyeok felt it too, and finally understood what it reminded him of. Baekmuhak's technique was strikingly similar to the ancient art of thunder wind. Its origins dated back 200 years to events on the continent of Hwan. This martial art once belonged to the greatest master of the era. A logical question arose as to how Baekmuhak could have mastered this technique. The old man immediately directed a wave of aura at him and reminded him that now was not the time for such thoughts, and immediately sent a deadly charge of energy along this wave. A second later, the attack was already in front of the main character's face, but he managed to dodge it. Then a second, more powerful attack followed, and he avoided that one too. Then he had to jump very high to avoid the third attack and not lose his legs. A mocking remark was made that Suhyeok was only thinking about dodging, but the main character was only thinking that the enemy's power really resembled the divine art of wind and thunder. However, it was only a superficial resemblance in appearance. The technique was a pale shadow of the legacy of the demon emperor of wind and thunder. The hero struck the old man with force. In the stands, the spectators were surprised to see an equal fight in the arena. The nameless man was in no way inferior to the famous Baekmuhak in this fight. Preparing for a new attack, Suhyeok noticed that his opponent was not allowing him to create the necessary distance. Therefore, he decided to neutralize the attack itself in order to change the course of the battle. He took a stance and began to twist the chakra from the air, creating a Rasengan in his hands. The experienced fighter shouted that random movements would not help the novice. But Suhyeok remembered that by colliding strong chi with other strong chi, natural energy could be pushed out. This process creates a special vacuum state between opponents. Such an impact would be enough to break through the opponent's defense, and his attack hit the aura of the panicked Baek Muhak quite hard. The technique rebounded and struck the rose again, hitting every spectator of the fight. The old man stood in shock, not understanding where the main character got these powers and knowledge. Then, in response, the old man suggested trying a completely different approach to the fight. Baek Muhak decided to demonstrate the true power of his direct lineage. The wind count technique became the next formidable weapon in his arsenal, and a tornado-like spinning blow flew straight at the main character. Without wasting a second, Baek Muhak immediately clapped his hands together loudly, creating a shockwave. He directed it forward, straight at the old man's attack, dispelling it with his aura. The old master was shocked by how the main character had deflected his technique, the remnants of which were still moving his hair. He noted with surprise that even this attack had been blocked so easily. Suhyeok asked if this was really his opponent's strongest technique. Baek Muhak ordered him not to get cocky after blocking just a few attacks, and he noted to himself that the newcomer must have spent a lot of energy on defense. This time, Baek Muhak was absolutely confident of his final victory over his opponent, and so he activated even more energy and rushed forward. Well, his blow again hit an illusion. Gigi was already behind him and reminded him that his opponent couldn't even touch his sleeve now. He told him that strength is useless without proper application, regardless of its scale. Baek Muhak watched in amazement as Suhyeok maintained his speed. Apparently, he still had a lot of energy left, and at that moment, while the old master was thinking, the main character ran up to him and struck him with incredible force, pushing him away. He pushed him so hard that from a distance it looked like the old man had turned into a comet. He flew into the wall, and when the dust finally settled, cracks in the wall and Baek Muhak's worn clothes were visible. The thought of losing to such a novice enraged the experienced fighter. Despite intensive training in seclusion, he was not happy with the result. The audience began to discuss the possibility of Baek Muhak's defeat in the fight. The pressure on the fighter increased with every passing minute, revealing his age-related weaknesses. He was greatly annoyed by the situation and his own imperfections. He stood up, shouting his name with growing fury and disappointment. His repeated shout reflected a complete loss of composure at a critical moment. And so Baek Muhak entered his strongest, most insane, most furious phase. His energy turned yellow and rushed in all directions. A single breath from him created a shockwave that destroyed the ground beneath him. And above the arena rose not just dust, but a huge tornado of his yellow, furious energy. He approached the main character, and now they just looked into each other's eyes. Finally, the old master stood in a fighting stance, ready to destroy the young man who dared to fight him once and for all. Suhyeok commented on his opponent's transition to full-scale use of force. Baek Muhak swore to destroy his rival for forcing him to reveal his potential, and immediately rushed forward, leaving only a shadow behind him. In a second, he covered a distance of several dozen meters and was already a couple of centimeters away from the main character. Without waiting for consent, Baek Muhak delivered a crushing blow with his iron fist. Suhyeok immediately noticed the increased speed and power of his opponent's attacks. He almost met the blow with his fist, but at the last moment managed to put his arm up to defend himself. Even so, the old master's blow was so powerful that it threw the hero back a couple of meters. But the hero was unable to defend himself completely, and a huge crack already adorned his mask. He looked at it and couldn't understand when the old warrior had managed to do it. While he was examining the damage, he didn't notice how he got caught up in the old bastard's huge whirlwind of techniques. Baek Muhak said that now the guy had no room for retreat or maneuver. His aura became dark. Baek Muhak shouted for the immediate death of his opponent in the arena, and all that dark energy began to swirl around the hero and gradually tighten. Being inside this technique, Gigi started the technique and noticed that this time the fighter was really putting in all his effort. Suhyeok decided to respond to his opponent with equal seriousness and strength. The guy activated the martial arts emperor skill for a decisive blow. The Tai Chi counterattack palm technique became his next powerful move. Baek Muhak's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He knew what this technique could do to him. And the main character had already finished preparing for it and promised to return all the energy he had received exactly as it had come. Suhyeok combined the thunder attack and the wind count technique into one. The guy was going to return this combined attack back to its owner. He intended to return the enhanced technique in its original form. The old man tried to block this attack, but it broke through and still burned him, and the protagonist continued to direct his energy purposefully. A logical question arose about the true identity of the mysterious fighter. No one expected that it would be Baek-Muhak who would find himself in such a position, and then energy pierced the experienced fighter's entire body. It was as if he had been shot with a shotgun. The spectators watched in amazement as Baek-Muhak received a serious blow. He immediately lost all his aura and fell to the ground, sprawled out like a rag doll. The counterattack used his own technique against him. The defeated opponent lay motionless on the surface of the arena. The main character approached him. Baek-Muhak looked at him and struggled to comprehend that his own technique had been used against him. His body was still lying motionless after the crushing blow. But suddenly, the main character noticed something. A system loop was discovered that explained the oddities in Thunderwind's technique. The art was used through the system and not through actual combat skills. Now the end of the fight was inevitable for both participants, and the main character firmly grabbed this loop and completely tore it out of Baek-Muhak's body. The victory of the Nameless One over Baek-Muhak of the World 8 was officially announced. The Nameless One is now #1 in Korea according to the results of the fight. The internet immediately began discussing how the Nameless One had surpassed a member of the World 8 in combat. Viewers argued about whether Baek-Muhak had really been inferior in the battle. After the end of the match of the century, no one doubted Nameless's strength anymore. The consequences of the fight turned out to be more significant than initially expected. Now they will have trillions of won to buy everything they need. He was so happy that people started pointing fingers at him. Preparations began for the next stage after the resounding victory. The scene abruptly switched to a restaurant. Inside, the guild leaders were sitting again, drinking tea and eating all kinds of delicacies, engaged in conversation. The pirate stated that the entire original plan had completely fallen apart after the unexpected outcome. His aristocratic interlocutor was immediately puzzled as to how such a situation could have happened at all. Everyone was discussing the defeat of the great Baek-Muhak by a newcomer in the arena. They were furious. The pirate confirmed that what happened was exactly what the audience saw. But the Nameless One was no longer considered a newcomer after this resounding victory. He also said that rumors had spread about Baek-Muhak losing his abilities after the fight. And then the aristocrat was surprised. Was he talking about the Nameless One's ability to destroy fighters' systems? But this information could only be verified through personal observation. It was impossible to confirm or refute this information without visual evidence. The best solution would be to completely avoid confrontation with the Nameless One. The situation was becoming increasingly confusing and difficult to analyze, but then the door suddenly opened. The negotiators immediately froze in surprise when they saw the guy's hand, because they were afraid of being overheard during such conversations. The unexpected appearance of Baek-Muhak caused general surprise among those gathered. He explained that his visit was necessary to discuss important issues together. Those present demanded an explanation for his unexpected visit. His condition aroused certain suspicions among attentive observers. Baek-Muhak responded harshly to the attempt to block his path to the gathering. He simply grabbed the aristocrat by the throat, and squeezing his neck fiercely, he ordered him never to block his way like that again. The guy did not answer. He only uttered a plaintive apology. His strength remained impressive even after losing his main abilities. Some time passed and the table was set again. Now Baek-Muhak himself sat at the table and poured himself drinks. He sat at the table and asked a direct question about the purpose of his visit to the guild leaders today. The president of the Emoji Guild correctly guessed his intention to eliminate the Nameless One. Baek-Muhak confirmed the guild leader's insight with his reaction. He assumed that those gathered had already guessed his future plans. An uncertain attempt to find a way to refuse participation followed, but the experienced fighter said that there was no such right. However, Baek-Muhak promised to act cautiously without reckless actions. The plan was to exploit the target's attachment to his family. Both leaders turned to him in horror. They realized that Baek was prepared to resort to dirty tactics. At that moment, in the large office, the director, the protagonist's father, ended the workday by announcing the end of the meeting. He thanked all the employees for their hard work during the day. The man announced his intention to be the first to leave the workplace. His colleagues tried to persuade him to stay for a drink together. They reminded him that they had originally planned to spend time together. He politely declined, citing the need to get home early to rest. His colleagues noticed that their boss was soon moving into a beautiful new house. The employees mentioned rumors about the fortune his son had recently earned. The boss responded modestly to the compliments from his subordinates. He provided a corporate card to cover the team's dinner expenses. The team warmly thanked their boss for his generous gesture with dinner. They called him the best boss before leaving work, and he left. Receiving recognition from his colleagues thanks to his son evoked pleasant feelings. This feeling was indeed quite pleasant for the happy father. Suddenly he noticed something. The night sky was shining with particularly bright stars at this evening hour. Such moments should be shared with his family. But suddenly someone approached him from behind, and that someone was now furiously scolding Baek Muhak for being here. It was the president of the Cheonhui Guild, who was angry at the humiliating situation. The plan to kidnap a simple civilian caused him to protest internally. Revealing this plan would make it impossible to return to his former life. He was particularly frightened by the possible reaction of the chairman of the Cheonhui group. But what difference did it make whether he died at the hands of his grandfather or Baek? The only way out was to complete this task well. And as soon as the aristocrat pulled on his gloves, someone's robotic leg appeared in front of him. The guy looked at the bloody and dirty robot and asked, "Who is this anyway?" The unexpected appearance of Code Zero shocked him. The girl angrily condemned the persecution of Suhyeok's family without hesitation. She promised to spare his life at the request of the association's vice president. In return, she was going to make his future life a living hell. At that moment, Suhyeok's father heard a strange sound and began to wonder where it was coming from. Turning around and seeing nothing, he decided that perhaps she had just imagined it in the silence of the night. The scene changed. Suhyeok's younger sister happily said goodbye to her colleagues after work. She was just dreaming of returning home soon to relax after a shower. An ominous laugh rang out from the darkness as she walked down the deserted street. The sinister voice of Baek Mahuk informed her that he had been waiting for her to appear in this place for a long time. The girl fearfully assumed that she had encountered a mentally ill person. The attacker threatened to break all her limbs if she tried to run away. He advised her to blame her brother, known as Nameless, for what was happening. The frightened girl tried to understand the reason for the attack in the dark alley. Suddenly, someone approached her from behind. Suhyeok suddenly appeared and ordered his sister to stay behind him. The girl asked in amazement how her brother had appeared there at the right moment. The attacker confirmed that Suhyeok had anticipated his movements as usual. The girl recognized the attacker as Baek Muhak from her brother's previous fight. Baek Muhak blamed Suhyeok for completely destroying his entire fortune. Now he swore to destroy everything that was dear to Suhyeok himself, without exception. In a couple of seconds, the guy analyzed him and realized that his inner strength remained significant even after losing his system. Suhyeok activated the third form of the Cloud Dragon Hand for a counterattack. Baek Muhak watched in surprise as he witnessed a technique he was unfamiliar with. Suhyeok angrily asked how his opponent dared to touch his family and slammed his hand down. At that moment, the old, experienced fighter's hand clenched completely, and he began to scream in pain. The main character promised that today, Baek Muhak would experience true hell on earth, and the scene flew out of that dirty alley. And then it changed abruptly. Someone was already opening their eyes, and was recovering from the blow. Before him was a red landscape. It was Baek Muhak, who found himself tied to a tree in an incomprehensible situation. He realized with horror that he was in an unfamiliar place. The guy looked at his hostage and realized that he had regained consciousness. Then the former leader of the Korean warriors asked about further plans regarding the captured enemy. Suhyeok replied that he was just going to clean up the mess. Baek Muhak, in despair, called his captor crazy with fear. He begged him to stop, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Suhyeok noted that the prisoner still did not realize his situation. He coldly informed him that Baek Muhak would not leave this place alive. The final sentence sounded like a judge's final verdict, and while the experienced master was being bitten by dogs, the main character simply turned around and walked away. The system notified him of a level increase after eliminating the enemy. Suhyeok noted ironically that murders also count toward leveling up. At that moment, a message from the Association of the Awakened appeared. The scene shifted there. In the room, 4 people stood and watched as the aristocrat simply moaned and did not reveal any information. The guy begged for death, preferring it to his ongoing torment. And then the vice president asked what exactly Nefalano's agents had done to the captured enemy. They explained that they had caused enough pain to make him wish for death. But the man who entered the room said that the incident involving the kidnapping of civilians had been completely resolved. The pirate commented with condemnation on the very fact of the kidnapping at such a time. President Park Mugi received thanks for minimizing the possible damage. The pirate said that before his death, he would only think about the survival of his guild at any cost. The aristocrat immediately called the man standing before him a traitor. The pirate was on the side of the main character. And yet the vice president inquired about the current location of the absent Baek Muhak. They explained that Suhyeok was personally dealing with this issue at the moment. They asked for mercy but did not know the outcome of the negotiations. Apologies were offered for the possible consequences of this difficult situation. Everyone turned toward the voice, and immediately, everyone knew that Baek Muhak would never return. The main character returned to base. Everyone looked at him with open faces. It was unclear whether it was because he had returned so quickly or because he had killed Baek Muhak. Suhyeok learned about his mother's rescue from President Park Mugi himself. Park Mugi confirmed that he had personally escorted his mother home safely. Suhyeok also approached his dragon girl and put his hand on her shoulder. He also thanked Nefalano for helping to protect his family. He also expressed his gratitude for saving his father in that situation. Nefalano replied that protecting Suhyeok's family was natural for her. Suhyeok promised to treat her to something delicious next time. The vice president was instructed to take care of the aftermath of the incident. Suhyeok was invited inside to rest properly after the fight, so he did. Suddenly, the vice president called out to Suhyeok to wait just a minute. They almost forgot to tell him one important thing at that moment. The association finally gave Suhyeok the promised ring, asking him to accept it. The main character quickly took the box in his hands, trying to open it and look at its contents. The beauty of the ring immediately dazzled Suhyeok. It was so beautiful and shiny. Vice immediately explained that the reason for the delay was that the ring had only just been delivered. And while Suhyeok was putting on the ring, the guy told him that, like the past, it also works through geometry, and hyper armor is summoned through a spatial pocket. But Vice also forgot to mention something and began a story about their agent named Nefalano. It became known that other countries had taken notice of the dragon, which surprised the main character. An alarming suggestion was made that the true nature of the dragon had already been revealed. Vice reported that Code Zero's identity had been revealed, but this was not considered a critical problem. Suhyeok said that it was nothing to worry about. Nefalano could handle everything herself, she was smart. Nevertheless, just in case, the man asked the association to keep an eye on that agent. Vice accepted this request. The scene immediately switched to a busy city street. People were scurrying back and forth, all busy, carrying bags, wearing suits, everyone rushing somewhere. And the guy stood there feeling uncomfortable, because as usual, it was impossible to push through the crowd. Perhaps it was so crowded because it was a day off. When he arrived at the location, the guy did not find the person he was waiting for. He did not sense Nefalano's aura, even though he had promised to treat him to lunch. Suddenly, he received a new message on his phone, some kind of text message. Gigi asked where Nefalano was now. It turned out that the dragon had gotten on the wrong train and would be about an hour late. The guy couldn't understand how anyone could get so confused about the route. And with that much money, why take the subway? Sitting down on the nearest bench, Sue wondered what he should do with himself. He looked at the people around him and saw that many of them were happy right now. Smiling, he realized that now was a good time to reflect. Remembering the past, Suhyeok noted how the incident with the portal after the army had changed his life. Maybe he would be as happy as the couples around him. Suhyeok then said that his current life wasn't so bad either. Suddenly, he heard someone nearby repeating his name. Looking to the side, he saw a bunch of vaguely familiar people staring at him with their mouths open because they recognized him. They asked if the guy had finally been discharged from the hospital. The guy vaguely recognized them. A girl came up and shook Suhyeok's shoulders, asking about his condition. She remembered that a year ago, when they visited the guy, he was still in a coma. The guy hastened to assure his friends that his health was now completely fine. He added that modern medical technology could work wonders. The girl immediately informed him that he had caught them during their regular annual alumni meeting. The guy was surprised. They reminded him that they used to be the most popular students in their class, and now they had started getting together again, just like in the old days. Suddenly, one of the alumni turned to Sang-jae, who was standing there looking out of place. And then the guy asked him, "Didn't Suhyeok and Chi-min have a romantic relationship before?" As soon as the conversation turned to past romantic stories within their former company, the two lovers became embarrassed. Another half-bald friend hastened to joke that all the old stories were long gone. He emphasized that since they had met so accidentally, they should take advantage of it. Then the guy invited his old acquaintance to have lunch together, which clearly embarrassed him. Gigi noticed that their mutual acquaintance, Shin In-chul, was still as tactless as ever, but the offer sounded tempting, to make up for lost time at the same table. The initiator of the meeting even promised to pay for the entire meal to persuade Suhyeok to agree. However, Suhyeok politely but firmly declined, citing a previously scheduled meeting. Then Shin's insistent offer changed to a more modest one, to at least stop by for a cup of coffee. A girl suddenly joined the conversation, cheerfully greeting the guy. She offered a compromise, to wait together until the person he was meeting arrived. This persistence only elicited a heavy sigh and a feeling of annoyance from Suhyeok. Giving in to the pressure, Suhyeok agreed to spend just half an hour with his old friends. The order at the coffee shop was finally ready, allowing the friends to start their conversation. The conversation soon turned to the painful topic of the events inside that very portal. It was noted that Shin In-chul, who had recently awakened, was successful as a healer. Park Sang-jae and Kim Byung-woo were also doing well in public service and at a large company. One became a 7th-rank civil servant. The other worked at a large corporation. It was noted that Park Chi-yeon and Yoo Chi-min had also landed very good jobs. The latter caught the guy's attention. She was laughing at the table, and the main character could only remember how, at that moment, she, being his girlfriend, had cheated on him while he was serving in the army. Even after all this time, thoughts of that story still evoked strong emotions in him. Suhyeok already regretted agreeing to stay and showed his desire to leave with his whole demeanor. The girls at the table began to admire how one of their friends was succeeding in life. They noted that Im-chul had always been talented, but now he had reached a whole new level. The hero himself modestly agreed that he did indeed have abilities in many areas. Then the conversation smoothly shifted to Suhyeok, with a question from the balding man about his current activities. The guy replied that he was taking his time looking for a suitable job. This phrase instantly elicited an indulgent smile from one of his friends. He immediately offered to help him find a job through his connections. Suhyeok made a sarcastic remark that his superiority complex hadn't gone anywhere. Shin In-chul decided to change the subject by asking if the others had heard the latest news. According to rumors, the famous Nameless One is about to start his own guild. This news caused general astonishment and heated discussion at the table. The protagonist himself looked at him in shock. Where did this clown hear this? And then Im-chul began to boast that he was applying there too. After all, such a healer would be snapped up in a heartbeat. The Nameless One himself was not thrilled with such a fool and would definitely not take him. Suddenly, a familiar voice behind them interrupted the conversation. Someone greeted Suhyeok. It was Nephalano, who apologized profusely for being so late. For some reason, everyone was shocked and asked who this person was. The girls were also amazed, because such pure beauty is not often seen. Then Suhyeok explained that this was the friend he had agreed to meet. He said goodbye to everyone and said he was glad to see them. Suhyeok finally took his jacket and got dressed while Nephalano asked if they were the main character's friends. The main character replied that they were his classmates. His classmates were shocked. Yang Suhyeok was still the same cute, handsome guy, and he was surrounded by the same kind of people. The ugly Im-chul grumbled that there was no point in such beauty. A man should have abilities and money. But before he could finish, the building's windows shattered. Suddenly, the feast was interrupted by a huge, powerful explosion that blew out the wall of the building and shattered it. Immediately, everyone began to scream and run away, realizing that it was time to escape from danger. And people immediately began to run away from the newly formed huge crack behind them. The main character's eyes immediately widened in surprise at the unexpected situation. He was shocked that these gates had formed right here and right now. An extremely suspicious coincidence. A monster's paw immediately appeared from the suddenly opened portal. The people around stared in horror at the creature emerging from the rift. It was a mutated scorpion whose front limbs had turned into huge, sharp blades. Riots, destruction, and fires broke out across the city, and screams of terror could be heard everywhere. Standing among the crowd, Im-chul panicked, wondering why the portal had appeared here of all places. Suddenly, he turned around as someone called out to him in a clear voice. Jimin was lying on the ground, desperately calling for help, screaming that she had injured her leg. She couldn't get up and demanded support from the one whose healing ability obliged him to help. Her pleas became more and more insistent and desperate as the monster approached her. The girl screamed for someone to help her up quickly, and the monster was already swinging its deadly blade. His companion, who was nearby, was terrified and wondered what to do in such a situation. He looked at the giant monster again and realized that he could not handle it alone. In the end, he cowardly ran away, deciding to flee for his own safety. The girl screamed after him in panic, unable to believe that he was abandoning her. Realizing that no one was going to save her, she cursed him loudly with her last words as the bastard continued to run away. The monster was already very close, looming over the girl and raising its blades to strike. Yuchimin cried in horror at the hopelessness and realization of her imminent death. But suddenly, a gap appeared in the monster's body, through which the girl could be seen. The monster screamed in unbearable pain, and immediately fell dead on its back. Lying on the ground, the girl could not understand what was happening. She just turned around and saw someone's mechanical leg standing nearby. The sudden appearance of the nameless one caused the girl complete bewilderment and shock. The guy asked the victim if she was all right. He noted that the girl had an obvious leg injury, and she confirmed that she couldn't walk. Suhyeok reluctantly admitted to himself that he did not want to get involved in this situation at all. However, now apparently he simply had no choice. The guy picked her up and promised to take her to a safe place, taking control of the situation. The scene immediately switched to the cowardly bastard, who was already hiding somewhere and trying to catch his breath. Coming to his senses, he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he had been a hair's breadth from death. However, he did not take into account the fact that another monster scorpion was already sitting in his hiding place, a parked car. Imchul was shocked that the creatures had caught up with him so quickly. The monster was very close, opening its mouth and spraying saliva right in the guy's face. But suddenly, the monster's jaw snapped shut from a quick and sharp blow. The blow was so strong that the monster flew back a couple of dozen meters in an instant, leaving a huge furrow in the asphalt behind it. It was the main character again. Even his mech suit was steaming from the impact. Approaching the rescued man, he asked if he was injured. Imchul, coming to his senses, hurried to thank him for saving him. Then Suhyeok warned him about the dangers of this place and pointed him in the direction of the association. He also advised him to change his pants. Imchul backed away, desperately cursing the fate that had ruined his clothes. Gigi noted that today was indeed a day of surprises. Suddenly, someone called him sharply on his suit, slightly startling the hero. Suhyeok contacted Nefalano, asking if she had found the main portal. The agent confirmed that she had indeed discovered the location of the rift. The guy asked for the exact location. Nefalano replied that she would send a video broadcast with the coordinates. The data indicated a point about 3 kilometers to the west. Suhyeok realized that he had been looking for the threat in completely the wrong place. The size of the discovered portal indicated a fairly large dimension. Nefalano clarified that the dimension inside was no smaller than a small island. She asked if it was necessary to contact the vice president to organize entry. Suhyeok suggested a simpler plan: to evacuate civilians first. The agent confirmed that she understood the task, and the main character went straight to the portal. The portal was already sparkling with energy, and then Suhyeok approached and stopped right in front of it. A brief comment was made that the situation was developing quite as expected. The portal was simply enormous compared to the already large main character in armor. The flow of energy inside was much more complex than in the human body. An important statement was made about the portal having a so-called node. This observation led to the conclusion that the portal was just a door, and that meant it was not completely invulnerable to destruction. Suhyeok began to pronounce the name of the 5th form of the Emperor's art technique. The final word in the name of this power was sword that cuts through the heavens. He raised his sword and said that now was the time to cut through the heavens. Swinging his sword, he struck, cutting through the structure of the portal right in front of him. The guy noted with satisfaction that the chosen tactic was working, but suddenly his eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected resistance. The space was putting up a last desperate resistance to destruction, but Suhyeok decided to end it and gripped his sword tighter. For the final blow, he used a modified version of the 5th form. The power of his attack increased tenfold, turning into 10 slashing swords at once. The result left the observers in a state of complete shock. The portal disappeared in a second. Only the Nameless One was capable of such an incredible achievement as removing the portal itself. For this, his karma increased significantly, and the system raised his record level. Suhyeok received the title of high-ranking destroyer and instantly increased his level. The increase in the recording level automatically increased his access level. The system informed him that he could now request a little more information. The scale of the destruction was truly colossal. Nefelano expressed admiration for how Suhyeok destroyed an entire portal. However, the cost of rebuilding the city was bound to be astronomical. Gigi joked that the vice president would be furious again at such expenses. At this rate, the guy risked dying from overwork, and everyone had to get down to business. At the end, Nefelano asked a direct question. Was Suhyeok finally starting his guild? The guy confirmed that the real work on the guild would begin next week. The scene changed. At the meeting, there was outrage at the Interdimensional Alliance's refusal to support Earth in a crisis situation. The incident with the portal on Hongdae served as grim evidence of the impending global chaos. But there was nothing to be done. There were dimensions with far more pressing problems than Earth. The name of the speaker was displayed on the screen: President of the Association of the Awakened, Yu In-suk. The cause of the problems was said to be the numerical superiority of demons over angels and the busyness of the higher races. The vice president made a grim prediction about the growth of threats that humanity could not resolve. But Yu In-suk urged people not to panic, as it was useless. He noted that in 6 years, humans had coped quite well. The words about the uselessness of humans in the eyes of the higher races caused the vice president to show open irritation. His interlocutor dryly agreed that there was some unpleasant truth in this assessment. Suddenly, the name of that mysterious fighter, the Nameless One, came up in the conversation. A specific proposal was made to introduce Suhyeok to representatives of other dimensions. According to Yu In-suk's opinion, this guy could overcome the limitations imposed by the higher races. Vice asked if the point of the plan was to demonstrate his own strength and ability to help others. Yu In-suk confirmed his idea. The very idea of recruiting Suhyeok in his current state was met with approval by the vice president. However, the conversation contained not only alarming but also encouraging news. It turned out that there was one dimension willing to lend its support to Earth. This information caused slight surprise due to its quantity. Only one. The elven state called Elvenheim promised to support Earth. The first step in this plan was to have a convincing conversation with the Nameless One. The vice president accepted the assignment without further questions or discussion. Next, a key concept was mentioned in the conversation: the ceasefire line. This referred to the demilitarized zone that had remained on the Korean peninsula for 80 years. But after the portals struck, the northern part of the peninsula ceased to be human territory. The lives of the people there were little different from those of domestic animals. The entire land was ruled by a powerful non-human race. This race was the so-called Grey Elves, who had established their cruel order. Their next need was a new batch of human slaves. Monsters were not suitable for this role because of their obvious stupidity. Humans, on the other hand, were intelligent, fearful, and obedient enough to be ideal slaves. However, over time, human resources in the conquered lands began to dwindle. It was time to replenish the depleted supply of living labor. The question arose as to where to hunt next, south or further north. One of the elf invaders became alert when he heard a strange sound nearby. He turned around and saw a red gate just a few meters away. Suddenly, a tail emerged from the gate and rushed forward. It grabbed the elf by the neck and squeezed tightly. That's how strong these cowardly elves are. The new guests entered through the portal and rejoiced at their safe arrival on Earth. Their shoes clattered loudly on the floor. The demon girl declared that she was carrying out an order received from her master, and she asked the elf who he was. The demon's appearance caused genuine horror and amazement in the Grey Elf. The demon demanded an immediate answer, threatening to break his neck if he did not comply. The frightened elf shouted his name, introducing himself as Argon. The stranger recognized the elf by his nickname, the Fallen Elf King, and his infamous reputation. She reminded Argon of his oath of allegiance to another demon lord named Ladrida. The demon noted mockingly that serving the third lord of Basogo was a great honor. After these words, the demon's tone softened, and she lamented the late confession. She should have told the elf right away. The elf still dared to ask about the purpose of such a powerful demon's visit. The demoness finally introduced herself as Commander Labam, one of Lord Paimon's military leaders. She held a high position, commanding 38 legions in the Great Army. Labam asked the elder of the Grey Elves a key question about the possibility of changing patrons. The demon asked directly whether the elves could serve Lord Paimon just as loyally. Argon immediately assured her that he and all the gray elves were ready to take an eternal oath of allegiance. He swore to follow Lord Paimon, the Lord of Destruction, forever. After that, Labam asked about the fate of the two demons who had recently disappeared in this world. She rejected the possibility of their demise in a world with such a low level of threat. The demon wondered where the offspring wandering between worlds could have gone. The elf suggested that they might have moved to some other reality. Labam said that this was nonsense because we are not talking about children wandering without her lord's knowledge. Argon panicked and swore that he knew nothing about the demon's disappearance. Labam frowned. Despite all the questions, the demon noted that the sensations from this world had changed significantly. There were some rather appetizing specimens here. Argon turned and admitted that he couldn't see anything like that. Labam noted that the earth had changed, and now there were many delicious-looking creatures here. The demon suggested that Argon go in search of traces of the two missing offspring. She asked him directly if he wanted to go north with her. According to the demon, she sensed many things in the northern lands that looked appetizing. Argon agreed, deciding to use this opportunity to simply follow the powerful demon. He announced that he would take advantage of this chance and follow his new patron. Then the evil demoness Labam laughed and said that they would finally begin a joyful festival of destruction. The scene shifted to the city of Beijing in China, where the action had moved. A bustling city square. The same shoes landed on the roof of one of the buildings. The demon noted with satisfaction that this place was indeed full of people. A smile lit up her face. She raised her hand, and a dark, demonic aura immediately emanated from it. The asphalt immediately began to crack. The cracks quickly spread across all the main streets of the city, causing massive destruction. People immediately began to scatter in fear as pieces of the road flew through the air. Huge fissures formed in the middle of the road into which cars and people fell, and completely different creatures emerged, small red-eyed devils. And quickly this whole team of demons ran towards the gawking people. The demon immediately proclaimed the beginning of a joyful festival dedicated to pure destruction. With these words, she officially started the terrible celebration. The scene abruptly changed to Suhyeok's arrival at the laboratory. Vice and Dwarf met him at the elevator and urgently called the main character inside. The scientist urged the guy to hurry up and put on the hyperdose. Suhyeok asked what was going on, not understanding the situation. He was told that there was no time for explanations now, but that it was a worthwhile cause, so there was nothing to worry about. Suhyeok almost agreed, or so it seemed to the scientist, and immediately activated the armor. Immediately, a green liquid with bubbles flowed through the pipes. The main character was already inside the suit, and the tubes with the liquid were connected directly to him. He asked what it was. The system reported the completion of user recognition for the exclusive Hyperspeed Nameless module. The process of installing additional parts and updates began, which surprised the guy. The Hyperspeed system update process was successfully completed. The new feature allowed Suhyeok to use high-speed flight. His eyes lit up. Vice and the scientist apologized for the urgency due to the unexpected situation, but they noted that this method of transportation was much more convenient and faster than a conventional airplane. The main character got out of the capsule and noticed that the updated armor gave him a new, unusual feeling. He was promised that Nephalano would be re-equipped immediately upon arrival and sent to the battlefield. After receiving the order, Suhyeok confirmed that he understood the task, to go and defeat the demons. After that, the man announced his immediate departure to the scene, and the scene again descended into complete chaos. Fire engulfed the entire city. On the battlefield, among the enemies were not only imp demons, but also much more serious creatures. The people around him united and formed their own militia against the demons. The soldiers clashed with knights, which significantly complicated the situation. A desperate command was given to stop the enemies at any cost. The sounds of battle and screams mixed into a deafening roar. The battlefield was covered in blood, and it was no longer clear whether it was human or demonic. Meanwhile, the demon hung in the air and giggled. She watched the humans' resistance with mockery, finding it amusing. And when she got bored, she offered to participate in this entertainment a little. The people immediately noticed the newcomer to their battle. One of the defenders shouted that the target of the attack should be that one. He pointed to the demon, who was clearly the leader of the entire invasion, and they all looked there. The order was given to concentrate all fire on this particular target, and everyone simultaneously pounced on it. Despite its strength, the enemy was alone, which gave them hope. The presence of awakened 12th rankers gave the defenders a good chance. But suddenly, they tensed up. After all, a swift and deadly attack was already flying in their direction. Cutting through everything and everyone in its path, a whole wave of people was mowed down in a second. And now around her lay a pile of corpses of ordinary people who just wanted to survive. In response to all the people's efforts, the demon asked contemptuously, "Is that all?" The demon considered what was happening too bland. She declared that she had had enough entertainment. She gave the final order to completely wipe out all humans from the face of the earth. The scene shifted back to the Shanghai branch of the Heavenly Gate Army. Soldiers panicked, shouting that the sky and sea were completely blocked, cutting off all routes of retreat. This was said by the Chinese chairman named Yuk Jaho. At headquarters, mutual accusations began about who had suggested going to Shanghai. One of those present tried to rebuke the chairman, reminding him that he himself had wanted to go there. A grim conclusion was reached that there was nowhere left to run, and they had simply followed the others. Someone asked in despair what they should do now in this hopeless situation. The chairman suddenly asked an angry question about where the promised support from the elves was, as they were still nowhere to be seen. The secretary reported that the defense forces were doing everything possible to rescue civilians. The chairman sharply condemned the futility of rescuing a handful of civilians when the fate of the country was at stake. He thought that everything would be fine if John Yuhan were present. A man who suddenly appeared asked contemptuously why everyone was hiding here like frightened mice. The stranger demanded an answer again, asking what they were doing hiding in the shelter. His appearance came as a shock, and the chairman was astonished to recognize him as John Yuhan. Yuk Jaho furiously accused him of hiding all this time. A direct threat was made to the stranger, asking if he wanted to die. John Yuhan parried the question by asking if they really wanted to know if he wanted to die. The warrior was outraged and declared that such words were inappropriate from someone who had been hiding to save his own skin. Zhang Yuhan introduced himself loudly, shouting his name to everyone present, and struck his chest with his iron fist. He added that he might not be a righteous man, but he was certainly not a coward like them. The man declared his intention to go to the battlefield, even if it cost him his life. His hands were iron, and his heart was a reactor. His appearance and words caused a storm of shocked reactions among those present. Even in the face of death, John Yuhan intended to maintain his pride in the fight to the end. The scene shifted to the crowd fleeing the city. Someone reported that Beijing had fallen almost instantly under the enemy's onslaught. Opposite the demons stood another group of militiamen. The prognosis for Shanghai's fate sounded just as hopeless and sad. Suddenly, John Yuhan appeared on the field and asked an authoritative question. Had he really taught all those gathered there? Recognizing the voice, someone exclaimed in amazement, addressing him as teacher. The general astonishment turned into a question about whether this man was really still alive. Chong Yuhan turned to all the people and announced that from now on, this place would be under his complete control. He asked everyone if there were any fools willing to sit idly by while the enemy was in the house. Everyone shouted, "No!" His final remark was a reminder that there was nowhere left to retreat. He held his sword forward, and even the reactor in his heart glowed brighter. Then John Yuhan addressed all his troops and gave the order, "Everyone, attack!"